They move like computer game heroes because they know it is showtime. In the middle of the street life, oh, they celebrate our good times because tonight it is showtime. So let's keep moving on. 1, 2, 7, 3 down the Rockefeller Street. Hey everyone, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez. I'm coming at you today with a Vivv, OMI, Definity, DEVVE, daCAT, Shiro update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Commenting, liking, and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, especially that super thanks button down below, super chats as well. We may or may not have a couple of guests today. There is a lot of speculation going around. Like, hey, like obviously we know that Mitch left VeVe. Why did Ben leave? It seems that they are on fairly good terms. He put out a tweet. VeVe put out a tweet. There's a lot of speculation nation going on. Is VeVe done? Are they dying? Did Ben read the reading what's on the wall? Was he forced out? What was going on? So we'll go over all of it today, and again, a lot more. Again, there's a bunch of stuff going on in the macro. And if all of this is super bad news, why is OMI up? If all of this is super bad news, why is the rest of the market up? Again, we'll go over it all. So let's do a couple of things here. First off, let me go to my my X account, and I will post. I'll share in the Telegram group with my. So let's do it with this. Let's do it with both Volt Inu, Shiro, and Akaz. Like, come shill the greatest. Oh god, I misspelled shill. Greatest animal token there is, and hopefully they all come. We'll see. We shall see. Taking a look at it again. When I went live last night, I had left it, I think, at, let's see where I left it at. President Trump saying that the Fed, Jerome Powell, won't cut rates because he's not in love with him. Agreed. Every other country in the world is cutting rates, but not the US. Why? We shall see. It is rumored, now granted, this has been rumored for several years, that Saudi Arabia is buying billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin and ETH. And again, that's been rumored for quite a long time. Is that something that they're actually doing? Well, I'll tell you this. There are many people within the Middle East, a lot of these sheiks that are definitely buying. Is it the governments that are buying? Is it the people that are advising the governments that are buying, and the governments just aren't in it yet? And the people are like saying, okay, we're the ones that are going to advise them to buy it, so we're going to buy it first. That's very possible as well. President Trump says that he's very close to announcing more trade deals. So this is something that I'll let you guys know. Buddy of mine that's an insider. There are multiple deals that are waiting in the wings. They have been ready. They've been ready to go. And he wanted to wait until he got, I'm not sure if it was he wanted to wait specifically until the UK was done, or until there was a country that was similar to the UK that was kind of well respected, that was well liked, that he got a deal done with first. Obviously, what happened first was the UK. And now, again, there are a bunch of other deals waiting in the wings, some of which will be announced this week into next week, some of which will be announced the week after, because again, President Trump is going to the Middle East next week, so they might announce it on Monday. There's a ton of things that's going to happen. Michael Serro says that you can still buy Bitcoin for less than $0.2 million, and as of right now, he is correct. Binance founder CZ says that Bitcoin is easy. You just need to not panic sell, and it's one of the easiest things to do. It's one of the safest plays out there. Now, is Bitcoin as safe as the S&P 500, like the VOO and the SPY? Probably not. It is very volatile. But is it going to outperform the VOO and the SPY? Absolutely. But again, that's your choice. That's what everyone has to make their decisions. Even though financial advisors tend to think that they know their salt and they have the Series 7, 67 license, what are their gains like? What are the gains that they make for the people? Is it 2%? Is it 10%? Is it 20%? Do they outperform the S&P? And if they do, by how much? However, a lot of people that are familiar with crypto cycles, or just crypto in general, or just are very familiar with things that are undervalued. I just had Christy Leota Edwards on this morning. She was this afternoon. She is a VC as well. And we had a very interesting talk for about an hour and a half while we had the conversation that was public, and then we had a couple of conversations off camera that were not public. And okay, what did you talk about? Well, I really shilled the heck out of Vivv and OMI, out of DEVVE and their DEVVE token, and of Definity and their DEFX token. Like, okay, well, Chavez, why? Is because she runs a fund, she has access to a lot of capital, and if I can get her $110,000 worth of tokens for 100K, she's going to probably freaking do it. And if it's something that is, again, not public exactly how certain numbers are for a certain company, but I know those numbers personally and be like, hey, this is probably a good idea because of X, Y, and Z. She's probably going to go and say like, yeah, that is a really good idea. Let me invest some. So again, the ones that I heavily shilled to her, both on camera and off camera, were Vivv and OMI. They were Definity and their DEFX token, and it was DEVVE and their DEVVE token. For lots of reasons. I've said most of them here, but obviously the stuff that's private, I will keep private. And yeah, we have a lot to go over as far as people speculating. And again, like, where does it come from? Like, you have people that go and say like, hey, listen, you know, Bitcoin has outperformed pretty much everything in the stock market. Bitcoin has outperformed everything. Like, Bitcoin is the way to go. And they're correct. It's like people that back in the day when Star Trek first came on, and they said, well, Star Trek is science fiction. None of this stuff is possible. We have not seen any of the stuff that Star Trek is talking about has been replicated in real life. And to their credit, they were correct at the time. And then after X amount of time, oh, hey, particle and theoretical physics are going like here. And this is the stuff that we believe is possible because of X, Y, and Z. And suddenly Star Trek, now granted, a decent amount of it, yes, is still science fiction, but some of it is not. And they've been able to do certain things. And the same way that a lot of Bitcoin maxis have their reasons for being right, that Bitcoin has been the best performing asset in a lot of different ways for so many things. Again, like Bitcoin, and now obviously buying Bitcoin at, you know, $14,000, you know, like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Yeah, obviously you had gained what, 8x, 7 to 8x, give or take, 7.5x. But there are a couple of these cryptos that are out here. Again, I'll use Definity as an example, and we'll work backwards from here. Let's go to Decentraland. Let's type in mana over on, or is it, all right, let's type in mana for Decentraland. They're number 136. They have a $644 million market cap with 84 million in volume. Anyone want to guess how much volume they're doing on their NFTs on the land sales today? A couple $1,000 a day, maybe, and they're getting a fraction of that. Well, what about Sandbox's Sand? Let's see what they're doing. Sandbox's Sand, number 117, doing a little bit better than mana. They are $800 million market cap, 909, almost $1 billion market cap, fully diluted, $141 million in volume. And they have a couple of users in their metaverse with same thing, very, very few amount of volume, small amount. And it's like, okay, well, if they're, both of them are, even if they're valued properly at $600 to $800 million, you know, right now, not including fully diluted, well, then OMI is stupid undervalued because of the amount of volume that they're doing, the amount of users that they have, and the amount of growth that they're able to, again, just getting licensors, just the amount of partnerships that they have and the amount of potential that they have severely outweighs those of Mana's Decentraland and Sandbox's Sand. And again, that's if Sandbox's Sand and like they were valued like properly. But again, crypto is an inaccurate weighing machine where it's never valued as it should be. It's either overvalued or undervalued. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that OMI is undervalued based on the stuff that VeVe is doing. And speaking of undervalued, VeVe will gross $500,000 this month because it's Star Wars month. You know, outside of this month, it might be 300,000 to 400,000, but because it's Star Wars, it'll be $500,000. And they have a $50-ish million market cap. Definity, that is adding, I'm telling you, like, the numbers are not public, and I won't go over any private numbers, but I'll tell you that the amounts of money that they're adding to their P&L every single month is higher than what VeVe is grossing. and VeVe's a $50-something million market cap, and Definity is less than a $5 million market cap. So when I go to someone like Chris Leota and say like, hey, you guys are worried about, 6x in like 2 years. What if I could like guarantee you like a 30 to 100x in 8 to 12 months? Well, that piqued our interest. And again, those are the three major things. Something that I haven't gone over yet, but we will have future meetings on this either this weekend or early next week, will be Shiro and daCAT. So let's go over Shiro here real quick. Let's see what Shiro has been doing up 16% on the day, 5.7 million. So they've like doubled the amount of volume that they have. Usually going between 2 and 3 million. Now they have 5.7 million, and they've gone up 16%. So what happens when they add a zero to that and they have 50 million in volume? Do they go up 160%? Maybe. Do they go up at like 50%? Probably pretty easily, and that's just on one day. And again, they're doing a lot of stuff over here. Of the last 30 days, they're up 45%. And this is what you have. All right, so take a look at. Let me have a drink here real quick. If anyone remembers Pokemon 3, The Mystery of the Unknown, you have a spoilers for this movie. You have an amazing character like Charizard, who wasn't a wild Charizard. He was trainer trained. Like somebody had him, like Ash had him from a Charmander, raised him to a Charmeleon, raised him to a Charizard. Even then, when he brought him to the Orange Islands and he fought like an amazing Poliwrath, he fought Articuno, fought all of these things, and Ash was like, "You're still not strong enough." And again, trainer trained, the best of the best, said, "You're not strong enough. You're going to train in the Char-Sif Valley to up your speed, to up your power, to up everything that you have." Trains in the Char-Sif Valley. He's a top percentage Charizard. Great speed. He has great moves. He has Slash. He has Flamethrower. He has Fly. He has all of these things. Lots of different type coverage. Why did Entei beat Charizard? It's because he's created out of the dreams of a little girl. And the reason he won is because that's what the little girl believed. The little girl believed that he was stronger than Charizard. It's like, I will defeat you as long as that what she wishes. And you have the stuff like OMI, like Definity, like DEVVE, that will get properly, like they'll get overvalued at some point as well when everything pops off. But when you have a lot of people that are super myopic and say like, okay, because of their earnings, because of their profit and loss and their balance sheet and all this, that they should be around this amount. Yeah, they'll be overvalued, but they're not going to be overvalued by this much. They'll be overvalued by like this much, give or take, because that's what crypto does. But when you have something like Shiro and like Volt Inu, right? Like Volt Inu is they're like $50 billion market cap or bust. And when you have like 70%, like I think Shiro Nico has like 80% of the supply in their top 10 holders that believe that they can go to billions of dollars of market cap, it doesn't matter what they should be valued at, which maybe they should be valued at 100 to 200 million. But if every one of their holders, even if most don't, even if the holders, again, the top 10% is like 80% of their entire supply, that honestly believe that they should be a $10 billion market cap, it doesn't matter that they should be valued at 100 million or 200 million. They'll get to several hundred million or a couple $1 billion market cap because the people that hold the majority of their token truly believe that it should be a $10 billion market cap. Same with Volt Inu, where the bulk of their community truly believe that it should be a $50 billion market cap. And it's the same thing with daCAT. Now, granted, daCAT has done much better than Shiro over the last month. They're up 17% on the day, but they are up, what is it is here? They're up 155% over the last 30 days. Okay, why? What's going on? Even though my goal, even though now they're at a million, 1.1, $1.2 million market cap, and I've told people since they were $400,000 market cap that I will personally get it to a $10 million market cap. That is based on EBITDA, that is based on volume, even though they're pre-revenue now, that's based on a lot of different things. But they'll likely go well beyond that because Granted, they're not as heavy as Shiro. Shiro, like the top 10 holders hold like 80%. These top 10 holders hold like 40%, but I think the top 20 holders can hold like 60% of the cat. And they honestly believe like, no, like we're going to $1 billion easy. I'm telling you that I can definitely get it to a $10 million market cap, which again, at $400,000, people like were laughing at me. Now that's like 1.1, 1.2 million. Like, oh shit, maybe he can. Maybe it's possible that Brandon can do this. Almost as if I know how the game is played. But that's just my estimation of what I know I can get it to versus the amounts that the community, which the top 20 wallets can hold like 60 something percent of the token, believes it can go to $1 billion market cap and they're diamond hands. And maybe it does go to 100 million. Maybe it goes higher than that. Like I don't know. I'm telling you that I believe because of what I can do, I know it can get to 10 million because of what I can do for it. But I'm just one person with a very small amount of the token. When most of the other people believe that hold more than 60% of the token, that it can get to $1 billion, even if they're incorrect by 50%, and it goes to $500 million market cap. That's freaking insane. So that's why I really shilled the Vivv and OMI, the Definity and their DEFX token, and their DEVVE and their DEVVE token. Because that's kind of what, like, that's speaking her language of what stuff should be valued at. And when we're talking about meme coins, you're kind of focused on like a hope and a dream over there. Like, yeah, we hope, we think, and it's just, I don't want to say it's a crapshoot, but it's very hard. And I know I've gone on for 16 minutes already. What's up, Turtle? Edward Silverman says, I don't know whether to buy something for 10 gems or save it trying to get Grogu. Well, Grogu you can get for I think $70 for the secret rare, but $20 for the rare. Again, a lot of stuff going on here. Is Bump still alive? Let's take a look at Bump. So Bump before, and granted it's down again. What a surprise! It's Bump. This is what crypto's saying. Bump's protocol is saying like, hey, Bitcoin's $103,000 right now, give or take. If Bitcoin's $103,000 right now, and you say like, hey, I think that there's a recession coming, I think that Trump's not good for the economy, I think that this is going to happen, and Bitcoin's going to go to 70K, 6K, whatever it is. Or even if you're a trader that says like, hey, I think there's a price target of 104, 105,000, and that's like a resistance level, and if it doesn't break through that, it can go down to like 92. If you honestly believe that, you go and say like, I'm going to bump my Bitcoin at 103,000, and it goes down to 92,000. I'll go and I have this Bitcoin at 103. I'll sell it at 103 and buy it at 92. And the protocol is absolutely incredible. And if it gets adopted, this $461,000 market cap, at 100x, it's 40 million, which is disgustingly low. At 1,000x, it's $4.6 billion. And that's more appropriate than a $400 million market, because if it gets adopted, every exchange in the world is going to adopt it, and everyone's going to use it. But that's if it gets adopted. It might not. It has less than $400 in volume. It's so bleak that a few months ago, people thought that it had died because it was down like 60%, and you had an older company that used to house Bumper, like a shell company. They're like, hey, we're in liquidation status. And I went and I asked Jonathan DeCarteret, I was like, hey, listen, you guys are in liquidation status. You have here, like, everyone's like, it's dead. Like, what do you guys need to survive? Like, I'll go to my guys. I'll contribute funds. My fund will contribute funds. Everyone else will contribute funds. Like, how much hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars do you need to last until the bull market, until you guys get adopted? Like, we'll do it. Now, granted, some of that was me being a nice guy because I have a relationship with them. Some of that was me absolutely taking advantage. Like, hey, you guys are down. That are kicking you. I'll kick you while you're down, and I'll say like, hey, give me a piece of your company, give me a large OTC deal, give me these discounts, and I will save you. I will come in like freaking Jesus, and I will save you. You're going to pay for it, but we'll do it. And Bump said no. Like, what are you talking about? This liquidation stat, like, that's in a shell company that we don't that's not us. I was offering them money on a silver platter, and they said, we don't need it. Like, we're good. We're good for like X amount of time. And I was like, oh, well, I guess my money's good here then. And I bought a little more. And if ever needed, and again, I'll let you guys know, they haven't asked us for money yet when we were offering. So Bumper is, as of right now, they're good. If they needed money, they can go in and say like, hey, Chavez, all right, you know, cough up some. Sure. That being said, like this is a lot of the speculation on Vivv, which is so freaking stupid. Everyone's just like, yo, Vivv can't afford Mitch. They can't afford Ben. That's why they let him go. Vivv's in trouble. Like they're done. They can't afford anyone. And it's like, where are you getting that information from? Like, you're just wildly speculating and you're prognosticating on certain things where it's just all with conjecture. There's nothing founded in factual evidence. So again, we'll go over that in a minute. Saying Grogu, 1,000 edition, $7 a piece, will it sell out? Grogu might, but there's a reason. Okay, so what really tells me the amount of users on a company is it felt like is the first 20 minutes, because after 20 minutes you get to see how many of the editions were bought. And let's say that the first amount of editions, like, okay, let's say, 400 were bought. Okay, that is 400 people that bought one each. And if it sells out, then maybe you get 500 people there. Maybe you get those other 400 people buying another one, and you get an additional 100 people buying another one or another two, and it turns out to be 500 people. That's one way to interpret it. Does it sell out because of that? Or is the first 20 minutes, does it sell out like 800 of these were sold, were sold, and now everyone's getting in? Grogu will likely sell out, but I don't think it sells out right away. Like the first 20 minutes is probably going to be like, yeah, 350 of these sold in the first 20 minutes. And then it'll be those same people buying 2 and 3 and 4 times. And it'll probably sell out because of that. I don't think Din Djarin's Mandalorian with his Beskar armor, I don't think that'll sell out. At least not right away. But again, like in that same breath, okay, do you care if the money comes from, if it sells out, it's like $67,000 worth of funds. Does it sell out because these same 300 to 400 people are buying it 3 or 4 times? Or does it sell out because, yeah, these 300 people bought 2 times, but an additional 400 people bought an additional time, making it equaling that 67,000? It does matter in certain ways, but in other ways it doesn't. Because money's money. Like, you don't care if it's from. You don't care if, like, who it's from. Like, that type of capital is just automatically going to feed that fire, to go in that churner, to go into getting more licenses, go into whatever. And by the way, licenses typically don't charge that much. Obviously, they'll charge, when you get stuff done. But the Stormtroopers drop grossed like $95,000, almost $100,000 from that drop, and it's a couple days old. And we've had Stormtroopers before. This is not like a first appearance Stormtrooper. We've had multiple Stormtroopers before. But this is first appearance Grogu. This is like first appearance creature here. It's the same race that Yoda's in. Now, Yaddle, would Yaddle do really well? No, probably not. Would Yoda do well? Yoda would do freaking numbers on Vivv. So this is going to do very well. It's recent. It's not old history, but you have enough people that love Star Wars that's like, okay, it's not Yoda, it's baby Yoda. And Grogu, and you have enough where it's recent, where it's still super popular. And did Lucasfilm or Star Wars, retweet us or whatever? No. Am I expecting them to? Probably not. But it doesn't matter, because this is enough to kind of make waves in the digital collectibles community, where a lot of people will come in specifically just for this one, and they'll come in and they'll leave, and that's fine. I've seen it before. Super early. What's up, Martha? I know I have a ton of stuff to go over here. I'm so sorry. I'll get to all of this stuff. How are you, Ryan? I'm doing all right. Doing all right, Shiroshi. I'm getting that bread. What's up to Kingsy? Way to get that comic bread. The Shiro family is here. What's up, Shiroshi? What's up, Jay the Cool Cat? Grumpy X and Shiro family says meow. I showed Chrissy that that post you had before. So like, hey, fam, I made it. Where you were there. Shiroshi says, meow. Hey, they added a reply button here. Very good, very good. Love that. Love the reply button. Very nice. Okay, so we'll get to the rest of this here. I'm 25 minutes in. Let's go over some other stuff. VeVe Digital posts Men of Earth bow before your new queen. Talking about Betty Page returns with lasers and lunacy. So they have a new comic coming out. Donald Trump says, congratulations to Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who was just named the Pope. It's such an honor to realize that he is the first American Pope. What excitement, what a great honor for our country. I look forward to meeting Pope Leo. It'll be a very meaningful moment. I don't think I've ever met another successful Peruvian. Would love to go in and do that. Even though he was like born in America, he spent like 40 years in Peru. Would definitely love to meet him. That'd be awesome. And again, being an American, I think is great. U.S. federal regulator says that regulated banks can buy and sell and custody cryptocurrency. Thought that was great. There is a push. So VeVe is going to be at Lisbon in. I'm going to be at Lisbon in June 4th, 5th, and 6th. And by the way, emails went out this morning. Let me read the email. Hang on one sec. It is showtime. 1, 2, 7, 3 down the Rockefeller Street. Sorry, love that song. There was a email this morning saying, hey, I'd love for you to join me for a special evening with fellow VeVe collectors here in London. On Saturday, May 24th, we'll be gathering at China Palace, a local favorite known for its authentic flavors and warm atmosphere. We've reserved a private suite so we can share some great food, drinks, and conversation together. Here's what we're waiting for you. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, all right, a selection of traditional Chinese appetizers, 2 complimentary drinks, and a relaxed, welcoming space to connect with myself and the VeVe community. I'm not going to say what time it is or really what there's about a lot of those places. Not going to say which town it's in or which one the address it is exactly. There's a lot of people that are saying like, hey, lawsuits behind us now. David, can you speak about OMI? Because he is the CEO of Akomi as well. And yes, he will. But also, Akomi's probably going to make an announcement at Lisbon. Obviously, we're talking about, London Comic-Con there, and that's one thing. And there's a bit of a push for the secret rare Akomi logo to have utility as well. Because now, granted, Stacker's done a lot of amazing stuff, but there is a push for the Akomi secret rare logo to have some utility. Not exactly the same as the VeVe logo here. That's obviously special. But there's a push for at least some utility. So if you haven't got it, maybe it's a decent time to get it. Also, Coinbase is going to buy crypto options platform Deribit for $2.9 billion. Stablecoin transaction volumes hit $1.82 trillion last month, which is a record high. And the U.S. Senate votes to halt stablecoin bill as rising tensions surge over Trump's crypto involvement. We also have Meta in talks to deploy stablecoins 3 years after giving up their landmark Llama crypto project. And Celsius founder Alex Marshinsk says 12 years. He's getting 12 years for crypto fraud. This is why you got to go in and say, hey, you have to always tell the truth, especially to the government. The cat in the house. Cat saying, hello, Shiro. What's up, guys? Love the cat communities here. Hey, Randy, what's up? When to cat? I don't know. We'll get one. I have a website, and we'll go and put a lot of the cat merch there. Famous whale in the chat. We have a bunch of whales in the chat. We have a bunch of amazing people in the chat here. It suits you. VeVe says, yo, Randy, it's up. Ben left. It is what it is. Life goes on. I wish well at wherever he goes and hopes we all win. How far? There's a lot of stuff to go over here. I'll go over the Ben stuff in a second. I promise. I do want to go over that the free comic day that VeVe had yesterday, they outperformed. Love it when girls message me stuff. Yesterday they had free comic book day, and that outperformed. Or I'm sorry, 2 days ago they had free comic book day, and that outperformed what VeVe did yesterday. And VeVe's thing yesterday, I think, was the first appearance of Taskmaster. And part of the reason why VeVe outperformed them was because Taskmaster, even though it had, like 1,732 editions, they were $10 each. But for free comic book day, you can read them for free on the digital read-only copies. But they were $3 each for one of 1,000. So a lot of people got that, and that's why that had to outperform. I think scarcity and lower prices tends to mean more money. My man. Jin says, good morning to everyone. Feel that shine. Talking about the Volt Enu space. Chrissy Leota Edwards, I went over before. Again, VC, super intelligent. She actually just gave me a text here. Oh, what is this? What is Steak and Shake? Oh, yeah, Steak and Shake is accepting Bitcoin payments at all locations starting May 16th, and the cryptocurrency available to our more than 100 million customers. Movement just beginning. Just went over this on stream. Haha. That's great. I saw this. Moving on here. I guess, all right, we'll do the charity stuff next. So, do you like charity? Everyone does. First Responders Children's Foundation, which is just an amazing group founded by Al Khan and his wife, Jillian Crane. They go on and said, after 9/11, we need something here for the children of the first responders. And they created this charity, and Dr. Prophet was so nice that he donated a partner statue and said, hey, whoever buys this partner statue, all the funds will go to First Responders Children's Foundation. And then on top of that, you had Guido from Turtle Golf from the Gold Dragon Club, and they said, you know what, we're going to throw something in there too. If you buy this partner statue, it's going to come with utility. It's going to come with a free week at a Disney resort in Orlando from August 23rd to August 30th. I will be there for all of it, and a couple of other people will be there for the couple days or all of it as well. Still some details to work out. And that's a $9,000 value, not including the $1,100 that the partner statue is worth, not including the fact that it's a tax write-off because it goes to First Responders Children's Foundation. So yeah, it's $4,200 now for the bid. DMVV Magic if you want to bid higher, but it's a very, very incredible thing that they're doing. Love it. John X. I'm saying Cat. What's up, Cat? What's up, Shiro? What's up, John X, the legend? What's up, Baker? Oh, everyone's here. Everyone's chilling. They're chilling. The weighted average cash cost to produce one Bitcoin among publicly listed miners increased to approximately $82,162 in Q4 2024, up from $55,950 in Q3, which is a 47% rise. Excluding HUT 8, whose figures were skewed by a significant tax expense, an average cost stood at $75,767, representing a 35% quarter-over-quarter increase. Yeah, Brian Armstrong saying, congrats. Great progress on U.S. crypto legislation this week and more to come next week. Market structure draft legislation introduced and discussed. Yeah, bipartisan work continuing to bring stablecoin legislation to the floor, likely voting again early next week. And Stand With Crypto Day happening on May 14th next week with 60+ crypto founders coming to DC. Advocates will keep beating this drum. One thing is clear, both sides care deeply about getting clear rules for crypto and getting it right. Both sides are leading and engaging. After years of being sidelined, crypto isn't just at the table, it's at the top of the agenda. Shout out to Perianne Boring, who was lead of, I forget what she was lead of, but she's fighting some of the biggest crypto battles in Washington right now. She'll be on the podcast soon. Shout out to daCAT Coin, that is the top of Memezilla yet again. Hey, Shiro fam. John X saying, I'm smiling, I'm getting that bread. VV Zombie says, yo, says, we're all smiling. Watcher Guru says, $980 million worth of cryptocurrency. Shorts were liquidated yesterday. Thought that was fantastic. Big Sui has hit 180 million total accounts, growing 38% over the last 30 days. Apple's $2,500 foldable iPhone will reportedly launch next year. I don't need to go over that. Pioneer. Yep. I can go. Oh, hello. Sorry. So shout out to Sean Berg that passed 8,000 comics, and he's rooting for 10,000 comics. So you have a lot of people that are 100% still all in on Vivv. We got to love that. Marion Awful says $50 million worth of USDC was burned at the USDC treasury. Bitcoin officially surpassed Amazon yesterday to become the 5th largest asset in the world by market cap. And Chain Sanity says it cost $20,000 for a booth during Token 2049 Dubai to raise awareness for your brand. Cost $10,000 to host an event during Token 2049 Dubai to raise awareness for your brand, and $5,000 to sponsor an event during Token 2049 Dubai to raise awareness for your brand. It costs $0 to speak on Spaces to raise awareness for your brand. You don't even need to wear pants. Choose Spaces. Gotta love it. A buddy of mine has his daCAT holdings are higher than OMI holdings. I'm gonna go in and give a friend of mine a little bit of a thing over here. I'm gonna give a share. We're gonna copy that. We're going to that says I'll go watch, and I'll say meow. Okay, very good. Give him that. So we have Vivv yesterday saying, Vivv is evolving for the future. In today's rapidly changing economic environment, resilience, agility, and sharp execution have never been more important. And as part of our strategic evolution, we'd like to announce that Vivv is returning to a leaner, founder-led leadership model, positioning us to continue to scale faster, move smarter, and continue delivering for our passionate global communication and our community as collectors. As part of the shift, Ben Rose will be departing Vivv. We appreciate Ben's contributions, including reigniting community engagement, expanding Vivv Comics, launching the affiliates program, helping bring the Vivviverse to life, and his impact has helped lay the foundation for our next phase. Read 100%. We're entering this new chapter with focus, energy, and unstoppable drive, ready to unlock the next era of Vivv's growth. The future is bright, and we can't wait to continue building it together. Look out for a special video update with Dan and David next week, where they'll be sharing more on what's ahead. Hashtag Vivv, hashtag all this jazz. Let's go over something here. It's been told to me before, whenever you can, put a company in your mouth. Obviously, Nabisco, these are fine. Reese's, back in the day, you tasted the chocolate. You tasted the peanut butter. You tasted all the small ingredients that they had in there. And then last year, 2 years ago, I hadn't had a Reese's in a while. They talked about their all peanut butter, Reese's stuff, and I had it, and it was okay. And then I went back to an old Reese's. Remember those old commercials? There's no wrong way to eat a Reese's. The Reese's formula had changed. They, instead of using real ingredients, and go to any mom and pop shop pizza, especially I'm from New York, from Long Island, any mom and pop shop, guarantee you they've had the same recipe for 50 years. Because if they were to go, instead of just having actual tomatoes or actual whatever, and they use tomato paste, they use whatever, it wouldn't taste right. It would be of less quality. It would be of lower quality. They'd sell less of it because it would taste weird. It would taste strange. That's the same thing that happened with Reese's. That's the same thing what happens with a bunch of companies, is because the CEO's salaries are often inflated, and the product suffers because of it, because a lot of people are focused on short-term stuff. And obviously Ben did an amazing job. I love Ben. I would 100% hire Ben. And I even told Ben yesterday when he talked, and we'll go over it, when he talked about his tweet, I would love for you to in some way work for Definity Markets or for DEVVE because of the quality work that you do. And again, they go over it here on exactly what he did, talking about they appreciate his contributions, such as community engagement, expand. Like he was on a space every night. He was always commenting on my streams. He came on my stream multiple times. Granted, part of that was just because he had to, and part of that was because I think he was genuinely interested. He did a lot of stuff. It will not be said that he did nothing. The one thing that he actually failed on, as far as timeline wise, was just the rolling out of the Vivviverse mobile version. Vivviverse mobile version, the only reason that wasn't rolled out on time was because one of the app updates that we had was horrendous. Everything was moving so slowly. Everyone was just beside themselves about it. And it happened to be an all hands on deck situation. And that all hands on deck situation was like, hey, we have to fix the app before we go in and roll out Vivviverse mobile version. So again, he did a really good job, but he's also a CEO. Like, he's not getting like $50,000 or $100,000. He's getting a CEO salary. And what he did turned out to be great building blocks for the future. Obviously, you're not seeing any direct, any recent engagement, any stuff for increasing, you know, the 4x times the users that he wanted. Most of that was because NFTs were not in the market. They're not in the narrative. They're not cool right now. Aside from Raoul Paul saying that NFTs are freaking awesome, and he's still buying a bunch of them, and that the 1% are going to hide a fuck ton of their money in NFTs, like billions of dollars. Aside from him, nobody else is talking about that. Nobody else is talking about NFTs. And again, it's one thing if someone were to make, oh yeah, we have turtle duck NFTs with these different traits of these. One's got an eye patch, they're different colors, they're different, you know, striated stripes. No, we're talking about high-end 3D digital collectibles, some of which are one of ones that have already sold for tens of thousands of dollars in the 5 figures, and some things that are officially licensed. All roads are going to lead to VeVe because of that, because they're all officially licensed and all that. So again, Ben did a great job, but everything that he did is for the future. And part of the reason people say, oh, why didn't people market the Blackpink drop? Why aren't they marketing this? They're not doing any marketing. They don't care. They abandoned the tokens. Like, all right, last year when NFTs were in a slightly better position, Blackpink went and they said, yeah, well, each member of Blackpink had posted it on their Instagram. YG Entertainment posted it on their Instagram. We didn't get any users, and these these girls have like 50 to 100 million followers over on their Instagrams. It's just they're not in the narrative right now. It will be at some point. Again, Binance offered YG like $100 million to get the rights to YG Entertainment for Blackpink, and they didn't go with them. I repeat, YG was offered $100 million from Binance to get the rights to their NFTs for Blackpink, and they still went with VeVe. So clearly this is not about short-term thinking. Nobody plants a tree thinking that they're going to sit in its shade the very next day. It's for long-term stuff. And again, Ben did a lot of stuff in a short amount of time that unfortunately didn't result in anything in the short term, but it built those pillars for the next house to be built in the long term. And again, we will go over much more of that. Let's go to what Ben said. Don't take it from me. Let's take it from Ben. He goes on and says, farewell. I'm finishing up at VeVe Official as co-CEO. With VeVe shifting to a founder-led approach, the co-CEO structure will be phased out, and my time here is coming to a close. I'm incredibly proud of what we've achieved together in a short space of time. During my tenure, we launched a refreshed business plan that led to some major shifts, boosting engagement with our passionate community, accelerating the development of the VeVeverse, welcoming exciting new VeVe Comics publishers, and rolling out the affiliates program. These initiatives have laid important foundations for the company's next phase, and I'm grateful to have played a part in that. It's been a privilege to work with David Yu, Dan Crothers, and the wider VeVe team, which is a group of passionate, creative, and deeply committed people, and to connect with incredible VeVe fam and world-class licensing partners who make the platform what it is. One of the highlights for me has been engaging with the amazing content creators in the community. Their energy, insight, and support have been truly inspiring. As part of making a clean transition, I'll be less active moving forward, but will always be cheering from the sidelines. One of the highlights for me is, I know the community will continue to thrive. I know taking some time to consider what's next and looking forward to the next challenge. Wishing the team every success as VeVe continues to push the boundaries in digital collecting. So this, and again, this is the way it looks, is coming from someone that has no ill will toward VeVe. Now, maybe, and again, this is one possibility, which I don't think is true. Maybe VeVe said, hey, you said you were going to do X, Y, and Z. You failed to reach that objective. And because you failed, you're no longer part of this business. We shun you. I don't think that's what happened. I think that VeVe knows that what he did was very good and very well put together. Just the narrative's not here. And again, because they're focusing toward a leaner company, paying a CEO salary is not something that they probably should do. And again, he's great at what he does, but that allocation of capital is probably not the best. Like, again, people want exchanges. And again, I'm telling you from the other communities that I work with, I don't work for Vivv, I don't work for OMI, I never have. And at this point, I probably never will. But I can tell you from other communities that I've worked with, exchanges tend to cost a little bit. Even stuff like recently, you've had like people always want Binance. Now, obviously, they want Coinbase, and we'll get to Coinbase. They want Binance, they want Upbit. And the reason I'm thinking of those two is because Binance and Upbit were like the first exchanges yesterday to show like $100,000 Bitcoin, and then 104,000, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Do you guys know how much they cost? You know that Binance typically wants like 10% of the entire supply? That's the entire business development wallet. If I could press a button right now to get us on Binance, I would not push it. I have actively told David and the rest of the team, do not go on Binance because of their predatory practices. They don't need me to tell them that. They can see that themselves. I guarantee you they've had conversations. With Ben being a former co-CEO, I guarantee you he's told the team that. But again, people don't look at that. People are just saying, well, I want to go on Binance. Why do you want to go on Binance? Because we'll pump. Okay, what happens after we pump? I don't know. Probably going to go right back down. So you just want the limited pump so you can sell and get out. You're not concerned with the long-term growth of the company and sustainable growth at that fact. Same thing with a lot of these like KuCoin, Kraken, Bybit, Upbit, like all these, like they probably cost $1 to $3 million to go on. And again, I don't know what Vivv and OMI has done as far as applying for exchanges, if they've even done that at all. But I know from my work with other communities that that's a 7-figure number. And again, if exclude Binance from this, if I had a token like, because Binance doesn't really help anyone because Binance US has such little volume. If you want to go in and get Americans to buy the token, you need Coinbase. And if you want Coinbase, like again, Coinbase is the one that you want, the only one that you want so that Americans can buy. Maybe now OKX, because Americans can now use the OKX exchange. Not 100% confirmed if OMI's even on there, because not all of their tokens are being admitted for US exchanges or for US people. But even on Coinbase, you only get one chance to list on there. And if you list on there in a time where NFTs are not the narrative, you're going to get a pump and dump like that. Like that's it. So even though Coinbase's practices are much less predatory than Binance, if I had a button that I could press, I could get us on Coinbase right now, I would not press it because it's not the right time. Why are they not pushing their affiliate program? Because it's not the right time. And they learned this from Cryptoys. Cryptoys spent like $100,000 on marketing for like 2 people, like one guy from TikTok and iJustine that hasn't been relevant in like a decade. Spent like $100,000 on that, and it did nothing for them. It did nothing for their sales. So why is Vivv going to witness that prime example of what not to do for marketing, and then suddenly, yeah, we're going to spend 10 times that amount on an exchange like Upbit or Bybit or KuCoin or Kraken, and yeah, we're going to do that even though it's not going to do anything, even though Americans aren't going to be able to use it. There's no point in doing that. So when I go in and I take a look at Ben, who has probably told them that already, if they're looking to be lean, again, why pay a CEO salary for that when you don't need to? And again, obviously Ben is very good at what he does. I know I'm so behind on comments. I'm sorry. What did I miss? Got here late. You were late like 38 minutes ago. I bet. No me. Green candles. Yeah, a lot of green candles happening. A lot of green candles happening over here. We love it. I'm grumpy. You are grumpy. You have $1 million already. There's a bunch of people that have that. So looking at Ben and saying, oh, what are the other reasons why he might have left? If you look at his LinkedIn, you can clearly say that he's like kind of looking for work. He didn't leave because Vivv couldn't afford to pay him. He didn't leave because he got a better job offer elsewhere. Although now that he's a free agent, I am sure that he'll cash in for 7 figures a year. He'll make $1 million, couple million a year. I'm positive about that. Ben will make 7 figures a year this next year. And it's like, okay, well, why would Vivv get rid of him then? 1, because they're trying to be leaner. 2, because if they And again, let's say they're not. Let's say they couldn't. Let's go down the FUDder's path and play those dominoes out and see why couldn't they afford Mitch or afford whatever. Okay, so let's wind the clocks back on this a couple of years. Then by 2023, they had grossed like $400 million in sales. And let's say they're likely doing 30% of that. Like they're netting 30% of that, which is about 90-ish million. But let's say that the FUDders are correct. Let's say that the FUDders are right, and they get like 10% of what they gross, which is absolute bullshit. They get so much more than that. But let's say it's 10%. And they had like $40 million, right? And they've been losing money for the last couple of years, and they've been doing, like 5 million per year. They still, and let's say the lawsuits and let's everything, say licenses. Okay, yeah. Let's say they were down to like $5 million. Okay, well, they can at least go another year, and this is before raising any money. They haven't raised money yet. Well, I thought they did. I thought Ben bought into the company, didn't he? Yeah, Ben bought into the company, and there was this stupid fucking accusation earlier today that I saw where someone's like, Ben actually purchased 25% of the company, and now he has to recoup his losses, and that's why he left. He left because he put in 20. He bought 25% of the company, and now the value's down. He has to recoup his losses, and that's why he's leaving. My guys, I'll tell you right now, VeVe was worth multiple billions of dollars in 2022. I will repeat that right now. VeVe was worth multiple billions of dollars in 2022. What they were worth when Ben bought in, yeah, they probably lost billions of dollars. They were probably worth in the nine figures, low hundreds of millions of dollars, 1 to 200 million maybe. Even if they were at lowest $100 million when Ben bought in, I guarantee you Ben did not slam down $25 million to buy in. That is fucking retarded. Whoever said that is fucking retarded. So, okay, well, and again, like, it's like, okay, I'm telling you, I know the number. I know exactly how much he bought in. I know exactly what the shares are, and it's nowhere near that amount. Excuse me 1 second. Hey, what's up, Ernie? Yeah. Sure. All right, copy that. All right, bye. Yeah. Sorry about that. Business calls, business stuff. What was that? Yeah, I know exactly how many shares he got. I know exactly how much he has. It's nowhere near 25%. Again, if anyone's ever seen Boondock Saints or Boondocks, and Uncle Ruckus is charged with making like an exorcism. Excuse one of the expletives he uses and replace that with FUDder, and you say like, okay, yeah, when talking to a FUDder, you have to, like, again, when trying to inculcate common sense into a FUDder, you have to sometimes educate, like, explain it like they're five, explain it like they're Homer Simpson, because a lot of times they are. Either the FUDders are people that just don't know any better, which is fine. They're new, they're whatever, and you have to talk to them about P&Ls, and you have to talk to them about EBITDA, and you have to talk to them about regulations and stuff like that. That's one thing. Talk to them about their profit and loss. Talk to them about balance sheets. Talk to them about this, and that's the type of things that you have to say to them. But then, that phrase, a little bit of knowledge is very dangerous. Whereas, like, well, sometimes a FUDder, you'll have to go in, and FUDders will lower down to a certain level, and they'll talk personal attacks on you. They'll use words they don't really know. Like, a lot of these FUDders will go in and take a tiny piece of truth and just say like, oh, because of this, blah, 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 X, Y, and Z, and all of this negative stuff is out there. And it's based on like no particular data points. It's based on no facts. It's based on people just making up numbers, saying that Ben bought 25% of the company, and because of that, and he lost money, now he has to leave the company and try to recoup that elsewhere. The amount of money that Ben put in the company, Vivv and OMI could go to zero, and Ben would be absolutely fine. It would not matter to Ben at all. Honestly, most of what he put in was pretty much just like symbolic, where it's like, yeah, I'm going to put this amount in. So he did buy into part of the company. It was a very small amount. It's nowhere near 25%. And again, it looks like what he left for it. If he would have left like because of that reason, he would have had a job already lined up. Looks like he hasn't. And okay, what are some of the reasons that VeVe might let them go? Okay, they're going in and they're saying, hey, we're trying to be lean. We're trying to operate at a super lean level. Okay, that's fine. What other reasons could they have for that? Is it because they have next to no money left? Again, even if they have next to no money left and they're still worth 9 figures, they could go in and they could raise like, again, I'm going to say they are probably have a run rate of 5 million per year. And that's like overestimating it. They probably have a run rate of like 3 million per year, but I'm going to say 5 million, just keep overestimate of it, right? Yeah, and if they're only grossing 4 to 5 million per year, obviously they're netting, like 40% of that. It's like, yeah, they have a burn rate of 3 million per year, and they've been doing that for a couple of years. Yeah, even if they were down to their last couple $1,000,000 and they could last like this, and they only had enough money to operate for the next 8 to 12 months, they could raise money whenever they want. Dr. Profit has like 30 billion OMI, right? You know that Dr. Profit is probably a billionaire, definitely worth well into the 9 figures, if not a billionaire. So they could raise money just from him whenever they wanted. I'm telling you now, they've had offers before to buy their company for a fudge ton of money years ago, and they said no. At any time they want, and even if they only wanted to, like, yeah, we really only need, let's say 12 to 24 months worth of we only need $5 million. I guarantee you, any VC, and you could ask Chrissy Leota, ask the girl that was just on here, she'll be on again. Any VC worth their salt is not just going to give them like $2 million. And I'm like, no. If we're going to invest in you, we want a decent share. We want to give you 8, 10, 12, $15 million. Like, they're going to want VeVe to raise like $10 million minimum. And again, VeVe might not want to raise that much. VeVe just might not have a choice, even if they needed to, which I'm not saying they do. That is one of the things that I've suggested for quite a long time now. They haven't taken my advice on that yet. Maybe one day they will. This is crazy. Bitcoin just surpassed Amazon. Yeah, I went over that yesterday. Bitcoin surpassed Amazon. They have NVIDIA and Apple to go over next. Wild stuff. $1 million already. Money, passive income. Always grumpy. Oh, I know I'm way behind on comments here. I'm going to try to get to some more here. Why so serious? Coming so soon at daCAT Echoes. What echoes? What's up, everybody? Grumpy till multi, I guess. Preach. daCAT is going to billions. It might. Very well might. daCAT, I believe, is a game changer. Agreed. What's up, Rickard Brahma? daCAT Studio saying meow. Grumpy Cat saying, I'm top 20 shareholder, top 2 in daCAT. Is there somebody above you? Is there? You're number 1 in my heart, Grumpy X. No, not on acid. Okay, let's yeah, daCAT's up 150% on the 30-day chart. Wild stuff, right? Wild stuff. All right, let's keep going. We've got, in the other news here, Casual saying just pulled the Psylocke from Marvel Rivals variant cover on VeVe Comics. There's a lot of more users coming from VeVe Comics. Tulsi Gabbard says MLK files are coming next, and we're hunting for more. What will release it are the next files around Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. In each of these cases, there are files that we know about, that there are files that we know are likely, but have not been turned over to the National Archives. Can't wait for it. I told VeVe, hey, VeVe, thank you for the communication. I can't wait to see the video they're talking about. I wonder what's going to happen in the video next week. VeVe says the founders and key members of the leadership team will step into greater visibility. You can expect more direct communication from VeVe's original team, ensuring alignment between our vision and how we engage with fans. And I wonder if anything's going to be announced in the next month or two. Quandary. Guarantee you there are. Yep, Steak and Shake accepting Bitcoins, wild stuff. Oh, hey now. Sorry. Sleeping Comics says, what about it? We just had Avengers number 195 drop on the platform. What about Avengers number 196? Preach. What's up to Baker? How's it going, fam? Love you. Says meow. Thanks, Randy. No problem. Send down is okay, Randy. How can you now explain in a bullish way Ben left? Interested in what will come. But if VeVe had 100 million in the war chest, they wouldn't have let him go. So obviously, VeVe is not so flush with cash that they could just spend $1 million all willy-nilly on Ben, or however much he costs. Same with Mitch. And again, even let's say they did raise money, right? Let's say they took my advice and they started to raise a little bit of capital. That capital might come with strings attached, and it might not be VeVe or Ben's fault at all. It might be like, hey, we're raising this because of X, Y, and Z, and the capital that's being raised from Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, Disney, like whoever knows, saying like they're giving us money, but it's contingent, saying on us having one CEO. You don't need two CEOs. You don't need this person's CTO, and they're cutting the fat, and they're doing the Elon Musk version. Again, this was not happening prior to 2 years ago. But then when Elon Musk took over Twitter, he took over X, and he wiped away 75% of the people, and it still functioned, and now it functions better than when they had 4 times as much people. That gave the excuse for every other company to say, oh yeah, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna fire half the people. So if you have a larger company coming in and giving VeVe money, they're gonna say like, we're gonna give you this money, but you gotta get rid of these people. There's no need for these people. We're gonna cut the fat. And again, Mitch did great. I don't want to say that this is if the company's raising money, which I don't know if they are. I've told them to do it for a year. I don't know if they'll ever do it. I don't know if they need to do it. But if they did, it might not just be as simple as like, yeah, get rid of the fat. It might just be like, hey, this person's great. They did X, Y, and Z. But we have someone that's even better. Use our version, use our people, and let's do that. So maybe that's it. Maybe we get another person that's going to fill Ben's role, but it's not going to be co-CEO. It's going to be something else, and it's just going to be a lot cheaper for them to do it. So, but again, I don't want to say that it's I mean, it's bullish that whatever they were paying Ben, they no longer have to pay, and they could reallocate that elsewhere. The fact that David and Dan are coming back in the limelight, I think that's bullish. I think the fact that they are going to now, the lawsuit is behind them, and that's another thing. Maybe Ben was just here for the lawsuit. We don't know. And now that the lawsuit's behind them, I'm going to say that there's a couple of reasons why that's bullish. Not the fact that Ben left is bullish. The fact that Ben left because the lawsuit is over, and because the lawsuit is over, that's bullish. Good evening, Sen. We have an OMI Coinbase wallet. Is that not available for US? That's available for US users, but there's this guy named Mark Martufi. He's an orchestra leader. He's a conductor, and he would say, I used to play violin back in the day, and he would say to his students, he's like, when it says crescendo, don't just go from da 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 to da da da. No, you have to go da 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 da, because the audience is not going to get the subtleties of a subtle crescendo. They're not going to get subtleties of a subtle allegro. That you have to go hard. And he would drill into our brains because the audience is stupid. So the average Joe six-pack, and I'm not going to say that they're stupid, but it's very complicated for somebody that has never gone into crypto before. And that's like a normal person in like their 20s or 30s. Take someone that's 70, or take grandma that like can barely work a phone and like has a hard time trying to figure out whether to tap her credit card or to insert her credit card, and like still carries cash. Like grandma is barely going to be able to function with a Coinbase. They're not going to be able to get a Coinbase wallet and copy their Ethereum wallet, and they're going to send this and they're going to bridge from Ethereum to Base. Like they're just not going to fucking do that. They're just not. So it's going to be a lot easier for your average Joe six-pack, for your average grandma to go in and buy OMI when it's on Coinbase, because Coinbase wallet, as easy as it is for us, for us people, normies are just not going to do that. They're just be like, all right, I'm just not going to give up. Like they won't care. But like, I'll just waitress for the rest of my life. That's what they'll do. So it is available for people, for that whoever can figure it out, and most people will be able to figure it out. But there's a lot of people that are just like, I don't care anymore. Like whatever, I missed out. And he left the London event and miscommunication discussion about that is my speculation. No. So again, the pulling out of London was not great. Pulling out of London is whatever. But the communication by VeVe and the Comey has been horrendous since the inception of time. And even this, like, they didn't come out with a statement until several weeks after he had already left. Now, I had figured this out. I'll give you guys some alpha here. I had messaged him on April 25th saying, hey, Ben, blah, 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 because of X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. And he just said, hey, Randy, I'm just going to be out of the office for a couple days. I'm just dealing with stuff. Talk soon. It's like, okay, cool. Should have been right there. Should have been a quick answer of, yeah, X, Y, Z. And I just ignored it because, okay, maybe death in the family, maybe something happened, maybe whatever. But I didn't. I missed it. And then a couple days go by, a week goes by. Hasn't got back to me yet. So I kind of figured it out like a week ago. But it's and again, I figured it out a week ago. Most everyone else figured it out like 2 or 3 days ago. I mean, I did a video on it 3 days ago. Vivv definitely, while people once they got the hintest whiff of speculation, they should have put out a statement, and they didn't. And I made a live stream yesterday, I went video the other day, saying that they do an absolute horrendous job of communication. And no matter how many times they, yeah, we recognize that we haven't done the best job of the communication, we aim to do better, they still haven't fucking done it. I'm 100% with you on that. And like, I would love to do that. I would love to have that job. I wouldn't even fucking charge them anything. But yeah, it's I agree, but Ben did not leave because of miscommunication. Ben did not leave because of, oh yeah, I missed out on the London event. It's, again, there's not the official reasons are because, yeah, Ben left because we're turning to a leaner model. Okay, well, why are you turning to a leaner model? And we just don't know that. Again, I could speculate all the live long day. This one says it's not a good look, to be honest. I agree. The communication should have been much better. What's up, daCAT? What's up, DB Crypto? How's it going, fam? Meow, meow, meow. Planet Vampire says, Mitch and Ben really helped streamline the business and get it ready to scale. Agreed. Now they're getting lean. Would it be possible Dan and David are making the company look good for a partial buyout? It's very possible. It's very possible that they were doing that. You know, I built a couple of businesses, and people are absolutely to be worried or concerned. You know, that's their prerogative as long as they're made a woman. All I know is that kind of like internally, a lot of the stuff that's going on is not really going to be affected by Ben. And that, you know, being the public face of a lot of the internal personal chats, I hope David and Dan are ready to kind of sign on to that and say, like, yeah, we're going to be on these spaces like Ben was. We're going to be in these streams like Ben was. And I hope that's what's possible. But now I think Dan and David can finally focus on the business. They can finally focus on building the company because now that lawsuit's behind them. And again, having that second CEO is probably not needed at this time. So they just have to be conscious in how the market conditions are. And, you know, a lot of what he did, again, was great, but it just didn't produce any immediate results. So it's really kind of hard to defend that as well. What's up, DB Crypto saying, daCAT? Carl R says, at this point, you have to admit this is a terribly managed company. No, I have to admit that the communication of the going-ons in the company is terrible, but the company itself is fucking incredible. There's never been a crypto project with this much potential that foamed the bag harder. Sorry, weren't there people that were saying like Recur was like the Vivv killer and like Shiro was a Vivv killer because it's like true Web3 and that Cryptoids was a Vivv killer? Like, you can't say that when everybody else is saying like, yeah, everyone else is so much better than Vivv because of X, Y, and Z, and they all failed. Again, their communication is horrendous. I give them a fucking F on communication, but they get like an A in most other aspects. Streamlining their drops so that they have drops multiple times a week that gets tens of thousands of dollars per week is fucking phenomenal. And the fact that no other company has been able to do that should tell you how fucking hard that is. So again, the communication for Vivv gets an F. For everything else that they do gets minimum an A. Every now and then you get like a B on like, let's say like some mint numbers. And I know people are saying like, hey, marketing has been horrible. Shouldn't that get like a C or a D? Yes, but what's the reasons why? It's because there's no reason, like the marketing should really go into capital allocation. Should you allocate capital into marketing? No. And most people that are unfamiliar with how to build a business and how to market a business will say it's an F, but I see that as an A, because doing so, allocating that capital into marketing and doing what people want, what people have their pitchforks out for, is not good. What people want is like these exchanges. Okay, do you want KuCoin? Do you want Kraken? Do you want Bybit? Do you want Upbit? Do you want all of these things? Do you want Binance? That's going to cost like $10 million for it to do fucking nothing. Like you want it because it'll make you feel better, not because it's good for the company. You want Coinbase because that, again, you have that really good utility of Americans can buy it. But again, the company is doing most everything right with the exception of communication. Hold on. My tablet is at 100%. I'm going to charge my telephone. Again, should they have raised money in 2021, 2022? Absolutely. I told them that. Multiple people told them that. They didn't listen. But at the time, when you're growing by hundreds of millions of dollars per month, you're like, yeah. If I would have listened to you in like mid 2021, when the company was worth like $1 billion, now the company's worth $2 billion, $3 billion. Yeah, that would have been stupid, Randy. You're stupid. Agreed. They're right. If they would have sold part of their company in like Q2 of 2021, yeah, they would have lost money in the short term because they would have been like 3 or 4x higher months later. But now, obviously, that would have been a good move because now the company's worth quite a bit less. And now, again, even if they wanted to, they could still raise tens of millions of dollars whenever they wanted. Again, they wouldn't be able to raise even like $3 or $4 million because the companies would be like, I'm not giving you that little funds. They would want to give them $10 million like minimum. And again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they come out in like 2 months and they're like, yeah, raise $5 million from this company. Maybe I'm wrong. I would think it'd be 10 million minimum just because based on what I know about cap raising, what I know about this stuff. But again, maybe I'm wrong. Where did the hundreds of millions of dollars go that we supposed made in 21? Again, a lot of that went into the war chest. A lot of that went into the people that they had hired. A decent amount of that went, millions went into the lawsuit. Millions went. So again, out of the $400 million that they had grossed, let's say 90 million was with them. Again, they have to pay a lot of people. They have to go in and again pay for this lawsuit. They have to pay for stuff. They have to, not all the stuff is free. But what I do for them is free. But yeah, and again, they still probably have money left. So again, I think it's fine. They still have money in the war chest. So it's likely that OMI was just to fund the company with no knowledgeable team to run at an early stage. Dan and you, great at getting these IPs, but kept building the company up the next level. Part of the reason I thought they bought Ben in or was going to bring someone in was to kind of fill that role. And they just haven't yet. Maybe they don't want to give up part of the company. Maybe they want to do it themselves. But again, a lot of this is going to be a moot point just because of the fact that, that narrative is going to hit and they're not going to really need to raise funds. They're not going to really need to do X, Y, and Z on a lot of this stuff. I'll be done writing this. Nancy Mays, Tina Garcia. Love Tina Garcia. She's great. Let's go on with some of the other stuff that I have here before I get to the rest of the comments. China's exports crashed 17.6% as tariffs detonate. Chinese exports to the United States plummeted by 17.6% month-on-month April, with total shipments failing from 40.1 billion in March just to 33 billion last month. This sharp contraction in the U.S. bond exports represents 7.1 billion monthly loss for Chinese manufacturers and exporters, creating mounting pressure on Beijing ahead of this weekend's high-stake tariff negotiations in Switzerland, which they are in Switzerland right now negotiating. The targeted drop in U.S. exports contrasts with China's overall export performance, which actually grew 8.1% year over year in April, as manufacturers successfully redirected shipments to other markets. What Trump is going to do is going to say, like, okay, here's what we want, and here's what you're going to do. And that's it. Because the U.S. is fine. China, despite selling their crypto, despite going in and cutting rates, it ain't looking good over there. And the people are suffering. So I hope this comes to an end quickly so that everybody kind of gets back on track. Tropical added a partner statue to her portfolio. She's saying that Silicon Secure would be proud, as he always spoke of the importance of that collectible. And this one is for you, my friend. May you rest in peace. Someone comment F down below to pay respects to Silicone Secure. John Cena followed me this morning. So I thought that was cool. John Cena followed me. I gave him a follow back. Gonna see if I can get him on the podcast. We'll see. We'll see. Something huge is coming for Kima. We've been looking in, cooking in stealth mode for a long time, preparing for a groundbreaking integration that's about to change the game for stablecoins and real-world payments. This Monday, the wait is over, and Kima is set to unveil a major partnership that bridges digital finance with everyday life like never before. Stay tuned. You won't want to miss this. Sorry, I got text messages saying it was school district. Oh, sad face. Shoot me a hoot. I'm twirling. Okay. Still live now. Come through. Yeah. And Kima is partnered with Definity. Awesome, bro. Some Doge. So there's a buddy of mine that says personally he's not worried about the whole Ben thing at all. He says he's sad, yes, because Ben was amazing, which he is. Saying to me, it confirms that he was brought on specifically so that things could be sorted out for the trial and allow David to not have to be publicly facing and potentially say something he shouldn't while the trial was going on. We'll miss Ben, but it's not a red flag to me. Agreed 100%. I already went over the fudders and the people that just try to paint Vivv in a bad light, that say that Ben bought 25% of the company, which is just absolute nonsense. And the company valuation at the time, then he just left, saying that, yeah, again, absolute nonsense. These are absolute lies. Nobody should listen to the fudders that just lie like that. Well, it says, where to get hundreds of millions of dollars that Vivv supposedly made in 21, 22? You can just look at the gem sales. You could just look at that. And obviously the $450 million of gem sales that they have, let's say at least 50 million of that was exited out and people had said like, yeah, we're going to cash out of this. Probably a little bit less, but let's say 50 million. You still have $400 million in there that had gone to Vivv, and obviously you have 30% that went to Apple, which is fucking horrendous. Fuck Apple. So let's say they had, out of the 400 million, let's do let's say 300. No, let's say like 280. And then the licensors took, let's say, another 30%, let's say 60. So it's 60 down to, we'll say it's like $100 million left. And again, they had to pay people for 5 years, and they had to get, yeah. And the gem hack that they had to pay like 8 million. So probably a good 80 to 90 million. But then the after paying people, let's say another 20 to 30 million plus the licensors, 40. Again, they had tens of millions of dollars a couple of years ago. And again, it's not like they didn't make any money since then. They have been making money, but that's where I get it from. This one says, likely that OMI was just to fund the company. Oh, I did read that before. This one says, hope I'm wrong. John X says, daCAT, love it. What's up, DB? What's up, everybody? I love you all. I love you all. All right, let's keep going here. Another buddy of mine says, oh, yeah, I went over this before. Binance offered 9 figures to YG Studios for an NFT partnership, yet they went with Vivv. Company doesn't make that decision without significant reason of what they see being built. Yes, the valuation would be far down compared to what it used to be. I believe they could have sold 25% of the company for hundreds of millions of, they could have sold 25% of the company for like $800 million, the height of the last market. So being tens of millions tracks. Vivv is still bringing in far more revenues than every other NFT company out there. Vivv will do just fine, in my opinion. Digital collectibles will come into focus again, and Vivv will explode. Not hopium. It's just cycles and narratives. Agreed. Do find it ironic that fudders have pointed out to every other company basically as being smarter, faster, and more innovative, better founders, better structure, more Web3 than Vivv, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yet, where are all those other companies? Most of them are dead. The others are barely making any revenue at all. We're literally at the bottom of the digital collectibles market while companies are folding left and right, and Vivv is bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. Forgive me if I'm not freaking out. I'm quite confident that narratives change on a dime, especially in this space, and suddenly people will wonder why people ever doubted Vivv in the first place. That's just me. That's just my thing over there. Let's go to a couple of other things here. So let's take a look at what the rest of crypto's doing. Bitcoin's at 103.3. Ethereum's at 23%. Let's take a look at what Coinbase is doing. DEVVE is going absolutely bananas over here. So DEVVE is up to 69 cents. Everyone comment nice down below for the 69. It was actually up 79 cents before. They were up quite a bit. Yeah, they were up to 76 cents before. So they had a wicked parabola there. And they had 418,000 in volume. It is not a lot of volume at all. And I wish they had a little bit more, but oh well. We'll go to Definity here real quick. Just want to take a look at that. So Definity up about 8% on the day to 3.3 cents. And if you were to go in March 10th, they were at like 1.3 cents. So they went very, very low. Now they're at 3.3 cents. And again, they're doing hundreds of thousands of dollars per month added to their P&L at a $5 million market cap. They are less than 1/10 the price of OMI, and they do a lot more adding to their P&L each month than VeVe does grossing. So again, just throwing that out there. Let's move on from Definity. Again, I think we've gone over OMI as well. So OMI, aside from the negative sentiment, it's up 7% on the day. Okay, why would it be up when the FUD is so high and you have saying like, well, the CTO is gone and now the CEO is gone. This is horrible. Take a look at most of the people, not all of them, but most of the people that are saying, hey, this is really worrying, this is done. How many times have they invested in other companies before? How many times have they accurately predicted what another company will do based on the current revenues and sentiment? Just open question out there. You've had some of the what fudders will seem as the worst news ever. You even have disgruntled employees, fudding. Why is it up? Could it be that the reasons that some of these employees, like Mitch and Ben, were let go was because of maybe a funding round? Maybe it was because of a lot of these whales that took notice and they say, hey, they're leaning out the fat. It's like companies that offer a dividend check. A lot of companies that offer dividends, they just don't know what to do with their profits. They don't know how to reinvest. They don't know how to reallocate. And a lot of whales, again, this might be why it's up 7% on the day, where yesterday it was up like 3% on the day that everything went up. And now it's up 7% the day where everyone's FUDing. Why? Maybe because other people that have invested in companies before that have hundreds of millions of dollars that they're exposed, they're like, yeah, we can throw in 50 grand over here. We can throw another 50 grand over there. And again, it's $1.7 million dollars in volume. It's a very low amount. And let me go over something here real quick. Let's talk about someone, I'm not going to say who, that said, got Kool-Aid, VeVe official's done. Hope there's no class action lawsuit. Okay, the person that said that believes in flat earth theory. And then when I told them one day that VeVe had like $4 million in volume, or 4 million volume, they said, oh yeah, well, how much OMI or how much money had to be spent for that $4 million? Probably nothing, right? I was like, what are you saying? It's like, well, how much money had to be spent for the 4 million in volume? 4 million OMI is not a lot of money. I was like, you know what volume means, right? It's like, yeah, I get it. It's 4 million OMI, but how much money is that for 4 million or 8 million OMI to be spent? I was like, this is not measured in OMI, right? Like, this is measured in dollars. So again, the people that are often FUDing don't know what market cap is. They don't know what volume is. Have them believe in flat earth. And I'm not going to lie. The government lies so much that maybe flat earth is a thing. I don't know. I believe in a round earth, but maybe I'm wrong. But that's none of my business, says the Kermit the Frog meme. Again, just throwing that out there. Why else would OMI be up 7% on the day with the most FUD? Is it maybe because that some people might know something and that this is actually good news? I don't know. Again, this is also not typical VC investing. David and Dan are typically from from VC funding businesses, and this is completely different. A lot of the $100 million funded businesses, they set their spending based on money in the bank and not revenues, and they typically have a high burn rate, hoping that the market picks up by the time they run out of money, or by the time money comes in. And when that's done, they shut or they go and they sell. But David and Dan run their businesses based on revenues that are coming in the door. And for a year or two, yeah, they've probably spent out of pocket for the last 18 months, operating at a loss. But they've been building the capabilities, and the pillars that they've been building is just astounding. They've survived the bear market. They've survived everything. What's up, daCAT? What's up, DB? At what point do we consider concerned about VeVe going under? When they gross less than $100,000 per month. That is when I'll be concerned. VeVe Zombie says, I disagree. Ben's impact was felt immediately by the community. Oh, no, I think we agree with that. And changing the culture of communication was very important. I agree. Ben did great with communication. If he is not replaced, VeVe is lesser without him. People will definitely feel the loss. Like, his lack of presence will be felt. We agree on all of that. But you have to see the reasons. Okay, if he's not replaced, why is he not being replaced? And are they lesser without him? And you have to take a look, okay, how much was he costing? And again, the work he did was great. And it's the way that you prepare it, like getting all of the stuff getting across the goal line because of him was great. And I don't know how to put a value on that number. But he obviously put a value on the license himself. He put a value on what he was getting paid. And on paper, December of 2024, you had thousands of users every single day. And by the time he left by April 25th, there was an average of like 600 to 700 users per day. Now, granted, that's not Ben's fault. That fault is because of the tariff war, the trade war, Ukraine and Russia and Israel and Iran, and all of the shit that's going on in the real world, and the fact that NFTs are completely out of the narrative. So I don't blame Ben for that. But if I'm VeVe and I'm saying like, hey, you said you wanted to 4x the users in like a year, the users have taken like a 70% haircut. And again, that's not the fault of Ben. But if I'm VeVe and I'm trying to negotiate certain things, I'm saying like, hey, you said you want to do X, Y, and Z, you haven't. And again, none of this is Ben's fault. Most of this is the fault of just the greater macro economy. But again, his presence will be missed. I love Ben. I want to hug him. I want to be like, hey, listen. And I even told him yesterday, I was like, Ben, you're going to get a job wherever you want. You can write your own ticket. Take some time off. Take a couple weeks. Spend it with your kids. Spend it with your family. Like, take a holiday on summer vacation. And then, yeah, go back to your next thing and work your 80 hours a week like you do, because I know you're a workaholic. And yeah. So again, he's going to be sorely missed. I love him. I wish he was still here. I wish he was. I wish whatever scenario happened, that it would happen where Ben wouldn't have to leave. I wish that he could stay. But he's not. He didn't. So, is VeVe lesser without him? Well, they're definitely going to miss. I will miss the fact that he's in spaces all the time. I'll miss the fact that he comes on my channel. I'll miss the fact that I thought I was the only one, but Dr. Stuff said this as well. It was like 2 months ago. I had not done a video for like 36 hours. Ben gives me a call like, "Hey, are you all right? You haven't been live in a couple days." I was like, "Yeah. I wanted to get more OMI. I'm doing a job for a friend. It's gonna take me a couple days. I'll be back tomorrow." All right, great. Just making sure. He kept very good tabs on the community, and that he did the same thing with Dr. Stuff. Dr. Stuff said that yesterday, or sorry, when we're on the OMI is my homie channel, he just said the same exact thing. And Doc's not like one of the bigger influencers, even though he's one of the best. He's one of the smartest, one of the most influential. Like, he is so freaking smart. He's very competent. He's very conscientious. Dr. Stuff is one of the best assets that VeVe has, and we just haven't found that rhythm of, okay, Doc, we would love you to do this. And Bennett asked him, like, hey, you're right, because he hadn't been around a couple weeks, and yeah, it's good. I'll miss Ben for all of those reasons. Again, I love him. I miss him. I'm gonna wish the best for him. I hope that that he lets me help him. There's an episode of Gilmore Girls where Lorelai tells Mia, the old owner of the inn, that she's going to open up her own inn, and Mia says, "I'm not angry that you're opening up a new inn. It's time. You've outgrown this place. But I will be angry if you don't let me help you in every step of the way." I would be angry with him if he didn't let me help him in his next venture, because I believe we could do great things together. So yeah, I'm angry at Ben in the future if he doesn't let me help him because he's amazing asset. I would write a glowing review for him in anything that he would. Again, I posted on his tweet. It's like, hey, I hope you can maybe make contacts at DEVVE, or I haven't personally messaged him since then, but I was like, I hope you make contacts at DEVVE or Definity, because that would be great. Yeah, wholly missed. Hopefully that those shoes can be filled by David and Dan, but both doing a couple of things, and they are going to work their balls off for the next year, and hopefully they will get hopefully they'll get that bread. This one says, agree. Turtles, he's like, seems like a major announcement in Lisbon. Well, there's going to be a couple of announcements. One is going to be in the video next week. And again, they are going to have a level 100 chat, or a couple of chats in London in a couple of weeks. And then, yeah, in Lisbon, there's probably going to be a couple announcements. Maybe some by VeVe, maybe some by OMI, maybe some by Stacker. Probably going to be a couple announcements. But again, that thing next week is going to be that thing next week is probably going to have some alpha in it. Wes says, there's literally no reason to have two CEOs for a startup company. Well, I mean, it's 5 years old now, but I mean, there was when David and Dan had to really focus on the lawsuit. But yeah, you're right. Now there's not really a need. Like I remember me and David kind of joking. I think DC they had a CEO and a co-CEO, and me and David were like, yo, they're gonna hate each other in like 12 months. And David's like, I know, right? So because we've seen that stuff, and not that, again, David and Dan have, I imagine they have the utmost respect for Ben. But one of the other things is, like I said, efficiency. If I have 4 bosses and I have to get something approved before I can do it, I have to get approval from like 3 or 4 different bosses. And that's just very counterproductive, especially if someone is doing a meeting somewhere, someone is sleeping because they're in different time zones. It's like something that really should take 5 minutes is now taking like a day or a couple of days, because you have to get approval for certain things. People aren't checking their email because they're so busy. And it's like, yeah, you really want to streamline this. And the best way to pivot is by getting rid of some of that red tape, is by saying, okay, you only need this person or this person's approval, one of these two, and that's it. And then you can do it. Fine. I would much rather them do that. And again, I love Ben so much. Again, I still wish he was here. I wish things had played out in a way that they could raise money or they could do whatever and have Ben still stay here, because I love what he does. But obviously it was deemed that the work that he was doing was not, the value that he was bringing wasn't what they were paying him. And I wish that things worked out where it was different. It's just not. But yeah, you're right. 2 CEOs, there's kind of no point in having that, especially at a company this small. And I think OMI is up because of the nature of microcap cryptos. It'll swing from time to time like other micros. The real question is, like other micros, will people get in when Bitcoin dominance drops? We'll see. Raul Paul says, all right, fair point. Sorry, I had a lady friend of mine. Okay, sorry. Yeah, will they will other micros, will people get in when Bitcoin dominance drops? That is literally a $1 trillion question. I'm gonna say yes, but we don't really know. I mean, and nobody's gonna know. Like, hindsight is 2020, and again, like, things are bumping. daCAT's up like 22% on the day. Like, it's just nuts. Like, Shiro Nico's up like another. Everything's up. I think bumper's the only thing that's down for me. There's a lot of things that are happening out there. I think that if Raul Paul can say, hey, the 1% and the wealthy are going to put their stuff into these no-name artists that are only big on Web3, and they're going to put billions of dollars in there, that there's probably going to be billions of dollars flowing into the digital collectibles market for the first appearance Spider-Man, Superman, Batman. I guarantee you there will. I bet dollars to donuts that there will. Could be wrong, but we'll see. Crafty Path says, do you think that Ben was always supposed to be an interim co-CEO? I don't know if that's what it was advertised at. Again, he did buy part of the company. Small part, but he did buy part of it. Yeah, it's very possible that the company thought, like, hey, a former sitting president, Donald Trump, just got caught in this kangaroo circus court in New York, and now he's a 34 times felon. What if Ben Gadenzi, corrupts a judge and pays him, $30 million to go in and, rule against VeVe, and they find that, he rules that we're perjuring ourselves when we're not, and it's a circus court, and suddenly, we get arrested. We need to have somebody step in for the company if, God forbid, the worst should happen. So yeah, it's probably a CYA, probably a cover your ass thing. Or I don't want to say probably, it just might be. That might be one of those things. Or it could have just been that, like, they weren't scared of that at all, and it would have just been, hey, we just have too much on our plate right now. Me and Dan can't focus on the things we need to focus on because we're focused on the lawsuit, because we're focused on other stuff. We need someone here for right now. And now that the lawsuit is over and they can focus on it, now they don't need anyone. Maybe that's why. Again, I don't know if we'll ever actually know. Maybe when, like, the VeVe documentary comes out in like 2 years on, like, Netflix or Disney Plus, we'll see. VeVe Digital Collectibles, thank you so much for being here. So there's been impact on our community, platform expansion, growth initiatives have been lasting, and it leaves VeVe well positioned for its next phase. A leadership shift is looking forward. I agree. The blocks that are being built. Hold on, let me get it. Shout out to the 619 people that are here. 619, San Diego. Yeah, shout out to everyone being here. Everything's well positioned for its next phase. Leadership, and they started this before Ben even got here. They started years ago with VeVe Comics. Obviously, that rolled out last year, like 13 months ago, but they started negotiations for that a long time ago. And I reached out to a buddy of mine recently. So I won't say how I'll do it, but my next initiative, I don't know if I'll say it. I won't say what I'm about to say unless I get a super chat. If someone gives me a super chat, I'll go in and say it. Aside from that, I'll just say, like, there's plans to do stuff. There are plans to do stuff, and we'll move on. I skipped my comments. I am not seeing your comments, Fogue. I don't see another one of your comments here. I don't know what comments you put before that, but I didn't see that. Planet Vampires at Foe is the first comment of yours that I've seen show up the stream. Yeah, YouTube has its thing. It spazzes sometimes. I was, hey Randy, good to see you live. What's up, MC? MC, I did give you a what the heck? Yeah. What do you have in mind? Sorry, so somebody that said okay, cool. What was I saying? Right? Oh yeah, so I did message you, I think. Oh, you got it. VeVe Magic won this week's giveaway. We have other giveaways going down. Sent 2 times and that one worked. Yeah, it's strange. I don't know. Yeah, maybe copy paste. If you send a link, YouTube deletes links. Yep, you got it. You got it. I got you. Yeah, you got it. Ben still part owner. No, he's still part owner. And again, when there was these accusations made that Ben had like 25% of the company, that's lunacy. That's not true at all. Ben had a very minority share. It was nothing crazy. But yeah, that's it. Anywho, let's keep going here. Given the sales of NFTs and their competitors. All right, sorry. There's a lot of issues that a lot of people describe that really boil down to just market sentiment and VeVe's category. So again, Vivv is in a far better place than they were 3 years ago because the app is better, the collectibles look better, the search bar is better, it looks more sleek. There's more utility for OMI. The difference is that market sentiment for digital collectibles is just way down right now. And all of the communications in the world just are not going to solve that problem. And until price goes up, a lot of people are just, it doesn't matter what Vivv, it doesn't matter all of the stuff that Vivv's done, all the incredible things that they've done. It's not going to matter to certain people until the price goes up. Moonbirds, like 6 months ago, they had everyone was FUDing in their Telegram. Everyone was FUDing on Twitter because everything was down. They're FUDing the devs. They're saying the devs are shit and they weren't doing anything and they should market, do X, Y, and Z. They should do coal projects. And then for whatever reason, the floor price did like a 4x. And suddenly everybody's like, yo, Moonbird is like, this is what happens when you lock in, when you put your head down and you work. The devs haven't done a single fucking thing that was different. It's just the floor price that increased and everybody went haywire. The same exact thing happens in every single community I see. And BV is no exception. How much money do you have to be part owner? I don't think a lot. I don't think you even need to be a millionaire. Yeah, no, I don't think you need to be a millionaire. You might. It depends on what they're worth, and I just don't know what they're worth. May I look in Definity? Do you buy on? Yeah, you can buy on Uniswap. You can buy on OKX. You can buy on MEXC. You can buy on Coinbase Wallet. Going for the drop tomorrow. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm 100% going for Grogu tomorrow. Mando probably not. Well, it depends. I have something that might happen here today, and if it happens, yeah, I'll go. Oh my gosh, I don't. Guys, if y'all ever get into YouTube, don't tell people where you're going, because they're just going to be like, "I'll meet you there. You better visit when you're there. You better." And it's just like, bro, especially the opposite sex. The opposite sex is as bananas when it comes to. Okay, Ash Crypto Real says ETH to $10,000 programmed in. VeVe Digital Collectible. Oh, they retweet Tina Garcia. Her and Name Coast are doing their thing on Sunday for a type of. They're doing it for a type of Mother's Day giveaway. DB Crypto is saying, "Hey, Randy Chavez, loving the daCAT pumps, the ETH. Yep, 100% love it. I'm going to give him some hearts there." Oh, Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. Sorry, I just every now and then when you get a little special message, it feels nice. Raul Paul reposted saying, "I've been following Raul and Julian's macro and crypto work on Real Vision since November of 23, and I wish I'd found it sooner. Anecdotally, I would have caught Solana at $20 instead of $95 by about 3 to 4 months. With secular and cyclical trend investing, your timing will not be perfect, but you can nail the moving tracking the right leading indicators. In saying their macro investing tool data have released offered essentially for free. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I don't need to know about that. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Tina's mom looks just like her. Like, Tina's mom looks just like, oh my God. I love genetics. I really, really do. Like, genetics is awesome. Sorry, I got a friend over here saying question mark? Hey, what do you have in mind? Anywho, let's keep going here. Let's go over the rest of some of the stuff. Swiss president says that the U.S. and China trade talks are underway in Switzerland. The U.S.-China deal, I think, is very bullish. China has sent Xi's security czar to trade talks with the U.S., so let's hope for a trade deal soon. Definity is so undervalued. Vice President J.D. Vance is set to speak at the 2025 Bitcoin conference. So serious in scaling as in the future on the crypto facet available on the internet and targets the community for 1K. I'll show it for a month and get you on a stream to promote it. Okay. Let's continue on. You have the first appearance of Ghost. How do you fight a ghost? Iron Man faces that very real problem when a villain called Ghost starts some destructive haunting of Stark Enterprises. This release features VeVe exclusive rare and ultra rare covers by Greg Land and Rachel Rosenberg. I love her. Marvel's Iron Man number 219 from 1968 drops in blind box waitlist format with 5 cover rarities. Ghost was also in the most recent Thunderbolts, aka New Avengers movie. Love them. Early show, yeah. I've been here for about 2 hours. Ooh, oh yeah, oh yeah. I need some more food. I'm gonna make a sandwich later. I don't know what happened. I woke up and my hip was like broken, and I was in bed for like an hour. I finally got to the bathroom. I got in a discussion this morning. I had a couple of meetings, and then I got into the shower. I got out of the shower and I was trying to put on my pants, and I straight up collapsed. I like fucking woodied it. Like if you're in like Disney and you see like Woody, he's like, Andy's coming, and they go, like that's legit what I was. I completely fell. I like shattered the house, and I was like, oh my god. Hold on one second. Hey buddy, what's going on? Oh, okay. Email him that I'm going to be where he is tomorrow, because he's going to be somewhere tomorrow. I'm on stream right now, so I won't say where it is. But email him saying like, hey, my contact that I told you about is going to be where you're going to be tomorrow at that place, and I'll text you what it is and be like, he would love to he would love to collab with you. He'll be in a Vivv hat. To appreciate it. And he was in New York. Yeah, yeah. That yeah. Send him that email. Was it email or text that he gave you? Okay, it was probably the text number. So, but yeah, I'm shooting a message. Hmm? Okay. Okay, yeah, and just tell him like, hey, my friend that I told you about, he happened to see a video of yours saying you're going to be. Well, I'll shoot you a text. I'll shoot it to you on Messenger. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Bye bye. Somebody has a meeting with Gary Vaynerchuk tomorrow, and it's me. Okay, sorry. Give me a sec here. I'll be at the. Oh God, hang on. Oh, this freaking. Okay, hold on. I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright, baby. I'ma have the best fucking night of my life, and oh man. Um, card. All right. There we go. Okay, so yeah. I was planning to do this anyway. However, hold on, let me. Oh my gosh. Y'all can just smash that like button. That's a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, so super thanks button down below, super chats as well. Yeah, I guess I have a meeting with Gary V tomorrow. That'll be great. Give me 1 second here. Paid winners, too much dude, more flexible, pay per post, stake and nope. Give me, what's that? I'll show new guys in every stream for a month. Give me 1 second here. I have to give this guy a freaking. I have 661 people watching me right now. You will find a buyer. Okay, so yeah, I guess Gary Vaynerchuk I have a meeting with tomorrow, so that'll be great. Do you think daCAT is at a good price to take profits? When do you think it's going to moon? Well, listen, if you bought it like a $400,000 market cap, then yeah, it's a pretty good time. It's a decent time. Like you like 3x your money. So yeah, could totally do that. If you bought recently at like $1 million and now it's a $1.2 million market cap, then you can, and yeah, you would have locked in a little bit of profit. You would have had a couple of people that would be like, hey, why would you do that when there's a bunch of other stuff that's going to happen for the project? Again, I'm going to take it to a $10 million market cap myself by the end of the year. But yeah, if you bought at a $400,000, there's nothing wrong with taking a profit. And to be honest, I don't know how much you have. I'd rather you sell down here right now as opposed to when it's like $6 or $8 million or 10 or $20 million. When you have that much more and it could affect the price, I'd rather you buy here, or I'm sorry, dump here, and yeah, by all means. Gary V might just well, when I talk to, so a buddy of mine is like friends with him, like in gen, like they're friends, but even if you're friends with Gary V, you see, like, guys, the people that I'm friends with, and you see me in like Taps Trades, like we're friends, and I talk to him like a handful of times a year because we're both insanely busy. A lot of people you see here, like it's just I don't talk to them as often as you think. It's like we're here together and it's fun and it's fine, but it's a lot of times it's very, very, very hard. Very hard. Excuse me. Shiro Nico says that we're proud to work with the amazing team at Chain Audits, true professionals that have gone above and beyond to ensure the Shiro community is safe. 98 out of 100 on our DEX contract, 95 out of 100 on our AI sentiment staking. Shiro is building for MemeFi. Meow. You give a contact of meow. Damn, who's using MCP for tomorrow's drop? I don't think we need to. Maybe we might. I don't think we'll need to. I don't think we'll need to, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, if you're asking me for this shit, go at first. Percent of all revenue. No. For 200 in ETH, I'll talk about it right now while I have 670 people here. Okay. Let's keep on going here because oh shoot, I got out of this. First appearance of Ghost. Okay, so Granison Prime yesterday says, what did Ben do and why is he being let go? VeVe Digital Collectibles says, Ben's impact on our community platform expansion and growth initiatives have been lasting, and he leaves VeVe well positioned for its next phase. The leadership shift is forward-looking, empowering our founders to lead the business with sharper focus, with swift execution. Sharby Token says, let's go. The Queen is excited to be part of an epic lineup. Appreciate the love from the daCAT universe. Can't wait to see the comic drop. The future is collaborative, creative, and on-chain. Agreed. Meta with Facebook WhatsApp, Instagram planning to enable crypto stablecoin payments for the 3.3 billion users. This will be massive for adoption. Agreed. Cheers, mate. Oh, beer is so good. Beer is so much better. I talked about the Ben Rose stuff. Meow, 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 meow. Could be greater. How can we have? Yeah, how can we have a money problem if we made so much money in the bull run? It's really impossible to burn through such a war chest of a lean organization. A company can still run lean and not have a money problem, particularly when revenues slow down, so that they lower their chances of running into a money problem. Agreed. Let's try and try with hustle, bro. I'm hustling with this and barely making any money with it. Well, if you're barely making any money, hold on. Any money, there's no reason to shill it. Be advised, people pay me thousands per month, sponsor the channel. I gave you this one-time offer, 200 meow 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 to because you're a homie. Okay. Where was I? Abe says, thanks for jumping on, right? Of course, Abe. Of course, my bae. Of course, my bae from far away. Yep. I was got. So, listen. Let me drink some of this here. The CEO at the end of the day has one important job: more revenue, which happens to be exceedingly complex and hard. Ben wasn't able to do it, and I'm sure he was expensive. I'm pretty sure Vivv is probably has a run rate of probably 5 million a year, and their gross is probably 4 million a year. Their net is probably between $1 and $2 million. And I bet having the lawsuit behind them really helps. Generally speaking, businesses tend to raise money in about 18-month cycles. So I bet if they really needed to, they could, by the end of the year, they'll have millions of dollars raised, if not tens of millions. Partnering with a larger business like Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA, whatever, it doesn't matter. I sense that they'll be able to go in and say, we can do this. We can do X, Y, and Z. And then they'll be able to do relatively whatever they want. Anywho, let's continue on, shall we? Somebody posted in the Secret Rare OMI group saying, what is your #1 priority for OMI? Is it listings? Is it stacker buys? Is it stacker transfers? Is it OMI exclusive drops? VeVe utility? Now, I voted for VeVe utility with OMI, or I'm sorry, VeVe verse utility with OMI. Only 20% agreed with me. 53% wanted higher listings. They wanted a #1 or a top 2 listing. Fair point. That's what the community wants. What did Ben do and why is he being let go? VeVe had responded, Ben's impact on our community, platform expansion, and growth initiatives have been lasting, and he leaves VeVe well positioned for its next phase. The leadership shift is forward-looking, empowering our founders to lead the business with sharper focus and swift execution. Also, $10 trillion asset manager BlackRock is going to meet with SEC Crypto Task Force to discuss staking, options, tokenization, and ETF approval standards. Gotta love that. Bayberg, shout out to Bayberg, level 79, 2.3 million MCP points, and he's got level 79. He's a good egg over there. Andrew Detox saying, someone on CoinMarketCap claimed that they bought in Ben Rose to help with a lawsuit. Do you think this makes any sense? No, not at all. I mean, if it was outside of VeVe, sure, he could have had info on another project, and that's fine. But there's nothing like that for him on VeVe. Anyhow, let's move on, shall we? Let's take a look at what the crypto market's doing and see what we can learn from it. So Bitcoin is currently at $103,000. Ethereum's at 23.3. Just sent him a message. Awesome. Can meet with Gary Vaynerchuk tomorrow. I love this game. Let's take a look at what the rest of my stuff is doing here. DEVVE, let's take a look at what they're at, and they were so much higher. They're at 70 cents right now. Omar saying, no idea you're on stream. It's like, haha, all good. So DEVVE right now is at 70 cents, but they were at 76 cents earlier today, but it doesn't matter. A lot of the gains are from Definity. Definity's got 6% to 3.3 cents, and they are up 54% over the last 30 days, which is granted nothing compared to daCAT. That is up 150% over the last 30 days. Appreciate, bro. Let's kickstart a partnership with the shill for now. It's at $50. Sure. All right. I'm gonna tell you guys about this one thing while I get $50 here from ETH. Receive, copy. Okay. Send ETH there. And I'll do it. So that's over Definity, or I'm sorry, and daCAT. Let's take a look at the Shiro real quick. Shiro's up 11% on the day. They're doing really well. And comment down below anything you want me to go over. There's 700 people here. $5.5 million in volume, $17.4 million. When they reach a $20 million market cap, they will burn 2% of their supply. Very nice. And at $100 million market cap, which is like a 5-ish X from here, I'll get a Shiro tattoo. And 10 times the market cap from where daCAT is, at a $10 million market cap, I'll get a daCAT tattoo. Let me see what I need to do to get a DEVVE tattoo. Well, DEVVE's at already a $61 million market cap. Billion? I mean, 10x is 600 million. Oh, it's not $600 million market cap. 10x from here. I wouldn't have that much. I guess at a $7 is so little though for DEVVE. Oh, I don't want to do it. When DEVVE reaches $10, I'll get a DEVVE. I'll get a DEVVE tattoo. So I repeat. Let me go over something here. Let me X out of you. Let me go to you, and let me. Oh shoot. Okay. Let me go to DEVVE official. And Tom is not here, so I can say this. I just told my stream with 700 people that I'll get a DEVVE tattoo. Oh God, I can't say that because they don't allow. I'll have to go in their trading group. Okay, their trading group should have. Okay, just told 700 people I'll get a DEVVE tattoo at a $30 price point. Let's go. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, get them like $10, I'll probably do it. Arthur Toscano, so can we send Vivv? We can't, unfortunately, which I hate. I hate that so much. I wish we could. But unfortunately we cannot. But that's as of right now, though. I think eventually we'll have a way where we can do it. Shill group, I'm on YouTube chat. Just noticed the cat site when we add an ambassador program. Of course, shill daCAT. Of course, I'm shilling daCAT. Told 700 people I'll get a daCAT tattoo at a $10 million market cap. 700 people, wild times. Okay, all right, let's keep going here, shall we? I think I might have gone over most everything. Road to 10K Comics, Sean Berg says then we'll sell off everything that isn't a sub 9,999 min and then restack to 10,000 books again, but only mints below 9,999. And a specialization specifically on 1,999 and below mints and first 10 public mintings, sub 199s. Hold on, I might be able to. Oh, shoot. Gonna be dope as fudge. Crypto says the one building storylines, dropping comics, filming a movie, locking liquidity. Let me go say meow. Hold on, let me. Count. I did not receive additional Ethereum. Maybe it hasn't been sent yet. Count. Oh God, I don't need that. That is nuts. I'm about to show something here real quick. Sent, bro. Giving out packs. Oh yeah, so Gary Vaynerchuk is giving out packs of his V Friends series with Topps collabs. That would be great. I would love for that to happen. Let me go in. Bill to my audience. We'll talk about it later. Oh God, who is this? Oh, available tonight. Are you available right now? Are you available? Okay, cool. On a live stream right now. Want to come bill to 700 people? Okay, I got my $50 here, I think. Stupid. Okay, yeah. So every now and then you get a little bit of an opportunity. There's this guy that says he's scaling FreeOMI.com. Again, it's called FreeOMI.com and exiting it in the future. It's the only crypto faucet currently available on the internet that targets the OMI community. Shoot. Or is it saying, yeah, it's targeting the OMI community. Oh God, where am I? He says they've already paid some winners and says the business had generated $300 since its launch already. Lifetime payouts is $316. And it started at, well, that was paid on May 1st. If you go over to their BitLabs time wall, it says they have a couple of things that they're doing for, let's go over some of the games here. For Forest Cleaner, for Sky Manager, for a token launch, for a River Cache, for Secret Rare, a Block 1010. So there's a bunch of things that they're doing here. It says the potential is there and the concept is already proven. Today they've added games and other offers that people can complete to earn more OMI for free. And says, wish I could afford certain things at the moment. So because they've only done about $300, I guess in the last month, it's not a ton. Trying to be flexible. The site is freeomi.com and the X account is at OMI Faucet. And he's open to selling the entire site or not just part. I'll be like, all right, give me an elevator pitch as I'm talking about it right now. Let me see. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't do VeVe's gifts yet. So let me go in and do some other stuff here real quick. China deal is coming. Fed rates cuts are coming, and QE is coming. We will see the biggest bull run ever by the end of 2025. Ash Crypto Real says, be prepared. Like Scar in The Lion King. Breaking 100 million USDC was just minted at the USD Treasury. I'm not going to lie, that's not a ton considering you see billions printed like all the time. And VeVe Digital Collectibles says Ben's impact on our community. Actually, I'm going to go in and retake a picture of this. Let's go. Ben's impact on our community, platform expansion, and growth initiatives have been lasting, and he leaves VeVe well positioned for its next phase. The leadership is forward-looking. We love it. We love it. Oh, very good. All right, let's take a look at. Oh shoot, it's happening. What's happening? It's happening. Let's take a look at some other let's take a look at some other cryptos here. Let's go on to crypto Twitter, shall we? And see what else. Oh, okay. I got a buddy of mine that's about to come on soon. In 2 seconds here. Copy URL. Go to paste here. Come get this bread. But let's go to crypto Twitter, shall we? And let's see what we're all talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. I'm making my own decisions. Marion Awful says, Vivek for governor. Ohio GOP says yes. Ohio. The Ohio Republican Party just handed Vivek a golden ticket for governor with a 60-3 vote. And that's not a win. That's a beatdown. He dropped out of the 2024 presidential race, backed Trump, and now he's back with MAGA momentum and a red carpet from the state GOP. Trump Jr. is hyping him up. Rivals are rethinking their lives. And yes, he might face a football coach in the primary. Welcome to Ohio politics. Vivek leads Ryan in early Ohio. Oh, yeah. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it pumped. Buddy of mine might work for his campaign. Kid Arcade says, how do you feel about Mitch and Ben leaving? It's a good thing, save money. It's a bad look, has me worried. I'm just going to say not worried at all. I'm not going to say it's a good thing, but I'm going to say I'm not worried about it. I love food. I've got a small little Definity buy there for $100. You have Dom, Easy Boy says, Phil Kwok / Easy A says, just arrived at Royal Bank of Canada headquarters. Big meeting. They have $2 trillion in assets. And they want to know what's hot right now in Web3, where the builders are, and what Dom Kwok and I are seeing. We'll report back shortly. Make sure you're following. I'll say, would love to get you on the show to talk about all of this. Meow, meow, meow. And then Dom from Bullish Easy A says, big day for so many reasons, and I'll give him some eyes. I'll give him that eye emoji just to see what he's saying. Nancy May says, Newark's mayor found out the hard way. Federal law is not optional. One less sanctuary mayor, one big step for justice. Okay, cool. The Yapper says, do you prompt right or do you believe the narrative? Sink or swim number 2, prompt or be prompted. And I will ask my boys. Okay, so you go to FreeOMI page, and the FreeOMI page is, where is it? It's freeomi.com, and I will show the table and the roll button. So you can log in as an account. You can go in, and they have almost 1,000 users. They have 20,000 games played. Obviously, users are playing a bunch of different games. And there is 853,912 OMI that have been won by users. Free OMI faucet features, aka free OMI every hour for people that go in and sign up and do it. You have instant withdrawal, so you don't have to wait to get paid. With freeomi.com, you would get paid instantly once you reach our very minimum withdrawal amount. This OMI faucet will give away free OMI after clicking a button once per hour. The referral program is that you get 50% of whatever your friends earn with free OMI. That's right, 50%. Accordingly, they will get 50% from what the referrals make and would be incentivized to participate. So bring as many friends as you can. The sky is the limit. And there's free OMI promotions. You don't have to wait 1 hour to get free OMI. Follow us on Twitter to get free promo codes that will allow you to get extra rolls without waiting. This will increase your chances to win more, and why freeakomi.com is 100% unique. They go in and they do this and they say, open to selling the entire site. FreeOMI is an entertainment site that allows people to win up to $300 worth of OMI every 60 minutes. Users can visit the free rolls tab to earn more with free rolls. One link gives a free roll every 24 hours. users can too visit the Earn More tab to complete surveys, play games, and earn more tokens that can be converted into more OMI. It's a fun experience, and most importantly, it's all free. Yo, what's up, Pixie? How's it going?
Hello, how are you?
I am I one of those people that talk with that producer dude? Because I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling all right, baby. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I forget the name of that dude, David Exbergetta, whatever his name is. Anyway, so I know some people, but I am not some people. I'm going to uh, have a beer with
Hey,
everyone.
I am okay with it.
Okay, my
I
man.
just popped a top myself.
Okay. So when we talked on the last seat a couple weeks ago, I was super impressed with the animal charities that you guys do. And again, me as a former veterinary assistant, I worked in the field for nearly a decade before I joined the military. Love animals. I've dedicated my life to. I'm not like Robert Irwin, but I'm close. Where I'm going to dedicate 90% of my net worth by 2030 into these animal charities. I absolutely love what you're doing. And the ladies on Soul, just to give the 723 people here a refresh, can you give us a quick rundown elevator pitch on Ladies on Soul and what you're doing with the proceeds?
Yeah, for sure. My name is Pixie, and Ladies on Soul is a rewards token. It has a 10% tax. 5% of that goes back to the holders, 5% of that goes to the dev wallet, which is me. I am the single dev. There's not anybody else on the team because I can't trust anybody else other than myself with other people's money. And I did that because the dev wallet goes to charity. 100% of it goes to charity. I make the contributions, I screenshot the proof of the donations, post them in the Telegram, post them on Twitter, things like that. And I control that. I can trust me. I don't need to steal money from people. I bought Bitcoin in 2013. So, um, there's that. But yeah, I bought it for $13.50 per Bitcoin. Doesn't that make you want to
Oh,
vomit?
oh God, that's like there's like nothing else that's comparable to that. It's like saying like maybe you bought Apple in like 2002 and you held it for 20 years, and again, there's nothing that's anyone can say, oh yeah, that's similar to what I did over here. It's incredible.
Yeah, and
Um,
I didn't have on any pants and I was holding a Taco Bell sauce packet. So, like there's a whole story about the night that I bought Bitcoin, but that's for another day and another time. But and I've held on to it. I only sold one time and I bought a house with it. So, my plan is to use that money for an animal sanctuary. That's my retirement. I'm going to open an animal sanctuary. I actually have already submitted the paperwork to the IRS to make the Soul Sanctuary a 501c3. And the Soul Sanctuary is going to be the mothership for Ladies on Soul.
and
That will
that
get us the gold ticker on Twitter, and it's going to be a bona fide charity that people can donate money to directly, and they can write it off on their taxes. It will also be funded partially by Solana, which is why I named it the Soul Sanctuary. It's also a sanctuary for animals that are shit out of luck. They're SOL. So it's the Soul Sanctuary. My husband and I are currently looking for acreage. We have found 40 acres that we are working with our realtor to get them to come down off the price a little bit because it's just overpriced for no other reason than that. Um, and once we do that, we'll be putting in buildings and we'll be saving saving animals' lives. And that's
and
what
what
my goal is for life.
and what state is that in? I assume in America, but what state?
In Georgia.
Okay. Um, any part like so my goal is to kind of do that. I did make the declaration that at the time, and right now it still works, but it might differ in a few years. But at the time, Madagascar was the the place where there's the largest amount of endangered species. that I could help people, or I could help these animals by making them, sanctuary states. And I had a couple of buddies of mine that were from the military. So like, yeah, we'll do perimeter checks. We'll hunt these poachers. We'll heck them up. But those are for animals that they're endangered. But like, how many people like love lemurs? In the States, obviously, you have animals that people are familiar with. And Sven's asking, is it for dogs, cats? Is it everything? Is it endangered species? Can you tell us a little bit about the species that
I
you're going
mean,
to help?
if you want to bring a rhino to my sanctuary, you're welcome to do so. I'll figure out how to get a license for it. But it's originally or initially going to be for domestic domestic animals like dogs, cats, horses, such as those. Pigs. I could have some pigs. I could have me a little Wilbur. But uh, any animal that needs a place is my goal. I'll start with dogs and cats, obviously, because I'm familiar with them. And as I rescue more animals, I will do all of the education learning that I need to do. I do have friends that own horses, so I have that resource. I have friends that have farms. My sister in law has a farm, so I have resources that I can go to help with animals that I'm unfamiliar with, which is pretty cool. But my biggest plan and what I am most proud of, aside from saving animals from kill shelters, is I'm going to take those doggies and kitties and I'm going to vet them so they'll get full vetted. They'll be neutered, spayed. If they're sick, we'll fix it. If they have an injury, we'll fix it. And then I'm going to train them and donate them to veterans that suffer with mental health issues. So, a veteran with PTSD, the very best thing for them is not a pill, it's a dog. And that is studied and proven. So, if I can help a veteran that is suffering with PTSD in a way that's not shoving pills down their throat, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to work my ass off to do it.
There's I don't know where it was. So I kind of pride myself on being, I don't want to say like emotionless, like Good Charlotte, that song they had on The Young and the Hopeless. Um, but I kind of pride myself on being a little bit, especially as an investor, a little bit more cold, a little bit more calculating. But there was this one video I saw, and be advised, this is like my eighth drink today, so I'll get a little emotional. There was this, um, I don't even know where it was from, maybe on TikTok or something. There was this guy, you tell he was a veteran, and he was just having a really bad day, and he takes the gun, and he's about to do it. He's about to end it, and he's like screaming. He's like, "Ah!" And then his dog just like licks him on the face, and then he like snaps out of it. He's like, oh shit. And then he like hugs and kisses his dog, and he's like, yeah, it's just strange how animals have that really weird connection and a way of just snapping you out of things, and it
And
makes
there is
and save
nothing more
lives.
loyal than a dog.
Yeah.
Nothing. You can abuse a dog, you can beat a dog, you can not feed a dog, and they're still loyal to you. And anyone who abuses an animal anywhere within my vicinity, I will punch them square in the mouth. And I am 5'4", 122 pounds, soaking wet. So I'm a little girl, but I will go up against the biggest, baddest dude, and I don't give a crap. And partially because I married a 6'5" Marine. So what are you gonna say to me that he's not gonna take care of? So it gives me a little bit of a complex, but I'm not afraid for sure. But I'm going to save those animals too. I am not above going into someone's backyard to save an animal. I'll commit some felonies. It's okay.
So we should talk off camera about this. Although give me a couple of the beers, and I'll probably be ready to say it. In the private investigating arena that I did, this is back in New York, and New York is like very pro animal. They're pro, like they're super liberal, so they're like anyone that's super anti animal, they like kind of throw the book at. But yeah, there's it never happened to me, but there's a buddy of mine that like got caught of like dog napping and it wasn't like there's like this education barrier where people like these Karens are just like, let that dog inside, it's cold. It's like, it's a husky, it doesn't want to come
Right,
inside,
it's a
it's
husky.
completely chill right here. But there was this dog that was just it was absolute brick outside, my guy. It was so cold, and it was a pit bull. It didn't have a thick coat of fur, and it was gonna die. It was like freezing. And my friend Fred, he hopped over the fence.
Bobby.
He yeah, but he got it, and the dog was super chill. Went with it, and pit bulls are such like my favorite breed is pit bulls. Like working with the animals for like 10 years before the military was again, they're like my favorite breed. And there was like maybe 2 pit bulls that were like aggressive. The rest were like super sweet. And the person wound up saying like, hey, like, the cops got him. But they looked into it, and thankfully slash not thank like the person was owner. They found a fudge ton of meth in that house. They found everything in that house, and it's like, okay, you're getting arrested. This dog is going to go to like this pound. And my friend Mike that arrested is like, no, I got this. He went to the God, it wasn't the SPs. What was the name of that? It's a local North Shore Animal Shelter, and he's just like, hey, I'm going to take this. I know this dog. This dog's cool with me, and rescued him. So I guess one of my questions here is, and I know we'll totally get into crypto. How much time do I have you for? Because I feel like you might be pretty busy.
I can be here for as long as you need me to be. I'm laying out in my backyard, catching some rays, drinking some adult beverages, which is why I'm not on camera. I didn't figure you guys would want to see all this, or maybe you would. I
YOLO.
don't know. Maybe it
YOLO.
would help me sell Ladies on Soul. I don't know, but
Well, we can.
out of respect for myself and my husband, I'll keep this under wraps.
I understand. I do want to show. Oh, maybe I don't have it here. I don't have it here. There actually I could find it, but while I go and find it, I'll tell you something else. How do you feel about someone like the Tiger King? And the Tiger King was all like, yeah, I'm gonna have these like tigers like bred in captivity, but at the same time he like raised a bunch of money for these animals, like for sanctuaries and stuff. And again, he was very not a lot of the stuff that he did was like, okay, maybe these animals shouldn't be had by Americans with these super small backyards, but raising awareness for that. Like, how do you feel about something like that?
I don't think he had bad intentions. I think if someone were to do it with bad intentions and not donate to any kind of sanctuaries, not give the animals the best life that they possibly could, mistreat the animals, keep them in tiny little cages, that's not okay. The flip side of that is if that's the best that you can do for them and it's better than what they had, I'm all for it. But
Agreed.
I don't think that he had bad intentions.
I agree. You were talking about before, like kind of letting it all out. My friend Julie has an OnlyFans page where she's technically in a bikini, but she's reading parts of the Constitution.
I love
So,
it.
so by all means, you could have an OnlyFans page and clearly be, a little out there. Um,
So, side mission, I am part of a group called Task Hub, and they are a crypto project, and they are developing a website similar to OnlyFans, but they take less money in fees. So, where OnlyFans charges, say, 25%, and they take 25% of the creators' funds, Task Hub is only going to take, say, 10. So, the creator who's actually, putting their peach out there for everybody is going to get more of the money that they deserve for putting their peach out there. So I have kind of partnered up with them a little bit because I wouldn't say that I'm a feminist, but I wouldn't say that I'm not. I would say that it's your body, do whatever the hell you want to do with it. If you want to show it to everybody and that makes you feel good about you, do it. If you want to show it to everybody and that's how you support your family, do it. It's your life. Live it however the hell you want to, and who am I to judge you? So I've partnered with them, and I will not be showing my body, but people in the crypto space do love to hear me talk. So I will literally just be on there as a creator, like reading bedtime stories.
I know. I think Kimber had that promise where at ladies at what market cap was it that she releases her
1
OnlyFans?
million. 1 million.
1 million. And right now, so y'all had a pretty good day, up 27% on the day to a
Yep.
$50,000 market cap, which if anyone that knows crypto is stupid low. And you guys have so it's really just a 20x. And if you guys were at like a $50 million market cap, I'm like, okay, 20x $1 billion, that's a lot.
So if you look
But
at the price point, it is the same as a 500K market cap project. And that's because we only have 100 million supply. So we have, what is it, 10% less supply, or no, 90% less supply than everybody else. Everybody else has a 1 billion. We have 100 million. So there's not a lot of ladies on Soul out there to begin with. And the actual price is the same as 10 times what our market
yeah.
cap is.
Did you guys rebrand? Because it says that it's only like a month old. Did you guys have like a community takeover?
No. I added new liquidity, and apparently I did it from a different wallet, so it created another liquidity pool. And I
Oh,
didn't know that. Like, I didn't know that it was a different wallet. I've got, hell, I don't know, probably like 9 different wallets, and I usually put one project in 1 or 2 wallets. If I have more than like 3%, then I'll split it and put it in different wallets. So
gotcha.
I actually have 3 wallets of Ladies on Soul because I didn't want one of them to have too much, but I still wanted to kind of control the supply because you can't hurt me if you can't control me, right?
Yeah.
So, and one of my wallets is actually huge, and I'm working with the dev of Distribute to try to figure out how I can lock those tokens but still get rewards on those tokens because those rewards are going to charity. So there is like a 10% wallet, and I know that that's really scary, but you can look at it and it has never sold. It has done nothing but buy, and that's me.
Okay.
And not to toot my own horn in any kind of way, but I don't need y'all's money, animals do.
Yeah. So part of the reason why I asked you on here, one because I love your mission, and again, it's very similar to the mission that I have, just to help animals. And but the other reason is that so marketing, I know that it's hard to get your, well, I don't want to say like it's easy to just like talk about it, go into a random space, go into random whatever, and then kind of show your stuff. But um if people don't see, like investors, if they don't see like, okay, what are they, it's nice for a one time, like, yeah, I'll kind of donate to this or I'll buy this, and because it's a good cause, good charity. But if people say like for a business, and if they don't care about that, they'll be like, hey, what's the potential ROI here? um I think that having something with revenues might help a little bit. And do you talk business on screen or do you talk it off screen? Because I can.
Usually off screen, just because I have ADHD, so I'm paying attention to like 18 things at one time. And part of that is the 7 dogs that I have out here with me right now. But that's okay. We can talk a little bit of business. I'm not opposed to
Okay.
it. Just know
So,
that if I trail off, that I'll come back. You just gotta kind of rope
okay.
me in a little bit.
So I have so me and Aldalda from Sharby, we had you on the last seat, and her Sharby token, their character is in my daCAT comic that'll be on VeVe. VeVe is that high-end digital collectibles company. They do hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. They have like 34,000 signups for their VeVe Comics app. And even though there's of 100,000 wallets that have collectibles in it, there's really only like 900 to 1,000 wallets per day that are active. So obviously, a fraction of that. But there's what a lot of people are doing. or at least a lot of communities are doing, is they're going to get on VeVe Comics. So I have Sharby, I have Crappy Bird, and I have Chaos on the Chains that have given me money so that I can pay the artists. So I can be like, hey, let me write this comic with your characters in it. We'll get a bunch of eyes on VeVe, and we'll go and do that. The Shiro community, they had already had a comic, and they're like, well, it's only 10 pages, so they have to make it towards like 16, 18, 20 pages, whatever it is. Like, but we'll do it ourselves. We already have this. It's already done. And what they'll be able to do is, with their completed comic, anyone, it doesn't matter if it's a great comic, or it doesn't matter if the comic is just a picture book with no words. If it sells out and it makes a lot of money, VeVe will give you a drop, meaning that they'll go in and say, hey, you made a lot of money. Your best character in this book, let's make a high-end 3D digital collectible about them. And then we'll do a drop for them for their digital collectibles. And that's going to be great for our communities, for Shiro's, and I think Vault Inu is going to go on that soon. I had an idea, though, that if we can get more users on VeVe, like if you guys have, a couple hundred holders, you guys have, obviously a very active Telegram, very active X, I would offer to write your comic for a very cheap amount. And I assume there's somebody in your world or in your community that is a good artist. If I write a comic for you guys for very cheaply, I don't know if that's the right word, and somebody else draws it, because if you get like a legit comic artist, it's like a couple $100 per page, and that's a lot. But if they can draw it, I'll get you guys on VeVe Comics. And if you guys can manage to market it, and I'll shill it as well, I'll go on here and be like, hey, buy ladies comics because a portion of the proceeds are going to go to charity for animals, and that's my thing. And you sell out, you guys will get a drop, and that's, you'll be shoulder to shoulder with Marvel, Disney, Universal, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Star Wars, all that. Is that something that you'd be open to?
Sure. And I actually I have this idea in my head,
Okay.
and maybe you can tell me if it makes sense. So currently, I have 7 dogs, right? 5 of which are rescues. One is my protection trained Belgian Malinois, and one is my 16-year-old Beagle that I've had since he was 5 weeks old. The other 5 I've either rescued off of the street or rescued from a high kill shelter. I want to make like NFTs for my dogs, but then every dog that we bring into the sanctuary. And then like I'll name it after that dog that we take into the sanctuary, and like whoever buys it or whoever collects it can like follow along with that dog's story. And like the portion or whatever they pay for the NFT goes directly to that dog, training them, helping get them to a deserving family, and helping that family with them if necessary.
Okay.
I just don't know how to put that into practice.
Well, I have a bunch of ideas, and what we could do is, I mean, I've already written the first 2 comics of daCAT, and the third comic is already halfway written. So I don't want to be like, hey, I'll take this fee, and you're not going to be actually on VeVe for like 8 months from now until we release like the third comic. But what I would do is I would have a character, and her name would be Lisa, or her name would be Anne, or like, well, whatever the name is, and it would be a comic based off of that. And with this type of stuff, like you, maybe not you, but in the veterinary field, sometimes you see more death than life on certain days.
Yeah, I'm a trauma nurse, so I
Oh
get
yeah,
it.
so yeah, you fucking know. So it would be, I'm not gonna lie, it'd be rough. It'd be a rough comic. So that's my first idea of just a dog being abused or dog being whatever. But then like I don't know, through like some spiritual awakening or some like anger, like a Dragon Ball Z type of like uh um this woman like goes in and fucking like gets revenge and just starts murking people. And then the and we could do it like a super like
That would be me.
PG way, where these dogs are just like, no, we don't want the human, like, you're going to be arrested if you keep doing this. You're going to be a bad person. You're not the people. Like, you ever see the show Recess?
Yes, I think so.
So there's a guy named Gus on there. He's like the new kid of Recess, but in his old school, he was called El Diablo because he could take the kickballs and he would be really good at dodgeball. He would just fucking murk people.
Nice.
And then this like little kindergartner that he's like a big brother of, he's like, who you decide, are you Safety Man or El Diablo? Who are you? Who? And I'd want to have this woman like have this like internal battle of like, am I the reckoning? Am I the protector of these? Do I let these dogs go? Do I let them be free, or do I force them to stay? Like, here I can use my powers of pew pews to protect them from harm, but do I have the right of keeping them from living as they choose? Which is more important? Is it their safety, or is it their freedom? And I just have, and again, this is off the top of my head, and these are just the ideas that I have. So we'll talk further about it, but
A
if it's
cool
written by,
ending to that would be, she chooses to let them have their freedom and then they choose to stay.
so good.
Because that's a
So
dog. That's
yeah,
loyalty.
so if you choose me to help write the comic, like it's going to be good. Shiro had uh this challenge saying like, hey, whoever writes a short story for Shiro, it's like a meme coin, like, it will, you win a contest. And I thought about it in 2 minutes. It took me 11 minutes to write, and I won. And I won the contest. So if you choose to have me write, it's going to be good. And because it's a contest, or because it's a comic where some of the proceeds will go to the charity, again, it's gonna do pretty well. Sleeping Dogs, right? Yeah, and I feel like no matter, I used to network for Levittown Animal Hospital. It doesn't matter what your position in life is. You could be a CEO, you could be a janitor, you could just be a veteran, you just be, most people really like dogs. Most people really like pets, and even like the introverts that like hate people. Most introverts are just like, oh, I just want to go home and chill with my cat. I just want to go home and chill with my, like, their animals are like more important to them than people. And the comic will do really well. Like I said, I'll write it for super cheap. But yeah, let's get the spread. You ready to get the spread?
I think it's a great idea. I
Okay.
think we should definitely run with it.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Again, I'll get you on the app. And now most likely it'll do what it does on the app, and it'll do, you'll get a certain amount of revenue. But I will say, and I have this deal with two other companies or two other IPs, if it happens to be picked up by like a crazy large comic book thing, and I would want to renegotiate my rate for writing. So I'm just gonna throw that out there at first. And I hope all the elf lectures drop even more. Anyway, for the ladies on Soul, do you have any right now? Are there utilities for it? Are there like, can I buy merch with it? Can I buy what can I get with the ladies on Soul for the crypto?
What happened? I just dropped out and
Yeah,
had to like sign back in, but
there's two of
I'm
you. Let
back.
me.
Oh, there's two of me.
Okay,
There
there we
can
go.
only be one. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good deal. I
Yeah. So
came in the
with some of
house
the
to get a
utilities.
snack and I ended up like dropping out. I don't know what happened.
But yeah, what's the like? What can we get? Can we buy merch with the ladies on Soul? Can we go in and if you have a certain amount and you like hold it for a certain amount of time, do you get rewards? Like, what's some of the utilities that you get with it?
So we are gonna do some merch. Kimber is gonna drop some content. Some other community members are giving away Soul at certain market caps. And I myself am giving away 1.5 Bitcoin
At what market cap?
at 10 million market cap, which is not that far away based on the scarcity of the coin. We
Does
only
it
have
go?
100 million.
So the 1.5 Bitcoin, is it like, okay, the top 10 wallets get the lion's share of it, then the top 20, then top 30, or is it going to be random pop?
So one person who holds at least 100,000 ladies tokens doesn't sell it and doesn't transfer it from the time they buy it all the way to the 10,000 market cap, they will win one entire Bitcoin.
So one person gets a whole ass Bitcoin at $10 million market cap. And what about the other half of the Bitcoin? What about
the other half is going to go to two people who don't have to hold ladies. They just have to be a really freaking cool member of the community. Like they need to be rating and shilling. Hang on. My husband's called me. Hang on.
Tell him I said hi. Tell him that Air Force is better. Let me mute her while she's there. Yeah, so listen, man, like if you really want me to unblock you and you think that we could have a good dialogue, sure, I can. I've just, regardless of what VeVe does, it seems that you're just super negative and just not helpful at all and just not open to a dialogue. So, but again, if you 100% want to say like, hey, let's have a dialogue, sure. Just let me know. Let me know. Okay, you're back off mute.
I don't know. I don't know what that was. Were you talking to me?
No, I was talking to this dude
Okay.
that he was just like he said something on X that was completely 100% false, but acted like it was true, and it wasn't the first time that he did that. And I was like, okay, I'm just done. I'm gonna block you. But then he said like, hey, listen, he gave me a couple of small super chats back in the day, and he was a little salty about it. I was like, listen, if you want to actually have like a dialogue of stuff that's actually going on, I'll unblock you. Let me know if you want me to. So, but yeah, that was that. So anyway, you were saying?
I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, I think your husband was going on and doing.
Yeah, he wanted me to let one of my other dogs downstairs.
Yeah. So
what was I talking about? Oh, the 0.25. So 0.25 BTC will go to two community members who just have to be awesome community members. They don't have to hold ladies at all. They just need to be in the community, like keeping things hype, like coming into VC, supporting us on spaces, like smashing the raids, just doing like community member things. And people are paying attention to that and they will nominate the people that they see the most. And obviously, I'm in there day in and day out, and I will also see who's most active. And at the same market cap, at 10 million market cap, from the list of nominations, we'll put it into a randomizer, and that's who will win. Two people, 1/4 of a Bitcoin each.
Okay. Very nice. You have a lot of people here that are very, very excited for it. Sleepin says that should make anyone with a rescue should make anyone with a rescue make an NFT. I feel like that's probably a good idea. This way, people can kind of support that rescue. So, how do you think you might be different from like a Best Friends Animal Society or an Animal Welfare Institute? Is it just going to be like a local thing and it'll be like a hometown hero, or
No,
eventually
it's
you think?
not. So there's another guy who's pretty big in this space, and he lives in Miami. And he is going to have a charter of my charity, and he's going to open it in Miami.
Okay, so you'll have two. So you start off with two locations, one in Georgia and one in Miami.
Correct. His is probably a little bit farther off than mine, but we've already like laid the foundation.
Okay. And all right, so with the token, is it like a rising floor token? You said so you're the only one that has put liquidity into it right now, right?
Correct. And I'll be adding some more here in a little bit. Maybe
Okay.
Monday.
All right, very cool. And is there anything that you want to say as far as the token holders, like, hey, we'd really rather you not own more than like 5% of the token if you want to go in because we want to be kind of anti-whale? Or is it along the facts of like, no, whoever wants to buy, they can buy, but also kind of
I
keep it
am
back?
of the mindset that people are going to trade how they trade, regardless of any stipulations that I may or may not set.
Okay.
Just respect the chart. Don't be dumb. Just respect the chart. That's all I ask.
Okay. And then ladies on Soul. So I'll take a look at you guys right now. So there are almost 2,000 members and 200 of which that are online right now. So they're pretty good. And the volume for today is like 1,400. What's the average volume for you guys? You think 1 to 2,000 generally?
It really depends on the market, honestly, just
Yeah.
like every other project, right? And the rewards tokens are a little bit more difficult because I can't do a volume bot because the gas fees would eat it up. So
Yeah.
I can't fake volume like a regular project could. So what you see is what you get for sure.
Yeah.
Some days we don't have much volume. Some days we have a lot. It's just the market is what the market is, you know?
Yeah, the market has been mostly not good from January through like most of April, and then the last couple weeks it seems to have been picking up quite a lot. Um, so right, obviously you have me that'll write the comic, and we'll go on the the VeVe app. Is there any other? Do you actually have a marketing wallet? Be like, hey, we have this for Kohl's, we have this for um, random YouTubers, random X Spaces,
We
giveaways.
we have me for that.
Okay,
I actually don't make anything off of the coin. I did it solely for animals and the holders. And my personal opinion of KOLs is probably a little bit different from most people's. I am of the mindset that because from experience, I have seen KOLs front run and then dump.
yeah,
And although that does bring volume, it just kind of sends the wrong message to me. I would rather put myself out there, talk to people, let them get to know me, let them see that I am incredibly transparent. And if I had a decent amount of clothes on, I would be on camera. Like, I am completely fine with doxing myself. Like, you won't find anyone more honest or transparent in the crypto space, period. And I want people to know that about me personally. I don't want some random KOL with a botted following on Twitter making their own narrative. I would rather be the one to do it.
yeah. So in that case, what I've done for a couple communities, whether it's Crappy Bird or whether it's Moon Credits or even Shiro, I'll go in and I'll say I'll waive most of my fees for the stuff, and I'll charge a super small amount. I'll take some tokens, but I will, and well, I don't want to take tokens if you guys only have like 10% or 5%. How much of the supply do you guys have? That's in like the business development wallet.
So I have 20%. I,
Um,
I am the only team. It's just me. I have a
okay,
community and then I have me. And I actually don't like to give out supply. I would rather just give you money. Because if I give you money, then you can buy your own supply and then you can
it's
do
true.
with it what you'd like. If I give you supply, I give you power.
Yeah. Um, well, so for any of the other stuff that I've done, whether it's Shiro, Crappy or Definity, Definity, I've never sold, and part of the reason I've never sold is a lot of crypto's down. But even for let's say like Shiro, I told them that I wouldn't sell until $100 million market cap, and it's not like they're like an $80 million market cap now, and yeah, just rise like 20%, and I'll go in and sell. They're like a $17 million market cap. I think they were $14 million when I first started. They sponsored the channel. I would have said whatever tokens we came to a conclusion, I would sell at maybe like 500,000. I would be able to sell at a $500,000 market cap. I would 100% respect the chart. I would sell like a little bit when it like kind of goes up. I wouldn't sell like obviously when on a down day. Um, but But yeah, even if we go to the actual money version, I'd buy some tokens, and I would tell you I wouldn't sell until it gets to a certain amount.
And the
And then
cool
the
thing is you get rewards. So the money is just sitting in there, and then based on volume, you make money.
Yeah.
And I can either do that in another token, like sometimes I can partner up with another token, which I'm going to do Monday, and they are going to reward in ladies tokens. And oh my God, my husband, he's in charge of feeding the dogs right now, and apparently it's a problem.
If you need to go for like a minute, like let me know.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
So I am going to put ladies, I'm going to set it to reward in their token. So their holders will get my token, and my holders will get their token. And then they will also get rewarded. It's like double rewards because then they're going to hold both tokens and they're going to get rewarded in both tokens.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. I currently have it set to soul, so you get rewarded in soul. And there is a 1% whale cap.
Okay.
So that 10% wallet that's mine is going to get the same amount in rewards as the person with only 1%. And that's the only way to do it fairly. If not, then I would be taking all the rewards, because I have the biggest wallet. So that's why there's the 1% well cap. So if you have 2% of the coin, you're only going to get the same amount of rewards as the person who has 1%. If you have 5%, you're still only going to get the same amount as the guy who has 1%.
Okay.
And that just kind of like spreads the wealth a little bit.
And if I were to go in and I have $11 in Salon. Okay, hold on. Let me buy something here real quick because I don't have any soul. I typically have like a bunch of ETH stuff, so let me buy some soul, and I'll buy super small amount. Only a 3% fee on Coinbase. Very nice. So I'll send myself a little soul, and I'll buy a super small amount of the ladies so that this way I have the address for it. Where's my receive? Oh gosh.
And we have competitions in the Telegram at random times. Like we have one right now that's like a buy competition. So the biggest buy, no matter how big it is, so the biggest buy could be 0.15 soul within the tier of 55 market cap to 65,000 market cap.
Mm-hmm.
They get 150,000 ladies tokens.
Nice.
And then from 65 to 75, I think it's like 175 or 175,000. And then like 75 to 100 might be 200,000 ladies tokens. And I'm doing that as a way to build the floor. Because typically, what I've seen is the people that are holding, like they're holding. There's not a lot of play going on in the chart. Obviously, people are going to sell, but there's not a lot of buying low and selling high just to buy low again.
Okay. So I
So
will.
we're doing buy competitions. And, at any given time, like I bought Bitcoin at $13.50 per coin. So at
Yeah.
any time, I could drop another Bitcoin giveaway just because I feel good that day, or just because Bitcoin is on the move, or just because it's Tuesday. I don't know. For any reason, I could drop any kind of giveaway just to kind of create some hype. And that's what it's all about. Me and these little doggies. And I'm also making mascots because I think it's important to have a mascot. So my current pups are going to be the mascots of the coin. So it's not just going to be one. We're going to have several.
Okay.
And they're going to be getting into trouble all the time in their little memes. Isn't that right,
So
Nelly?
I am now swapping $69 in Soul. Everyone comment nice down below for the 69. And I'm going to get a little bit of ladies on Solana. So super small buy, but this way at least I have the address now, and I'll have now I have a Soul address. I actually didn't have Soul before this, so that's nice. And then yeah, we'll get that bread, and then
Well, we appreciate all buys, big and small.
Bodes well for me that small size is impressive. Okay, anyway, we yeah, we have a good yeah, it's a good day for crypto. It's a good day for a lot of stuff. So I'll and Shiro's almost at that $20 million market cap. So it'll be good times. What I'll do is, like I said, I guess I'll have to again. We'll at first when I had offered someone like it was like $50 a page, and I was like, okay, you know, that might be a lot because a lot of the artists they tend to charge like even like the decent ones are like 200 a page. I was like, okay, it's going to be a lot if you do like a 25-page comic. I'll do it for a super cheap amount, for like less than half that per page. And then, do you guys have an artist in your community?
I have several, actually.
Oh, okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Whoever is the best, or even what, are they in the Telegram? Where's the best place to contact them?
They are in the Telegram, and we could even do it as a competition. Like, submit your art, win a prize. So we could
Okay.
make a competition out of it too.
Okay, that'd be great. So I'll do like a page or two, and then I'll go in and be like, hey, whoever likes, I like the best, then we'll go and do that. And especially if that doesn't cost, if they're going to do it for like either super cheap or for free, that's perfect. Because again, on VeVe, like you'll have your community that'll be, and maybe we'll do a crossover with daCAT at some point. But you'll have your community that like, yeah, I'll buy it because one, it's very good content. It'll be a great story. And be a little sad. And then there's going if it's good and it's going to be there'll be other YouTubers that'll go and pick it up and they'll be like, hey, I read this comic and it's pretty wild. Um, so it's not like it's going to be fallen on your community to like buy everything. Like there'll be other people that'll buy it as well, especially because I'm writing it. And yeah, I anticipate very good things happening.
Well, I love it. I'm here for it.
All right. I will get that bread and I've been 3 hours now. You've been here for like half hour, give or take. Anything you want to go over before we bounce?
I think we've covered pretty much everything, but I don't mind stopping by anytime I'm available.
Okay, perfect. So I guess I have you on X. I guess on your Telegram you only have like the sponsor or whoever buys like the Telegram premium can message you.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, I can take it off real quick so you can send me a
oh no,
message.
that's fine. Like if X is a good way to contact you, then that is fine.
Yes, and send me your TG name and on X, and then I can message you and
Okie
add you to
doke.
my contacts, and then you can message me.
I don't know how to. All right, hold on. My profile is my profile. Is how you do it? Oh God, hiccups. Okay. Oh yeah,
You're
here we go.
growing.
Yeah, I'll go to the Pixie and then I will go to the Okie dokie. We're good.
Perfect. I appreciate you so much for inviting
Yeah,
me.
of course, of course. I'll get back to the VV stuff now and all that, and which the VV. So I'll go in and I'll get you a referral code. Actually, I can get the referral code link is down below on YouTube for the I'm sorry the VV app. That's the
Hmm.
second link that's down below. Once you go on, you can apply for your own referral code, and then this way, every time somebody that signs up using your referral code, you'll get like $10. They'll get $10 in free gems though, and they could buy whatever. Um, and then what I might so right now and I have the same thing with daCAT, which is my IP. Like the $5,000 in volume is not going to be enough. But however, if we can like get this pumping, I promised Shiro and I promised Omi that I'll get them on the DEVVE exchange. They roll out later this year, and that's something where you don't even have to give up your custody of your crypto in order to trade on there. If we can get the volume up, we might be. So right now it's Shiro and Omi. I promised it. For Volt Inu, they have a couple 100,000. I don't know if that'll be enough. I'll see. But if we can get the volume up, then we can get the spread.
I love
Get
it.
one.
I do want to give a shout out to two other communities that have helped me a ton, 3 actually, that have helped me a ton. Obviously, TaskHub, who I'm going to be a creator on. There's another project that's called Hydron. They create Telegram bots and meme bots. I had surgery last week, and they actually stepped in for me in my TG and made sure everything ran smoothly while I was unavailable and while I was literally under anesthesia. I also have TNT they've done the same thing for me. So I will never not give them a shout out just because they have helped me so much in the crypto space, and they didn't have to come into my project to make sure everything was running smoothly. They could have just let people go completely rogue, but they didn't. Like, they're friends of mine, they believe in me, they believe in the project, and I will never not shout them out.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for everything. I'm just going to go and shout out Ladies on Soul, which they are giving me. Unfortunately, it's saying you're. Well, I guess fortunately, saying you're up infinite amount on Ladies on
Woo!
Soul because they won't give you a value, so you're up infinity.
That's
Thank you
right,
so much
to
for coming
infinity
on.
and beyond.
And beyond. Thank you so much for coming on. Always, I can't wait to meet up with you and collab on our charities in the future. And there's a lot of stuff that I'll send your way in the future.
Perfect. I love it so much. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. 30-second recap of what happened lately with the Vivv held OMI since season 1. Okay. Held OMI. Okay, you held OMI since season 1. MTs last bought 2 or 3. Well, they've been scaling down, and I don't know if you've ever seen Cobra Kai, where John Kreese has said like addition by subtraction, and the addition by subtraction. Oh my goodness! Okay, sorry, getting rid of my blankie over there. The addition by subtraction is how do we get more money? Oh, I can watch but not join. Okay, let me give my fam over there a share, a copy link. I will go over here and I will give her a dis. Sending. Sorry, SpongeBob references over there. Yeah, so they will give a season. They're adding to their war chest, and they are taking money that would have gone to paying Mitch and would have gone to paying Ben, and they're reallocating that out. So where are they allocating it? I have no idea. I'm not a part of the team. A Vivv, OMI, Stacker. I've never been a part of them. But they're going to take that money, and now you have found money. Where can you reallocate that? Joe Monacal says you have 20% supply. You need to lock it in at least. Serious about the project. Well, I mean, listen, it's yeah, so 10% right now is liquidity just based off of her, and you see my super tiny. Oh no, maybe you don't. Hold on, let me. They actually don't have my buy on there. I bought $69 worth. Listen, like 11-12% of the liquidity on there is from her. Now, granted, I've talked to her like twice, but she's always seemed very upfront. She always seemed very like a no nonsense. And again, she's very nice. I don't want to say that she's like a no nonsense, like a hard ass. Very nice, but also she doesn't seem to lie. And I'm very good at determining whether people lie or not. And she seems to be doing a very good job. The liquidity isn't locked, but again, I put in like $70, and like if it goes to zero, like I'm not gonna say I don't care. Like I want to see this project survive. And again, I'm gonna go write a comic. Once I'm done here, I have to utilize the latrine. I have to make a PV. Oh my god, my shoulder. Oh my god, my hip. Sorry, my body is just betraying me right now. Yeah, and I would feel bad at selling too. like again, don't get me wrong, it's for a $50,000 market cap. It goes a couple $100,000, you know, a couple extra money here. But I don't think I would want to. I think I'd want to. I did that just so I can support, and also so I have a ladies. So I have a ladies address and I have a soul address, just however they want to pay me. In front of you for years, spreading misinformation for each. Okay, let's go on X and let's see what. Well, actually, let's go. It's been a while. Let's go on to CoinGecko and see what's going on here. So $103,000 for Bitcoin, $2,300 for Ethereum. We have a good amount of gains over the last 24 hours. Oh God, hiccups. That hurt a lot. Trump tokens up 15%. I think yesterday, Pepe was up like 50% yesterday. It's up like 11% on the day right now. It's a $5 billion market cap. Pro the Doge was buying at like $4.5, $3 billion market cap. So I think he's up now. And again, Trump up 15% at a $2.8 billion market cap. Let's go to some stuff that I typically don't talk about. Let's talk to Flow and see what they're doing. They're up 6.5% to 43 cents. Very nice. And we'll talk about Illuvium and let's see what they're up to. $16. I think Wes had said he would buy at Wes, I think you said you would buy at $5. It hasn't gotten there yet. So if you take a look at Ladies, which is not on CoinGecko, but it is on Gecko Terminal, be advised that 20% of the supply of Ladies that Pixie, who was just on, plans to lock it up. And she's working with the developer of the Launchpad to figure out the best way to do it because the rewards from holding it go to charity. So again, there's lots of reasons to go in and purchase that. There's lots of reasons to go in and not just purchase that and like, yeah, when it does like a 5x, I'll do a quick flip, take out my initial deposit. There's a lot of reasons to hold it as well because the rewards for holding it go to charity. And I'm gonna go super psychologist on your ass, like put $1,000 in there and like, yeah, can you not afford to hold that? Are you like some type of beta male bitch that you just, yeah, I need those rewards so I can like feed myself, like be a sigma, be an alpha, go over and like hold it and make that stuff go to charity. Again, just gonna call people out over there. Bill, info that Ben bought. Yeah, there's 0% evidence that there's 25%. Again, I know the numbers. I know what he has. I know what he bought. It's nowhere near 25%. I don't know where he got those numbers. Maybe he thought he heard that number and maybe he was mistaken. Well, he's definitely mistaken. Or he's just trying to promote FUD and misinformation. Again, I don't know. Again, I don't really know. Well, based on his post, I feel like I know him, but who knows? Also, it's actually 16%. 16% of that supply is planned to being locked up. And again, Pixie is working with the developer of the Launchpad to figure out the best way to do it because the rewards are going to go to charity. Again, just throwing that out there. Other things that I will throw out there is if you go to FreeOMI page, which is freeomi.com. FreeOMI is an entertainment site that allows people to win up to $300 worth of OMI every 60 minutes. And users can visit the free rolls tab to earn more free rolls. And one link gives a free roll every 24 hours. Users can too visit the Earn More tab to complete surveys, play games, and earn more tokens that can be converted into more OMI. It's a fun experience, and most importantly, it's all free. And you can follow them at OMI Faucet over on X. For anyone who's looking for an easy-to-run business, this can be a great opportunity with a lot of earning potential. This is sponsored by them. They should have also, there's a lot to show on the actual website from the inside. Again, just throwing that out there. And again, like there's a ton that I want to do with Ladies on Soul. Unfortunately, my $69 buy is not showing up on there, but it's okay. Who we got here? Wes says I will still buy Illuvium at $5. I imagine you will. Imagine a lot of people will buy at $5. I'd buy a ton at $5. So good, well done, very thank you. Like this Pixie, yeah. My friend says she likes this Pixie, saying that she gets it on a level never heard before. Smart lady, agreed. There's a storm coming. Heck, Coinbase, seriously. What is Coinbase doing? Oh, they won't release the whales funds until next Thursday. That is dumb. Coinbase is dumb. Indeed, heck, Coinbase. And two on my, oh my God, I had 2 whales on a buddy of mine's couch to buy daCAT, and they got blocked because Coinbase says, yeah, we're going to hold your funds until Thursday. Really hope whatever it is going to be fixed shortly. That's how you know crypto is not a scam. They make it impossible to take people's money. Having to use a debit card is easier, but try checking account, Apple Pay, PayPal, debit card, it all failed. Literally errors on everything. That is wild. Banks don't want you taking that money and putting it into crypto, which is wild. Oh, it shows up on one of the liquidity pools that I purchased a small amount, but it does not show on Gecko Terminal, which is wild. Gecko Terminal's a little, I guess they're a little, it's false. I guess Gecko Terminal doesn't want us to be great. Anyway, the banks don't want us putting our money and putting it into crypto. Could double the price by then. There's another way you can wire the money from a bank directly to Coinbase. Probably moving way more money. Yep. The wire failed too. The name wasn't searchable from their bank app, which is wild. I think anything over 5,000, they flag it. Looks like 10 trillion. Oh my God, there's gonna be so much freaking daCAT that's gonna be bought next week. God damn. Someone buys, that is so much money. We're gonna have to, yeah, we're gonna have to buy after to support the purchase. Those 2 separate people. Dude, daCAT is gonna go to the freaking moon. Ladies on Soul says hello, hello. We love them. We love them that they're coming out here and they're supporting us. Oh my goodness. Look at this baby. Look at the little paws. Look at that little face. I just want to smush. I assume y'all know what cute aggression is. Cute aggression is when like your mind just doesn't know what to do with so much cute, so you want to crush it. Oh my God, that's adorable. Pit bulls are my favorite breed. Definitely one of my favorite breeds. Okay, and yeah, there's a small buy that I guess they called me a sniper. I don't know why they called me a sniper, but I guess I am. Oh, this is Nelly. Oh my God, Nelly is such a cute freaking rescue. I love Nelly. I want to steal Nelly away from her. I want to steal her away, and she's gonna be my Nelly. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, it's wild. It's 100% wild. Call me filthy. 100% wild. Let's go back to crypto Twitter and see what's going. Oh lordy. Okay, Lofi the Yeti says steps, bags, and be like, would love to see a comic. Shoot me a DM because I want to get Lofi on here as well. We gotta love him. Gwen Jacobs, aka Kane, says, thanks to our outstanding partners at Legacy Parks, I was happy to cut the ribbon at the amazing new dock and adaptive kayak launch at Cruise Landing today. You gotta love it when Kane, who's the mayor, is doing epic stuff like that. Absolutely epic stuff. Oh my goodness. Look at this cutie patootie. Look at the baked potato. I love animals so much. They're great. Anywho, let's keep on going here. That's an ad. Miss Gecko saying it's Friday. The Gecko community calendar for May 5th to 11th is sponsored by Key Comics. Key Comics has 800 followers over on X, saying catch Key on Whatnot Mondays at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time live. And the music is created by Gen Music AI. Kid Arcade says, how do you feel about Mitch and Ben leaving? I said not worried at all, but 19%, it's a good thing because VeVe saves money. 28% says it's a bad look. 31% it says has me worried, and 22% like me says they're not worried at all. Viper Base says, how heavy are the bags of someone saying it's good, save money? Women X VeVe says, Women X VeVe host Dr. Profit for Stacker World Q&A. It is now available for viewing on YouTube. Turn in for the greatest learnings of discussion. 86-year-old Maxine Waters is struggling to read. It is 100% time for term limits. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, our love. Oh God, just look at this crypto chart that daCAT is at. Look at that crypto chart that daCAT is in. It's beautiful. Fucking beautiful. I love it. Heckin' right. Marinoffel says, Trump says we have 4 deals coming immediately. We've had a wonderful deal yesterday, and we have 4 or 5 other deals immediately. We have many deals coming down the line, and ultimately we're just signing the rest of them in. Gotta love it. Oh my God. I don't know if she'll want, let me get, I don't want to show her face in case she doesn't want to be doxxed, but look at this little pupper. Look at this big, okay, we got the cat whales in there. That is a high quality pupper right there. That is Roogs. He loves kisses. He's very into aggressive affection. Oh my goodness. I don't know who this is, but it's a wolf. Oh my goodness. We would play fetch all the freaking time. Oh my God. I would snuggle him so freaking hard. That is Kimber, Belgian Malinois. All right, so Kimber is your dog and a member of the community. And Belgian Malinois, so be advised, Belgian Malinois are used in the military because they get less PTSD than German Shepherds. It is a hard thing to face, but German Shepherds tend to get a little bit of the shell shock. They get a little bit of the stuff that's hard to deal with. Belgian Malinois, they do not get PTSD near as much. So that is why about 10 years ago, give or take, the military had said, we're not going to use German Shepherds anymore. We're going to use Belgian Malinois. Because of the fact that they get fucked up a little less. It is still really horrible though. It is like the worst thing that I've legit seen people's heads exploded, and obviously that's horrible. But seeing a dog that has PTSD from serving its country and doesn't even know fucking why, that's worse than seeing something like a buddy of mine's like head explode. It just is. That's for me. Everyone else would be like, oh no, seeing my buddy's head exploded, that's worse than this fucking dog. Fair point. I get it, but for me, it's just worse. Like again, that's just the way my mind works. Wes says Gary V interview tomorrow. Well, I'll meet with him. I don't know if I'll be able to get him on camera. If I can get him on camera, I'll sure. But we'll see. I will definitely get him. We'll have an interview. I'll talk to him. At the very least, I'm going to want to get him to. We'll see how it goes. At the very least, I'll get some good clips. I'll get some good whatever. But yeah, Gary V. I'm meeting Gary V tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Yo, this Belgian Malinois attacking dog right there. Getting that bread. Listen, I don't care how fast you are. Belgian Malinois is a bullet, and you just unlatch him, and you're done. You're not getting away from this dog. It's possible that you could unalive, but you're not getting away with it. It's too fast. And then outside, like there's a little cute little pupper. It's not attacking anything. It's just straight chill. John's also a rescue. Oh my God, look at this dog that she saved. He was on his way to euthanasia. This dog was about to be unalived and she rescued him. Look at that cute little fucking pupper. Oh my God, look at him. He's so fucking happy. Oh my goodness, look at his little jowls. Just want to squeeze him. I want to give him treats. We're going to run together. We're going to eat together. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. I love these guys. And then this little guy likes to give kisses. I miss puppers. This is freedom. Okay. This is his freedom ride. He knew that he was being rescued and he was going home. Oh, I love that type of stuff. Anywho, let's continue on. Let's go to the X page and let's go to where else we got sense of confidence, something. Trump has 4 deals coming immediately. I went over that. First appearance of Bill Foster coming in over on VeVe. Can't wait for that as well. Terrible says Virginia man is charged with murder after shooting a teen he thought was breaking in, but teens claim they were filming a TikTok prank. I don't know. Teens are crazy, and I mean, if you're, I don't know where you're in, but if you're in like the hood, if you're in the hood and you hear people breaking out, like breaking into your home, you don't ask questions. Like, rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Like, you're out there, you know, you're out there getting these mother flappers, you know. I don't know. Parent Terrible says Virginia man charged with murder after shooting teen he thought was breaking in, but the teens claim they were filming a TikTok prank. Yeah, you. What type of prank is like breaking and entering? And what state are you in? Are you in a stand your ground state? Are you in a liberal state? I don't know all the details, but not gonna lie, I'm leaning towards the dude. Heck, those teens, and teens are awesome. Being a kid was awesome. You do pranks, and sometimes you have to just be like, hey, teens, you fucked up a little bit. But clearly, you can't do that to a grown ass adult that's gonna pew pew you. It's how you learn, I guess. I don't know. Doge is 20 cents now. Pete, Doge is 20 cents. Shout out to some Doge that said that. Trump kills fridge rules. Shower heads next in line. First they came for your fridge. Now they're coming for your shower. The government just killed a rule from the Biden era that messed with how commercial fridges work. Why? Because it cost too much and it made 0 sense. American taxpayers win. Dry showers lose. Let's freaking go. 21 million Bitcoin, 8.1 billion people. You do the math. Pump, 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 pump. Everybody, pump, 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 pump. Let's go back. Let's go back and let's see what's going on. Again, 103,000 Bitcoin, $2,300 Ethereum. Oh my God, it's a little pupper. That's excuse me. Oh my God, it's kayaking. Oh my God, look at him. Look at him. He is handsome and strong. I love that. He looks so handsome. And yeah, she looks fine too. But look at this little pupper. I love dogs so freaking much. Kimber is a lovable fur missile, literally her size. Love that bread. Let's see what. Oh my God! Look at his little ducks. He's the clan of the duck. Oh yeah, pit bulls just love their little thing. I love them so much. Anyway, again, we're going to continue on the X, and let's take a look at what crypto Twitter is talking about. Best friends repost meet Buddy, aka A881320. It's a 4-year-old husky Akita mix with a gentle soul, timid at first but loyal with time. Potty trained, dog friendly, and loves yard zoomies. Bring your pup for a meet and greet. Oh my God, it's a little freaking baby. I love him. $3 billion worth of Bitcoin and Ethereum options expire today. I repeat, $3 billion worth of Ethereum and Bitcoin options expire today. Run you little ETH punk. Asian Dan says, how's everyone feeling? And Khaki Gaijin says, about VeVe, still buying what I want. Waiting patiently for anime. Agreed. Lots of stuff going on there. Announcing Vice President J.D. Vance as a Bitcoin 2025 speaker. Get that, bread? AI agents are hot and Twin even hotter. We hit 1,000 domains with Unstoppable Web at Synergistics AI. Join us in the revolution. Twin yourself, girl. Tell me something, girl. Honored to meet with President Bukele and tour the legendary CCOT mega prison where El Salvador locks up gang members, traffickers, and illegal invaders. Huge thanks to Rep. Luna for organizing this powerful visit. And those who join me, says Rep. Andy Ogles. I'm going to go in and I'm going to me, StreamYard, copy. VV Magic is texting me, so I'm going to text her back. And I'm going to say, paste, come through. Guys, I have to pee so badly. I'm going to pee, but I'll be right back. Oh my God, everybody. Oh God, it hurts. You just lost the game, and ETH looks like it's primed to move. ETH looks like it's ready for its next leg up. Where will it go? Nobody knows. Oh, I got a buddy of mine that's looking to buy a little bit more daCAT. He's looking to replace their crypto NIST and lost the game.eth. You scroll way down the ENS, you'll see them. There's a lot of stuff down there, a lot of stuff that's happening for them. Trump says we can't continue to allow China to do what they did. We already made a great deal. We're not doing business with China right now. I want China to do great. I'm very friendly with President Xi. I have great respect for him in China. But Biden screwed it up. Where is this other stuff going to happen? Okay. Okay. Coming back here. Okay. My body. Whoa, I have 67% on here. Let's go to the couple of comments. And stupid games. Yeah, stupid games, stupid prizes. It happens. Are you taking bets that the big DEVVE announcement will still be this year? Sure. What do you want to bet, Wes? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet, Wes? And I will bet you. They always say, sorry for all the pup pictures, y'all. This is my baby. They are your babies, Tay-Tay. They are your babies. Hey, Chubby Cat, watching before the Panthers hockey game comes on, picking up some OMI and daCAT here when it gets over on the Coinbase wallet from Coinbase. Oh, very good, very good. I'm glad you're getting OMI and daCAT. Yeah, it's very good. You can swap some ETH for it, guys. I'm so freaking hungry. I'm gonna go. You're gonna see me. You're gonna see me get some. Okay, my hip is hurting from this morning, but I will get. What have I been going? I've only been going for 3.5 hours, so it's not that much. I'm gonna get a little bit of food over here. Hi, Ralphie. Look at the oh god, look at the baby. Yes, I know, Ralphie. You're so cute. I love you, Ralphie. But I'm going to let's get some crackers, maybe some Fritos. Oh, Fritos might be good. Fritos are probably bad. I'm so freaking fat. Maybe some Fritos. We're going to even now. Excuse me, Ralphie. I'm so sorry. Okay. Should I get some bread? No, I don't need bread. I don't need bread. I'm fat. I don't need it. We're going back down. No, I don't need to order a whole pizza. I'm very fat, and like I said, I don't need to order a pizza. However, my Fritos that I have purchased are going to. Oh my god, my back! It hurts so bad. Purchase you. There for right now. And we are back. Sorry about that, everybody. It was crazy business days, crazy times. Oh. Okay. Not fat. Show me about you super chat me, and I'll God, I don't even know. Honestly, it's not even worth it. The like $10 super chat that you is not even worth it for the taking off the shirt. It is going to blind people. So the good thing is though, is that if we ever get into nuclear war, you can just hide under my blubber, and then you'll be protected. If Russia decides to nuke us, you can hide under my person, and then my blubber will protect you from the impending nuke. In order for Domino's. That sounds so fucking good. You have no idea how good that sounds. But I have water and a little bit of beer left. One day, maybe next week, I will get some Domino's. I'll keep you posted. All right, let's continue on over here. Done gem sales last month from 200K iOS, 70K from Android devices. Gems that were purchased from the VeVe web app. I think that more people are buying from the web app these days. This does not account for VeVe Comics either. I wish people went and they so yeah, 200K from iOS, 70K from Android devices. That's what VeVe generated in gem sales. But again, that's just from iOS and just from the Android devices. That does not include gems that were purchased with the VeVe web app. And it also doesn't include stuff from VeVe Comics. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff over there that we haven't talked about. How are you bullish after great CEOs leaving VeVe? Well, probably in the same way that you were bullish last night on that space. Oh shit. So you being bullish on that space last night, ask yourself that question. I'm being an undisciplined piece of shit because the Cats are down 2-0 in the series. Stress eating, and it's Friday. So pizza is a habit because of public school. Let's freaking go. No amount of money for me to hide under Randy's blubber. Well, if we're in a nuclear war, that's the option you got. If I'm right next to you, you're going to have to hold me over there, and my fat will keep you, hopefully, safe. You know, we'll see. However, maybe I'm not fat enough to save you, because I think, Wes, you're a pretty big guy yourself, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Let's continue on. Steak, pork, eggs, fish, oatmeal, cheese, butter, and jalapeno chicken, all fermented foods, all I eat. That sounds great. I would eat all of that right now. But I don't want to put on a cooking show. You know what I mean, man? Yeah, I don't want to put on a cooking show right now. So we'll see. Women X VeVe is reposted. She helped the squirrel when she was a baby. Oh my god, squirrels are great. Imagine a world where the devs casually burn 10% of the supply for shits and giggles. He's slightly overweight, but well-funded. Same. Same, fam. Same. Slightly overweight, very overweight, but well-funded. Turning Unc into a furry. That's a no for me, dog. That is an absolute no for me, dog. Oh, Comments in Crypto have a bounty alert. They're paying $2,019 each for Grogu and 2019 Tin Djarin for the rare collectibles on VeVe Official. That is a bounty that they have. Oh, shit. Promise they make, the promise they keep. You could get Ozempic and lose a ton of weight. I will never take pills. If I want to do it, I'll do it the natural way. I'm not going to do it through cheatful ways. That is not how I operate. Jake Geigen says, "What's your 2025 exit strategy?" And Slum Doge Millionaires is probably just round trip everything again. Crashes Clay says, "This run on meme coins can last a lot longer, and we will go a lot higher. You retards won't rotate all your profit into scams and shit coins that zero out as soon as the market turns red. Concentrate your liquidity into good shit for the sake of your own success and everyone else's time." And if you must rotate into dog shit, please do it with less than 10 to 20% of your winnings. I'm going to screenshot that because that's great. Prime example. When people who made 100x on Brett rotated it into chicken shit called Roost, remember, 100x into a 0x means you made 0x. 100x into just holding more is 200x. And 100x into a 4x is a 400x. Don't rotate into dog shit that zeroes out all your previous progress. What have I been saying? Same thing, fam. Same. And Slumdo says, listen to Crash, you freaking idiots. Pharma, medicine is poison in disguise. Agreed. I would never go on Ozempic. Now, granted, I don't know anything about Ozempic, but any type of weight I wanted to lose, I really could just do myself. So I ain't about that life. Kid Arcade is asking, is $70 too much for the drop? For a random no-name drop? Probably. For a first appearance Grogu where there's less than 1,000 of him? No, that is not too much. People are saying $70 is too much. I feel like the people that are saying that probably don't have a lot of money. Throwing that out there. Penguin says, you ever heard about Andre? He's been on the channel before. We love Andre. Yes, he's still holding his OMI. I don't know about his Spider-Man, but he did buy a gold logo last year. My man. Sorry, but when you get some... Oh, hey, girl. Another one. When you get messages that are very nice, it's important to tell people that you appreciate them for what they're doing, because I do. We have finally gone below $103,000 Bitcoin, but we still have a $2,300 Ethereum. So that's fine. Keep that there. Trump kills Biden's appliance rules. Burritos, Adumas junk food though. Charleston News. Yeah. I typically don't eat these. But everything else I would have had to make or bake or cook, and these are just right here. And I'm drunk, so they're good as fuck. Anyway. Trump kills Biden's appliance rules. Biden-era rules were about to jack up prices on everyday appliances like washers, dryers, because Washington thinks they know better. House Joint Resolution 42 just flipped that script. Trump signed to kill the regulation, keeping costs down, keeping washers from turning into overpriced bricks. Good for you, Trump. Get that bread. Also, be advised that on May 30th, public beta testing will start. Beta to app processing will begin for Meme Linked, as it's a program to cultivate 1 million users in the next 12 months. That's 1/600th of X. To generate 10 million in monthly revenue. Again, it is from Meme Linked. It is from Pablo CRO. We love him. He's been on the channel. He's a great guy. Not sponsored, by the way. Let me go to my boy Pixie here. Is what do you think of meow 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 per meow 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 for the meow 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 meow? I think that's very fair. I don't know why this person is talking about a known futter that lies. Well, let me give him a. Oh my gosh. Why do you post known futters that lie? It makes absolutely zero sense. I feel 110 million still ain't enough. It might not be. No. It depends on what you... Enough for what? Because maybe you think that the NFT narrative won't be as strong as last time. And maybe you think that the NFT narrative only takes OMI to a 10x from here. In which case we get to 002. Well, do you have enough where 10x is going to make you enough money to live the rest of your life? Probably not. But I think that OMI does a lot more than a 10x. I think that it does 100x. And whatever you want to put in, that's on you. What do you think the average IQ is in solo rec? I have no idea what that is. Kid Arcade says, how much is secret rare Grogu going to be aftermarket? I'm going to say slightly under retail. Everyone else agrees. Well, 45% of people say that secret rare Grogu will be under retail. 17% of people say that the Grogu will be retail. 21% says that he'll be 100 gems plus. And 17% say that he'll be 200 gems plus. Granted, there's only 29 votes. So we'll see. Dom Clock spoke at Harvard and told the students why they needed to be more bullish. Thank you, Harvard, for inviting him to speak last week. That's amazing. Love how he goes to Harvard, but not on my channel. Okay. Slumdo says, Lofi just got listed on Kraken. Good for them. John D says, a meme coin from 2016 was #1 trending yesterday. Is that Pepe coin? Of course. Kid Arcade asks, is the drop selling out tomorrow? I'll say secret rare only for Grogu. 42% agree with me. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. How long were you there for?
I've been chilling. I've been chilling for a little bit. How's it going, buddy? How's it going?
I'm eating Fritos.
I see that. I see that. You know what? I was perusing on the socials, as I do from time to time, and there's like 850 people watching you right now. And you know what? I just thought, you've been at this for 4 hours. Let's check in and see how he's doing, because you're holding it down every single day for the fam. And I was like, let's come say hi. I mean, I could play video games or I could come hang out with the fam. And so priorities, you know how it is. You know how it is.
So I'm just reposting this right now over on X saying, welcome, Akomi community manager, Foster Hill.
Hey, I know that guy. I know that guy. How you doing, buddy? You've been live for 4 hours. You're eating Doritos. You're maintaining. Are you drinking your fluids? Are we staying hydrated? I mean, that's a fluid. It's a liquid. It's a liquid. It counts. It counts.
Dude, did you know that, like, I think like medieval times, when they didn't have a way to like process water and make, they could boil water, but kids would just like drink beer because it was healthier than the water that was available.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you know what? At this point, nothing surprises me. When I was in Europe a few years ago, I wanted to order water and they didn't have tap water. They only have bottled water there. And bottled water is like $7, but you can get a beer for like $2. So it's like, it's actually cheaper to drink alcohol than it is to drink water there, which I thought was hilarious because they're all in better shape than us anyways. So
yeah, it's insane. When I went to Mexico, even though I only drank bottled water through the entire time, I guess my alcoholic drinks had ice in them. And as soon as I got back to the US, Montezuma's revenge, bro. I was done for like 3 days. It was,
Lord. Yeah,
it was rough.
that'd do it. That'd do it. But no, yeah. So how you feeling? I know there's been a lot of discussions in the community recently just about things that are changing. Some people have opinions that it's good. Some people have opinions that it's not, and some are just waiting to see how the dust settles. And I'm curious how you feel, because you've been a staunch supporter of Vivv and OMI throughout the years, and I'm curious to hear some of your unfiltered thoughts in front of hundreds of strangers that are watching.
Unfiltered. Okay, hang on.
Yeah. Give it to me straight.
So I told people before, and again, going completely unfiltered here, Chavez, keeping it real. Most of the people that have legitimate concerns of just like, hey, this doesn't look good and I don't feel good about it. It's like, okay, you're correct in that. On the surface, this looks like, hey, they just lost two people that were at least in the spotlight enough that people know their names. Most people in Vivv are just not known. Their faces aren't known on camera. Nobody knows what they do.
Absolutely.
But these people were ones that were public. And okay, well, if these people were ones that were separating publicly, how many people are separating non-publicly behind the scenes? And what are the reasons for that? And it's just a lot of confusion and nobody knows. And obviously this is not the fault of, I don't want to blame anyone or point fingers, but I kind of low-key figured it out a few days ago. On the 25th, I messaged Ben. It's like, hey, Al just gave me a call. He just wants to send you a note about something. You can give me an email. Hey, I'll be out for a couple of days. Okay. A little weird that it didn't give me an email. You know, whatever. It's not gonna be. I ignored it. And then I was like, haven't been here in a while. Mitch just left. Okay. Yes, probably not. Anyway, and I just wish that regardless of what, like even the statement that Vivv gave, which I know is completely separate for OMI, like you guys are completely different, mostly different. That I wish they would have gone on and said something first before everything, because a lot of times when people, it's just the power of suggestion. Somebody says something, and maybe if somebody were to come to their own conclusion, maybe other people would see it the way that you see it. But if somebody else says something first, and a lot of people are impressionable, you might see it the way they see it, even though that's not the conclusion you would have gotten to when you first thought about it. And when you have people that are straight up lying, that say like, yeah, Ben actually bought 25% of the company, and now that the company's worth less, he has to go move on to recoup his losses. And I know exactly how much he spent. I know exactly what he bought, and it's nowhere near that. But then people think that because this person has X amount of followers, or because this person has X amount of things, like, oh yeah, this person, he used to have a little bit of an in with the company, he might know. And Randy's just, kind of a moon boy. But again, like I know what he spent, I know what he has the company. And that's the speculation tends to run so far away. And it's that old line, the lies are halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants on. And Vivv knows this, and they just, if I'm going to grade Vivv in a way that I would grade like Trump's performance in his first 100 days, the communication would get an F. And it's just like, again, that they just failed to do that. And I know that in the month of April, I think OMI posted like 10 times in April. And like, that is a major improvement to what you guys had in like January, February. Like, yeah, we're going to commit to improvement, not sending a tweet for a month, and then you guys post in February, and then it's finally April, 10 times in 1 month.
Yeah.
Amazing. That is amazing improvement. And is it where we want it to be? I'm fine with it. Most other people probably not. But again, Vivv's communication for this type of stuff is just horrendous. Now, granted, David's just getting back in the saddle from this lawsuit, so it's like, oh, guys, let him cook. You know, let him get this bread. But it's just people are impatient, and it's just so that's my like kind of unfiltered stuff, and that's mostly about Vivv. And I know you can't really speak for them, but you asked my interpretation. So
absolutely, man. And I mean, I think that your observations are very fair, and I think why I've always respected your opinions on things is that you can take a very measured kind of perspective on things, right? Like you can say, hey, I don't love this because of XYZ, but here's how I feel because of ABC, and so on and so forth, right? And I think you're absolutely right with social media. Information, or in many cases misinformation, will spread like wildfire. And if someone comes up with a theory or an opinion that seems like it could have any kind of merit whatsoever, people will run with it, right? And then it goes from, hey, someone thought this, to, hey, someone told me this. And then, oh, because someone told me this, hey, this is true about this. And so, I mean, I absolutely hear you. Obviously, I don't work for Vivv, like you said, but at the same time, as someone who's been a member of the community since 2021 and who loves Vivv and believes that they're going to continue to build and grow, I think that there's always room for improvement. I think you would be very naive to we'll take your tweet example, right? I mean, compared to January, it's better, but realistically, it can be much better than what it is now, right? And so ideally, at some point, you're seeing tweets every single day. You're seeing tweets multiple times a day. You're seeing retweets of Coles and Web3 partners that are talking about the project and community, and so on and so forth, right? So it's an iterative process. There's baby steps, and I think throughout this process, we very much learn as we go, because Vivv's building something that's never existed before is the reality. So there's no blueprint as to how you're expected to do this. Now, of course, the argument to be made is business, right? And there's ways that you operate in a business, and there's ways that you shouldn't operate in a business. But at the same time, I think historically, we've, as community members, always taken for granted the level of communication that we have received. I think Vivv and OMI are very much under a microscope. It's like being in a fishbowl, right? You're being watched from every direction. Someone will put out a tweet from like, sometimes I'll just put out tweets about things. People are like, oh, does he mean this? And oh my God, I distinctly remember the first time I ever recorded a video in front of my wife's background upstairs. I got multiple comments with people saying Foster was quitting, because it was a different background, and immediately just went, oh, it has a different air, like he must be leaving, right? And so I get it, right? Is people, in lieu of having actual facts and information to speak on, is people are going to speculate. It's human nature, and I get it, right? And I absolutely don't judge people for doing that. Could things be communicated better? Always, from both fronts, right? And that's the reality. Is had this information been put out, like you said, prior to people speculating on it, or people noticing that Ben had been quiet for a specific period of time, or whatever the case may be, then sure, maybe that information would be there, right? But I think sometimes we find that, or I should say I find anyways, people they grasp at straws to create a narrative and start a conversation, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, everyone is entitled to their opinion, so long as people recognize that at the end of the day, it is an opinion that they're providing, right? And so when people try and present their opinions as facts, I think that that's where it can become an issue, and where the lines get blurred, and then people who maybe don't follow the community as intimately and are not here every single day, they don't realize that the information that's being shared is an opinion and isn't actually correct. So I think it's important to get ahead of those things. And I think Ben, to his credit, did a great job of putting out a statement on his own personal socials to kind of touch on the growth that he had with Vivv, and where his journey will take him next. And I think, on a personal level, it's unfortunate, right? I enjoyed working with Ben. I worked with him adjacent on obviously some of the integrations that had to do with both Vivv and OMI. And I think that, he was an incredible light for the community. He really did an emphasis on communication and sharing information with the community, which I think there was a disconnect on historically. And so I think he filled that role fantastically. And whether that role was, found to its fruition or not, once again, I don't work for VeVe. I'm not a part of the internal conversations. But what I will say is this very much signals to me that from the internal conversations that I've had with Dan and David, that they're really going back to, a founder-led project, one that we, could probably more identify with back in, 2021 and 2022, where, you had your, your monthly AMAs or Twitter spaces, and that the founders were much more active in the community, responding to people on socials. And I think, to be fair to both of them, even before this announcement became public from Ben, we were seeing that a lot more in the community. We were seeing Dan participate in, spaces on Twitter, talking on the VeVe'verse, which is something that we really hadn't seen from him for a long time, right? I mean, you want to talk about radio silence? People were concerned about, Ben being radio silent for 19 days. I mean, Dan hadn't posted on his personal socials in 2 years, right? And these narratives didn't pop up about, the project's dying, it's on its last legs. I mean, they were busy building, right? And so in lieu around Ben leaving, obviously, people are going to speculate, and that's perfectly fine. But I honestly believe that VeVe is still in a fantastic position. I know for my part, and I can say with confidence personally with ECOMI, the dedication that I've seen from David over the last couple months to ECOMI specific things is the most that I've seen in a very long time. And it definitely is refreshing. And I know the community have felt it as well. They've seen him pop into Twitter spaces. They've seen him pop on to YouTube videos. And I think that they're only going to continue to see that more and more. And that's really going to emphasize to people that when they talk about being agile, being founder-led, and being really voices and faces of the community, I mean, that's something that people have been asking for forever, right? I mean, for the last year, I've had people nonstop saying, it's great to hear from you, but I'd love to hear from David, who's the CEO. I'd love to hear about his vision for OMI and for the company, right? And so it's funny, now that that's going to start to happen, people are still going to try and spin it, well, yeah, but it took Ben leaving, and so there must have been, XYZ going on. And it's simply not the case, right? As companies grow, they adapt, and they make decisions that are best for them to ensure their longevity and success long term. And I think one of the things that's going to make them successful is having the founders back in the positions that they needed to be. Obviously, the tech has improved immensely over the years on the VeVe side. They've hit a ton of deliverables, which have made them more accessible, which has made people want to utilize them, obviously, with the rollout of the VeVe'verse as well. There's a ton of things to look forward to. And so now they can go back to being leaders and founders and talking to the community and getting them excited about a ton of the things that obviously have already been delivered, but the things that will be delivered in the future as well. And I think, as my Collectibles has kind of hinted at, in the comments as well, he's able to speak on that stuff a lot more on the VeVe side. And obviously he's indicated as well, there's a video coming next week as well, where Dan and David are going to be able to actually speak directly to the community on these issues, right? And it's not me interpreting, because once again, for some of these things, I'm assuming as well. I'm forming an opinion based on the information that I have. Now, granted, it's likely more than some in the community may have, just based on my role and position. But that being said, I don't speak for Dan and David when it comes to their opinion as to why they've made this decision. But I think once they do speak on it, it will provide a lot more clarity to the community. And I think people will be able to understand that this is the direction that needs to happen for the company to continue to be successful and grow. And I think it's one that will be welcomed. Ben will be missed. Like I said, I enjoyed working with him, and on a personal level, I thought he was a great person. I wish him nothing but success in his future endeavors. But this won't be a negative for us long term. Contrary to some people's opinions on the internet, they're not at all on their last legs. There's a lot of exciting things that they're working on and that will come. And people who are upset about it will continue to be upset about it. People that are excited about it will continue to be excited about it. But I think the video will provide some clarity for people and will hopefully ramp down the speculation a little bit, and people will have some more information to form an opinion on.
So I maybe should have been a little more specific before, where as far as the announcements for drops, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, they all tend to run or be posted within like a minute of each other. VeVe's very good at that. But again, like, I think where a lot, and this happens, it's not specific to VeVe. It's generalizing everywhere else, where a lot of times people don't recognize successes as much as they recognize failures. And you could do something right 99 times out of 100, and they're going to recognize the time that you failed. And unfortunately, it's just like, it's happened in enough bigger times before with like, hey, we're pulling out of London Comic Con, where they posted on their Discord at like 4 a.m. And then like 9 hours later, they finally posted on Twitter. And it's like the one time they got it wrong, that they should have posted everything in uniform, that they didn't, and everyone, and it's just stuff like that. And that's just one example. So again, obviously, VeVe recognizing that VeVe has they're going to come out with news when they come out with news. And I even made in my video the other day, hey guys, I know speculation is running rampant. Nothing's official until VeVe comes out and says anything. It's just, yeah. And unfortunately, this time the community was kind of right in the fact that he had left. So again, I get it. And it's just, yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the internet tends to be quick. It's a new generation. It's not
well, yeah, and especially with what we have going on, right? People are always paying attention to Vive and OMI and seeing what they're doing. Obviously, they're a big player in the licensed digital collecting space, and so you know, you set a precedent, and you when you're the gold standard, I mean, people, like you said, are going to judge you, you know, extremely hard for your mistakes, but I mean, rightfully so, right? And that gives the opportunity for everyone internally to learn and hopefully improve moving forward. And you know, sometimes mistakes will happen more than once. I mean, that's just the reality of being human beings. And you know, I think all you can do is put your best foot forward, right? And so you brought up a great example of something that maybe could have been handled a little bit better, and then the team has the opportunity to reflect on that and diagnose, hey, you know, where did the disconnect happen? How do we make sure that this doesn't occur again? And ironically, in some ways, I actually think, you know, when you have a you know, a restructure, or you have people leave or whatever, it actually provides you with that opportunity to ensure that you're getting that feedback to the right people. And I find sometimes what will happen in business, and this is just a general statement, not necessarily related to VeVe or ECOMI, but what I've noticed just with bureaucracy, sometimes you have what we'd call too many cooks in the kitchen, right? And so you have 4 or 5 people that all have separate jobs that are basically doing the exact same thing. And so then person A, you know, assumes person B is going to take care of it. Person B assumes person C is going to take care of it. And then at some point there's that disconnect, there's a lack of communication, and things break down. And so I think, you know, when I read what VeVe put out, I think one of the things that stuck with me specifically was their ability to go back to being founder led, but also being agile, right? And that accountability going directly back to Dan and David, right? Is the people that founded the company, the people that had the vision and the passion for it. And not to say that Ben wasn't, you know, passionate. Obviously, he absolutely was, and I did believe he was a great addition. But you know, it allows those people who are in those places of control to step up and make those decisions and get things done. And so, you know, I really look forward to watching VeVe continue to deliver from the sidelines, and obviously, you know, a lot of the things that we do on the OMI side are directly related to VeVe integrations. So it's been nice to watch our teams work side by side together to build up all the things that we've done. And obviously with the most recent integration of OMI to NFT, it's shown, right, that they're continuing to work. Dan's been hard at work with the mobile VeVeVerse integrations. Obviously the VeVeVerse does exist. It's real now, right? And so I think people just sometimes need to see things to believe them, and things need to kind of fall into place. And so, you know, I'm excited for 2025 to see kind of how VeVe builds out. Because once again, at the end of the day, I'm a fan, right? I started in this project as a fan. I mean, I came in for OMI, but I fell in love with VeVe. And so, you know, I want to see them succeed. And I think even the people that are maybe a little bit negative and are, you know, concerned, let's say, they also want to see VeVe succeed. The reality is, and I refuse to believe otherwise, that there's anyone that's left saying negative or otherwise that just doesn't want to see them succeed, right? I think people are hurt maybe because things have not gone as well for them as they were hoping, or whatever the case may be. But if you're taking time out of your day to you know, talk about a project, you would hope that if it was to turn around, you'd be supportive of it, right? Like, because why else are you here? Is the reality, right? Is it because there's tons of things in my life that, you know, I get a subscription to something, it doesn't go well or whatever, and it's just like I don't spend every day talking about it, right? It's like, oh, I'm just gonna cancel that. Oh, I'm not gonna do that anymore, right? Like I bought Terra Virtua NFTs in land 2 or 3 years ago, right?
Yeah, same.
Couldn't even tell you what wallet they're in. Like if you asked me to find them right now, couldn't do it, right? But I don't sit here every day and go like, oh my God, what's happening with Terra? You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, you know what? For whatever reason, whatever, right? And I'm not following it closely enough to have an informed opinion on it. And so I think a lot of the times people are coming in, they're like, hey, what's going on? What's new? And that's something that I'd find in the Ecomi Discord a lot, right? People would come in, they say, hey, what's going on? Has this happened yet? Has this happened yet? And finally, we're starting to be able to answer like, yes, this has happened. Hey, OMI NFT is here. Oh yeah, you do have self custody for your crypto. Yeah, you can do this. You can do. And so like people are they're starting to get it, right? And so I think as macro factors, start to improve and people are looking to explore licensed digital collecting again, I think VeVe has positioned themselves very strongly. And then I think OMI obviously as a byproduct has done a very good job of integrating into the ecosystem and will only continue to. So, days like today, it's unfortunate, right? It's not an exciting news day, right? Things happen that weren't ideal, but we'll get there. I'm not worried. And I think that that's the message that I kind of want to underpin. And I think I mentioned it, in the Secret Rare Ecomi logo chat as well, right? Like, I'm not going anywhere for anyone that's concerned or if anyone cared one way or another, right? Like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not worried either. But don't let my opinion form whatever opinion you want to do. Do the research, get the information yourself, and then make the best decision for yourself and whatever you're going to do. But, for me, it's just another day. We'll continue to build and we'll be okay.
There's that even in like the 90s I grew up as a Jets fan in Long Island. A lot of times you're Mets, Jets, and Islanders. So I was a Jets and Islanders fan. Grew up as a fan of Mark McGwire because he would just hit these mega home runs. So I wasn't a Mets fan, but for the Jets fans, like, and then they haven't won a Super Bowl since like 1967 or something like that. And there was these like, and I remember this as like 8 years old. There was these like adults that was like, we're gonna lose. Bill Parcells is trash. Like and it's like, why? And as an 8-year-old, it's like, why are you even here? Like, it's not that serious. And I see some of these people go in and be like, listen, Sui got Pokemon. VeVe's done. And it's like, okay, well, if you look into Sui's stuff, it's like they had partnered with a company that happens to own this other company that integrates certain things on the blockchain. And yes, they're new Pokemon medals. The transactions of these medals, which are able to be easily traded, the transactions will be on the blockchain. And even if one day they give some of these medals, these are hyperinflationary, or there are like tens of thousands, if not like millions of these tokens. They're not scarce. And this isn't like, hey, this is Squirtles, this is Charmander. Like, no, these are just completely different with multiple on them on one. And it's just people, I don't understand that calculus of one staying with a project and then just being negative with it. And anyway, I just want to touch base on that because I wanted to say it.
Yeah, no, you know what? But I think the other thing too, right? And this is just me talking as a collector and someone who's obviously I have over 1,000 comics and collectibles on VeVe now. I have 240 sets. I think I'm level 83, potentially even level 84 now. Like I've done decently, right? Like like I said, I came for OMI, but I stayed for VeVe. Like it's I really enjoy it, right? It's not like I'm sitting here with 2 comic books that are like, hey, whatever, right? So at the end of the day, I've never understood, and this is an observation as a person, I've never understood how one thing ends up being conflated or being related to another, and then it automatically like, I guess some people, like, right, if you think about the train of thought, so people are saying the only thing, and this is not me saying this, but this is me trying to interpret. So the only thing that will save VeVe is Pokemon. Therefore, if someone else has Pokemon, VeVe will fail, right? I guess that's the thought process that leads us to where we get. But like, like I was never like watching the space over the years, right? Like when Cryptoys first came out, like before I even joined the company, like I made a promotional video for Cryptoys. Like Cryptoys reached out to me, and I had never done like sponsored or promotional content. They reached out to me. I got to talk to their team. I was like, hey, the product that you're building is really cool. I was a VeVe maxi. I loved OMI, but I was like, hey, like this is worth exploring because this is cool, right? And so I explored it. I thought it was interesting to research on it. I've kept up with it a little bit side to side, right? And I think it's cool that they're still advancing. Same thing with McFarland, right? Like I bought back owls, like I did the Palm thing. Like I said, I did Terra Virtua, like I did all of that as well. HRO I would have checked out, but it wasn't available in Canada. Like I'm not like, hey, this one thing needs to happen here or this can't happen. But the amount of times over the years that I've just heard like, hey, this is happening. It's the Vivv killer. Oh, hey, this thing's happening. Oh, this project did this. It's the Vivv killer. And it's just like, why does one thing happen need to be, like, why does it have to represent something else? Like, no one has ever had Vivv come up with a feature and be like, oh, it's the Cryptoys killer. Because why? Why do you want to be the thing that spawns the failure of something else? Like, why can we not welcome in more? Like, why do we not want to encourage more people to check out the space? Like when Disney Pinnacle came out, people went, oh my God, Disney's going over and doing their own thing with this, and all the licenses are going to leave Vivv. And like, why can we not just collect trading pins and think that it's cool, right? Like, why can we not do that? Like, why can we not collect trading cards from HRO and think that it's cool? Why can I not own a bat cowl but have to be a competition against? Like, why does everything need to be a competition, right? Like when people talk about a rising tide lifts all ships, it's legitimate. Like, how many people legitimately collect in the licensed digital collecting space right now, right? Across all the projects, like, 5 figures maybe, and that's including people that maybe aren't active anymore, right? Like, it's not a huge pot. And then you think about how many people own cryptocurrency, and you think about how many people there are in the world. Like, why do we need to gatekeep these things by being like, hey, if this person does this, it's automatically going to kill that? Like, I've never subscribed to that. I've never understood it. Like, anytime that any of the projects that I follow put out something in the space that I think is awesome, like, I give them their comeuppance, right? Because it's like, hey, you're doing something that's awesome to advance the space. When Cryptoys came out with animated pack on opening, like, that was dope, right? I was like, oh, I'd love to see that on Vivv, but I didn't go, oh, this is going to kill Vivv because they have animated pack on opening, right? It's just like, no, this is a cool feature. Would be awesome if Vivv did it one day. If they didn't, it's not going to stop me from buying licensed digital IP from 200 of the biggest brands in IP in the world because it's cool. But hey, this is something that I'd love to see. But if we never had Cryptoys, maybe that's a feature that no one would have even ever thought of because, no one was doing it, right? And so then you see other projects that are pushing, interoperability and self-custody, and people are like, well, that's going to kill Vivv because they're doing it. It's like, okay, but maybe that's also something that the licensors can look at and go, hey, this works, right? We have this as an example. Like, why does Vivv have to be the first to do absolutely everything? And a perfect example of that in like the wider tech space, right, is Apple. Like, Apple very rarely is the first to do something at this point because they don't have to be, right? You can look at what other companies are doing, you can learn from them, and then you can adopt it on a global scale and just absolutely crush everyone else that's doing it because you can just do it because you're bigger and better. There you go. A perfect example, right? It's like foldable phones have only been out since the early 2000s, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh my God, but like, did Samsung kill Apple because they came out with this foldable phone first? Like, the BlackBerry was foldable. Like, you know what I mean? I've never, and once again, it's not a knock on anyone, right? Like, everyone has their own opinion. We can always agree to disagree, but I've always found it very interesting that people just end it like it's a black and white opinion. It's like, if this happens, this will automatically be the end of this, or this will never be successful because of this. And I don't know. I've just never understood it. Like, can we not just want Vivv and OMI to be successful on their merits versus comparing them to everyone else? And I think that for the most part, people agree that they can be, right. There's different beliefs as to how they get there, right? But I think we're all here because we believe that they can be. Otherwise, why are we here, right? And so I believe that they can be, and I know that you believe that they can be, Randy, and that's why you're here as well. And the day that changes, I'll be vocal about it, and I'll let you guys know, hey, this isn't for me anymore, right? And if I do leave ever, which is not at all in my plans or in the cards currently, I'll be honest about it, right? Like, I left because I didn't want to do it anymore, or I wanted to do something else, or you know what, it was my time, right? And I'll be very transparent about that. I have no issues with that, but I took the job because I was asked. I continue to do it because I love to do it, and I believe that we're going to be successful, so there's no reason to not, right? So, yeah.
Agreed. I love, well, West One, thank you for being a member. However, I don't necessarily like to dunk on you. No, I do.
No, you know what?
When-
And that's why I said when I said it, right? I said not that anyone was
because
asking.
somebody asked you. Because
Someone did
somebody
ask
asked
me,
you.
but
So
yeah.
again, Wes, thanks for being a member. But clearly, people were asking. That's why he was doing that.
I also had multiple people ask me in DMs, and yeah. So, but anyways, it's all good. Wes, you can always count on Wes for his opinion. So that's why I love him. He's here day in and day out,
So,
letting us know. So
people might not know that I messaged you the other day, and I was just like, hey, listen, you still in? Like, you still into it? Are you still all in? And you, I don't know if you knew what I was talking about. Maybe you did. And you was like, yeah. And I was like, listen, I started this new initiative where my goal is to add like 10,000 users by the end of the year. Will I do it? I don't know, but I'll get a couple thousand users in for it. But if you were to tell me that, just like, hey man, I'm just kind of coasting, I'm kind of like on my last legs here, we're shining the knobs on Titanic, I wouldn't have done it. But there's like, I'm in. You're like Luke Danes telling Lorelai Gilmore, I'm all in. Some Gilmore Girls reference, by the way. And that's like, okay, yeah, me too. Let's get this bread. I'm glad that we're foxhole buddies. I'm glad that we can go in and have these.
I appreciate you, man, and that's why I said, like, I was scrolling through, I saw that you were live, and I saw how many people were there, and I was like, you know what? Like I said, you deserve your flowers sometimes, and a lot of the community do as well. To be fair, right? Because there's a lot of people that are with you day in and day out, listening to you, getting updates from what's going on in the community, and look to you for your opinion and look for guidance. And I've always prided myself, like I said, I'm really the same person when you meet me than I am online, right? And I've always been very proud of that. And I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I'm also a community manager for FreeOMI, right? And so I've always worn my heart on my sleeve. I've always been very honest to a fault, which at times gets me in trouble. But I wouldn't feel good about looking at myself in the mirror if I was going to openly say things that were not true to other people to try and mislead them to do something, or what, like, to what end, right? Like, to what end? Like, it doesn't serve any purpose.
Sleep at night.
Well, that's it, right? And at the end of the day, like, and I think I've been vocal about this before, but like, I still have a full-time job. I do this part-time technically right now, which ends up meaning that I work 70 or 80 hours a week, but I do it because I'm passionate, right? Like, at any point, if I didn't believe, like, I'm not going to be out of a house, like, I could just continue to go back, my life would actually probably be a lot easier because I wouldn't be working so much. I'd be able to spend more time with my family. I'd be able to do a lot of things, right? And so, but at the same time, like, I believed in it before I joined, and I still believe in it now. Like, why would you give up? And I feel like you're very much the same, Randy. Like, you've always believed in this. You've always believed in the vision. So, like, if you believe in something, like, why not, like, stand behind it with all that you are, right? And that's just kind of how I feel, is until I stop believing. And like I said, if that day ever comes, I'll tell you guys. I'll get in trouble for it, but I'll tell you guys, right? And so, yeah, I mean, like I said, don't use me as kind of the tipping scale for you, right? Like, you guys have to make your own decisions, but for me, I've yet to see anything where I've genuinely gotten to the point where I'm like, hey, I need to, like, rethink what I'm doing, right? Like, it just wouldn't make sense. And I've mentioned this as well in the Secret Rare Komi logo chat, so I'll say it here as well, because once again, someone could screenshot it and share it anyways. But there's probably only one person who could leave the company where I would then go, like, maybe I need to rethink my thesis. And it wouldn't even be because they left. It would be because I would then have to go, I'm here because of their vision and their passion, and who do you follow at that point, right? And so for me, that's always been the metric, right? Is when I look you in the eye and I shake your hand and I find out who you're about as a person, I'm either gonna vibe with you or I'm not. And I've always vibed with the vision. I've always vibed with the belief, and I've always thought it was incredible how hard the people work who believe day in and day out just to see that the project succeed. And I don't think I've ever been a part of anything in my life surrounded by so many people who have that genuine belief in the future. And I'm very fortunate to be in the position that I'm in. And so I try not to take it for granted, but yeah, I think that there's only one, like I said, one person that if they were to leave, I'd kind of go, well, where do we go from here? Because they're the heart and soul, right? And I'm sure you guys all know you that is who you that is. Comes out better in writing. I don't know. But
I will also piggyback on that and say that because I know it's going to come up. So Ernest Coase has like, hey, Ben's from Binance. Why doesn't Nakomi bring in even him even for 6 to 9 months to drive OMI? Listen, Ben, if he wanted, which I'm sure conversations were had, and you don't even have to go over this, but I'll say from my own experience, I've worked with a lot of different projects. Binance is very predatory on how much they want as far as token supply. Typically, they want about 10% at the minimum. That's the entire supply of the business development wallet. And for something that Americans can't even use, or the volume is like super low, it's 100% not worth it. And outside of Binance, even like other stuff, KuCoin, Kraken, Bybit, Upbit, etc., like you want to ask OMI and VeVe for millions of dollars, not including just the listing fees and the amount of OMI that you have to give them for these exchanges, but the market makers and all that. And I feel like capital allocation is something that people are really loose with other people's checkbooks. And if you go in and ask like, oh yeah, well, you have the money, like, okay, we do. And if you go in and use it for that, then you're going to have no money left. And again, like I'm sure Ben was the first one to say, you guys don't want to get Binance. You don't want none of that stuff. Again, you don't have to comment on that. You don't have to. That's just one of the questions I wanted to.
I do not have a comment on that. But what I will say is your general observations. I won't say predatory, to be fair, right? But I will say they have a lot of leverage. And yeah, you're talking 3 to 4 million cash and a minimum of 7% of the token supply is generally. Now there's certain projects that they'll list for cheaper, which are generally the ones that are just coming out and have a bunch of VCs and Coles backing them and have, some other stuff going on in them. I don't know if you've seen the performance of a lot of the tokens that have been listed on Binance this year, but I think the average was they were down 43%. Now that's not a reflection of OMI, to be clear. I don't need a bunch of people being like, but OMI's like, I get it. What I'm saying is brand new projects that were freshly listed on Binance were down, I think, 43%. So people look at Binance as a catalyst, and certainly accessibility is absolutely a catalyst. If you're listed on Binance, it has the most trading volume. People hear about your token. So like, I'm certainly not going to comment on, OMI and Binance, but what I will say is as generalization, it is inordinately expensive to get listed on Binance. So generally speaking, being listed on other top exchanges first and having volume that makes your project appealing for Binance, because ultimately they just want to make money on trading fees. That's what every exchange wants to do, right? Is that's how they generate revenue. They generate through trading fees. So if you have a high amount of trading volume, then your project's more appealing. But generally speaking, for a project that's already established, one of the first exchanges that you will see will not be Binance. Binance will look at the big tokens like Dude and all of those that are just coming out that are like, hey, they're going to come out with 800 million out of the gate. And then it actually comes out at 150 million because that's the market conditions that we're in and stuff, right? So there's a lot of macro factors. There's certainly considerations, but yeah, Binance is, it's expensive. It's absolutely expensive. And like you said, it's not accessible for US users. So, I'm sure even if we did list, there'd be complaints about, well, you listed there, but I can't use it. And so, I know that we're working on some integrations with Stacker right now to make OMI far more accessible. Obviously, they've been having issues with 1inch for the swap, which is sponsored on base layer 2 in order to acquire OMI with USDC, but they're also working on some pretty cool fiat onboarding options. Actually, Dr. Profit sent me a message earlier today on what the integration looks like right now, and it's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to it. That's I guess a little bit of alpha, right? But yeah, it's pretty cool. Like being able to buy with your credit card and stuff pretty easy. And so, you also have to remember the audience too, right? Like for VeVe, like if you're looking to buy a $40 or $50 collectible, like, do you really want to have to download an exchange and figure out how order books work? And then, like the amount of people that I would have back in the day when we used to use Bit4X, like like I said, I had a 17-step guide as to how to buy OMI on Bit4X, and people would be like, the numbers are going like up and down, like they'd be watching like the chart, and they'd be like on the 1 minute chart, and they'd be like, oh my God, it changed like 0.7%. Do I buy now? And I'd be like, oh my God. And then they'd be like trying to withdraw, and they'd be like, oh, they took my money. And I'd be like, what happened? And they'd be like, and then you'd find out like their money was actually in the spot wallet, and they needed to move it away from the spot wallet to their cold wallet. And so like exchanges are not very user friendly. Like if you don't know how to use exchanges, they're not very user friendly. And I think Stacker is doing a fantastic job of attacking that and making it really simple to understand, right? Like they are going to have AI prompts. It's going to be really easy. You're going to be able to type, I want to swap USDC for OMI in a prompt, and it will bring you to your wallet and do the steps for you. You might even be able to type, I'd like to swap 50 USDC for OMI, and it will say, this is the rate that you would like to get. Confirm, and you will type out yes, and then with account abstraction, they'll just be able to do the swap for you. So there's a lot of cool things that can be done with that. But yeah, certainly sex exchanges are certainly important. But I just wanted to kind of make that point. People see, tokens listed on Binance, like, oh, wow. And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't guarantee anything, right? It's and it hasn't for tokens that have been listed this year. So.
I've used Stacker, I don't know how many times, a bunch of times already. It's pretty easy. Obviously, with those prompts that get easier. When can I go in and message other users? When can I go in and tell that AI prompts like, tell Foster to eat poop? And when can I go?
Well, I hope that you never tell the AI to do that. I mean, to be fair, but no, and this is, I want to be a bit careful because I don't want to speak too much to Stacker's roadmap. But what I will say is social features are absolutely on their roadmap when it comes to, I mean, Dr. Profit is, I think it's one of the things he's honestly most excited about. Like the other things we're going through the motions on because they're important, but I think for him as like a personal passion project, like for him, having social feature integration is super important to him. And as a matter of fact, it was one of the first things that he was actually working on back when Stacker was just an analytics platform, right? Because Stacker started as an analytics platform where you'd be able to look at, sales history and trends and everything for VeVe Collectibles. And then the opportunity came up and he made it into a marketplace. But he was working, and I don't want to get too much into it because I don't know how much of it is public, but he was actually working with the company to integrate like social features and functions, kind of similar to Discord. And having all of that. So, he's been working on that behind the scenes for a while now. And so that is something that will be important, right? Is being able to contact users to be like, hey, you have this collectible for sale. I'm curious about it. Like, tell me more, or connecting with, you want to be a part of the Secret Rare Komi logo group, right? And so you own one and you have token gated access automatically to that chat and that group that you only get by actually verifying. And that's one of the issues, right? Is we have fantastic community led groups right now, like on Telegram for VeVe Gold and Silver logo, for the Secret Rare Komi logo, and there's some other great ones. I think people have it for like the Secret Rare Spider-Man and some other ones. But if someone sells it, like you like unless you're manually going through every single day and adding and removing people, it becomes a lot of overhead, right? Whereas with token gating, the API call refresh is going to check, and if you sell it, then when you go back in your group, it's going to say, sorry, you don't run this collectible anymore, rebuy to enter the group. And so it's going to create, those social connections. It's the same thing with Bored Apes, right? Like it became, like it wasn't the Bored Ape of what it was. Like it was a JPEG, but it was the social access that it provided to you. And it's really cool actually with the VeVe Gold and Silver logo, as well as the Secret Rare Komi logo. Like some of the groups that, because I own both, like some of the subgroups that are in those groups is like mentoring, right? Like mentoring conversations. It's community meetups and doing all these things. Like the access that you get to different people who have, connections. Like I've seen people be like, hey, do you have any experience in real estate, or do you have a tax guy, or whatever? So you're connecting with people that have very, similar resources and interests as you. So yeah, those will be some fun social features. And once again, whether they come all at once or how long they take or where they get prioritized, that'll be up to Stacker at the end of the day. But there'll definitely be some cool things that they're going to integrate for sure.
Yeah, speaking of the social led groups, I think Sanjay the other day was saying like, and of course he did it on. I don't know why he did it on stream, where he commented like, Randy, they just had these addiction logos come out. You should get one. And I looked at it, I was like, Sanjay, this is $219. That is 3 Grogus that I could get. And
Yep.
and then like 30 seconds later, it's like, you know what? I'll pay half. Okay. So I go to app.vv.me and I go to like log in and purchasing these gems, and then I go to buy the addiction and it's like $578. Like, what the fudge did they all do? So like people that saw it on the stream were just like buying it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh. And now, so there's one at 500, but then the next one is $2,000 after that. So I think.
Oh, and it's the number 41.
I know.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not gonna tell you how to spend your money.
However, now there's now I have more to spend on Grogu. Are you going to buy 10 Grogus or 3 or 1? Or are you going to skip it? And are you going to just get Dinjarin and other stuff?
You know what? It's I got to be honest, it's been tough for me on VeVe recently. It's been tough for me because I feel like because of my position, people may watch my wallet or do whatever. So like I'm very hesitant to buy or sell anything. Because I feel like people will read into it, right? They'll be like, "Oh, he's doing this because he knows this is coming, or whatever," right? So I feel like if I buy a Grogu, people are going to be like, "Oh, like," but like I think it's cool. Like I went in when the Stormtroopers, like, so I didn't know any of the Star Wars drops that were being announced. Obviously, I knew Star Wars was coming. I was excited about it. The Star Wars drops came out. The Stormtroopers came out. I was like, "Oh, this is so dope." And I look at my thing. I'm like, "Oh, they're probably like $40, like whatever." Like I look at it, I was like, "They're $10." Oh my god. I go on my account, I log in, I'm looking at my account, I was like, I have 18 gems right now. And I'm like, you know what? I'm doing it. I don't care. And I bought one and I got a comment or whatever. It was pretty cool. And I looked at it for a bit. I was like, oh, that's sweet. But yeah, I'm just a little bit hesitant. I was actually going to put out like a PSA when OMI to NFT came out, just basically letting people know, like, at some point, I will be doing both buying and selling of VeVe collectibles with OMI because I love OMI, right? And I want to get more OMI. I'm always very transparent about that. I'm always trying to get more OMI. I have 1,000 comics and collectibles. I will be selling some of them for OMI at some point, but I'm just so afraid. And so like I listed a couple things and I was like, do I put out the disclaimer now? Like someone's going to notice that I put it up. I haven't looked in a couple days. I don't think any of them sold. But I'm always hesitant about that, right? Like, you know, someone lists underneath you and then you list underneath them. And then I don't want to drive the price down. And then someone ends up getting sold on. They're like, oh, well, Foster drove the price down. Like, that's why, you know, or like someone buys something and then the price, you know, goes down and they go, oh, Foster did. So like, I've always been a little bit hesitant about that. But I mean, some collectibles on VeVe are just too cool. Like sometimes you got to take advantage of them. So we'll see. I don't want to make any formal commitments up front because then people may make decisions that I don't want them making based on that. But it is a very cool collectible. And I know for a lot of the fans that are big into Star Wars, you know, they've been looking forward to this collectible for quite a while. And, you know, a huge shout out to the designers and the art team with VeVe, who, I mean, the quality of the collectibles that have been coming out, you know, for, you know, I mean, even back in 2024, but 2025 especially, like the collectibles that are coming out and the dioramas that they have a lot of the times with the collectibles, like they're really integrating a ton of really cool things. And obviously people are still using the VeVeverse quite a bit, and they're creating, you know, incredible sceneries and artworks with these high quality collectibles. And so I think once the macro kind of improves, and I think especially once AR and VR technology and even XR technology that's coming out now starts to become more mainstream. And I think as you watch, you know, Google and Meta and Apple and some of these companies really start to roll out kind of mass adoption devices that allow users to take advantage of them, because I don't know about you, I don't have $3,500 laying around to get an Apple Vision Pro, right? But once they become, you know, $400-500 options for models, like people are going to be, you know, people will be able to build games that have these collectibles in them. You'll be able to do so many different things. And so I'm really looking forward to that aspect of it. We're not there yet, but I think getting some of these collectibles before everyone else figures that out is going to be great, because you're going to be able to use them. And a lot of these pieces are going to be, you know, social flexes in the circles that they roll in. And it's not like Star Wars has 20 fans, right? So yeah, definitely a consideration.
Agreed. So I know you know, $3,500 for a headset, you know, it's a little lot for a headset. However, $4,500 for a potential week free week at a Disney resort.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was like, what's this segue? But hey, I'm with you. I'm with you.
You get a partner statue, you get a free week at a Disney resort, and you get to hang out with me. Would you maybe, you know, bid on that, or is that just like, you know what, man, I'm gonna leave that for the community. It's not fair if I go and purchase.
You know
that.
what I will say? I think it's fantastic that you and Magic have put this together with, and I only know his real name, so I'm not going to say it. But okay, thank you. I don't want to say his real name, but yeah, Turtle, that you guys had put that together, and you know, a huge shout out to Dr. Profit for donating the collectible in the first place. I mean, that's an incredibly generous move by him. I'm not going to bid on it for a couple reasons. One, I have 4 already, so I don't need a 5th right now, anyways. But on top of that, I'm actually allocating my funds right now to take another trip where I might see some of the fam. So money's being allocated over there because I will be in Portugal for the non-fungible conference in June. So we're going to turn it into a little bit of a mini vacation, my wife and I. So we're going to come down to Portugal a little bit early and do some traveling because we've never been out to Portugal or Spain. So we're going to look into that for a few days and then be at the conference because I think that there's going to be a lot of really cool people there. And I know the community has been excited in Europe. We have a fantastic contingent there. And I know that there'll be people traveling from North America as well to come and hang out. So I'm looking forward to being there, but I want to make sure we do it well. So I'll likely be spending a fair bit of change there. So don't have 4,500 laying around currently to bid on that, but I do think that that is fantastic value when you think about that it's a suite that sleeps up to 9 people for 7 days. So, I mean, when you think about spending that amount of money just on a suite, I mean, you'd spend more than that just to get that for 7 days, right? And then you have the opportunity to hang out with some really cool Vivv and OMI fan members. And then, of course, you also get the partner statue, and then you also burn OMI in the process because you're making the purchase on Stacker where the OMI will be burnt. So you're also burning 2% of the transaction. So, and it will likely also be the biggest collectible sale to date on Stacker. So you'll also have that going for you as well, which will be really cool. I think at some point Stacker is going to put out some leaderboards, right? And so you might be on the top of that leaderboard as well. So on top of owning that collectible, going on vacation with your loved ones and hanging out with the fam, you'll also have the social flex on top of it as well. So I think that's a really cool value proposition. Once again, do what you will with your own money, folks. But I think it's a really cool thing that you guys are putting on. And obviously, because it hasn't been mentioned yet, you may have mentioned it earlier, but all of the money is going to the First Responders Children's Foundation charity, which means that it's also going to a fantastic cause, helping out first responders, families for loved ones if they've lost someone in the line of duty. And so that's also a cause that for me personally hits close to home. And I know for a lot of the fam as well, who have either law enforcement, military, or first responder family members. So I think that it's a fantastic cause that's going on. Alfred Kahn, Jillian Crane, responsible for that foundation, and they do fantastic work. So if you have the money and you're looking forward to going on vacation and getting a really cool collectible, definitely consider bidding.
Reach. One of my plans, like, I don't know if you remember, did you have MTV in Canada back in the day?
Absolutely. Channel 29.
So did you have MTV2 back in Canada?
Maybe. I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge sit down and watch a music video kind of guy, because you'd watch the music video and then there'd be 4 minutes of commercials, and then you'd watch a music video and then there'd be 4 minutes of commercials. And so I don't actually, not to derail your train of thought, but how did we ever live that way? when you think about it, you think about we have Spotify now, you got YouTube Premium, you can just rock everything. How did we ever have to live through watching commercials in order to listen to music? It's crazy.
I remember watching Friends years ago, and commercial break, gotta go to the bathroom, or commercial break, all right, gotta go make a sandwich, commercial break,
yeah,
you got to do things. And then Guitar Hero came out, and my friend Brian would just he would watch whatever of a show, and during the commercial break he would hit like the input, and he would play a song on Guitar Hero while the commercial was playing.
Nice.
And I was like, "Whoa, that is freaking awesome!"
Yeah, absolutely.
So I tried that with the Nintendo Wii, and I would just get caught up in like baseball or something, and then I'd be like, "Oh shit! Oh my god!" And now I messed up the show. There's a couple of things about the old school back in the day, but why I brought it up was because if MTV had this like not a challenge once, I had like a sweepstakes. If you win, you get to meet your, Green Day, Avril Lavigne, like whoever it was back in the day, Simple Plan. And then MTV2 says like, "Oh, are you?" They like threw shade at MTV. Like, were you promised an MTV like hangout group with like your favorite artist, and then you just got a quick picture of them and that was it? And it was disappointing. Well, for MTV2, you get to do that and then something else because we're MTV2. And I was like, "What? This is great." So you're not only getting a chance to like kind of hang out, do whatever, but you're going to get the full Randy Chavez experience. I'm going to get him drunk. I'm going to take him to see the Blue Man Group. I'm going to take him to a planetarium while on crazy substances.
Okay. Fair enough. Hey, you know what? If that's you're looking for the they always say don't go full Chavez, but hey, fair enough. No, it's I was actually watching I go down the YouTube documentary rabbit hole sometimes, and one of the ones that I was watching like last week was talking about how like Pimp My Ride was basically fake. Like the whole thing was fake. And so
really?
And I didn't realize that. Yeah, I was like, oh my God. And they were talking about like Exhibit, like came out after the fact and was like, yeah, like so like they give like they like pimp out people's cars, but like they wouldn't actually make them like road legal. So, or like if there was actual damage to your car, like let's say you had an issue with your transmission, they'd put like 20 speakers in your car, but like they wouldn't fix your transmission. So then you'd have to like go out and spend money just so that you could use this car. And they had like a clause where like you couldn't sell it, like you had to keep it yourself. And so like it would end up for some people it ended up like costing them more money than like whatever. And then there'd be times like they'd say like in the episode, like the car wouldn't actually be finished, so they'd have to like shoot it at certain angles, and like you'd think that like a couple weeks had gone by, but it'd been like 6 months. And for some people they wouldn't like give rental cars or money for rental cars, so like people would be like taking the bus for 6 months and they'd be like, oh, like I really want like this type of car, and then they just like throw a bunch of speakers in it and be like, yeah, and like you have an air fryer in your trunk now, and people are like, okay, but like what, like why? You know what I mean? Like they do this thing, and like because they'd always be like, you got selected, and they like show up at your house and people would like act shocked, but like people were like, oh, like always find it funny, like the person was always home, but like they'd let them know ahead of time, like we're coming. But then if they came and they like relaxed, they're like, oh my God. And then the producers would be like, no, that wasn't enough, like do it again. So they'd have to like film the reaction multiple times to like get people to react. And like you don't think about that when you're like a teenager watching this show. Yeah. You're just like, oh cool, they're pimping their ride. But you actually think about it, like imagine being in that situation where they're just like, yeah, like we didn't fix like your engine doesn't work, but like, yeah, you got a speaker system, you got an air fryer in your trunk now. You're like, what am I gonna do with that? So Lord. Yeah.
All of these old shows are like coming back on TikTok. You remember the show Beauty and the Geek?
I don't know if I ever saw that one.
So Ashton Kutcher had this like crazy. It was after Joe Millionaire. Do you remember that one?
Were these MTV shows? Because like I said, I didn't go too deep down the
this was
MTV
like an
ABC
7 like.
Oh, okay.
So Joe Millionaire was like, they have this like good looking like dude, and it's like, oh, this is a millionaire, and you get to have a chance to date him. But the plot twist was that he wasn't a millionaire. He was like a construction worker, and he didn't even have it. And then at the end, like I remember seeing at the girl's face, like, but then the twist, the other twist was like, we're gonna make you millionaires, like right now, like you came back, like so she got to learn that he wasn't a millionaire, and then they decided like, okay, if you decide to still be with him, you can come back at 8 o'clock, So they're like waiting, and they're like, I probably would have been much of the show if she had just left. And like, but then she came back, and it's like, you know what? Let's fucking try it. And then the old dude is like, we're gonna make you instant millionaires because you said yes. And they're like, yeah. So Ashton Kutcher did this with a process called Beauty and the Geek, where they had these like beautiful women, like 20 of them, and they had these like like 20 like autist nerds, like anime, like Rubik's Cube flipping nerds that are just like, and they learned from each other, and the nerds learned how to dress, and they learned how to talk to women, they learned how to be sociable, and the girls learned the value of a good man that's not gonna boink them and leave. And it was
God.
I forget why I brought this. Oh, anyway, so it comes out on TikTok. And all of these shows are coming back, and I was just like, oh my God, I remember this stuff. And but yeah, some of the things like Room Raiders, where it's like, here's our thing for and then have to be surprised. One of them was Fear Factor, where you're talking about reaction shots. And when one of the fears was to like get like naked, and that's like a public, fear of being public nudity.
Yeah.
And then as soon as these girls like get naked, like the producer of the show is like, okay, everybody get the reaction shots, but all the cameramen are going for like the boobs or the vagine, and there's no reaction shots, and the gay producer is so freaking pissed off. He's like, you guys gotta get it in advance for 1 second.
Can I talk about the fact that we have 1,300 people watching us right now, and these are the things we're talking about? Like, it's wild, man. As you would say, I love this game.
How do we get to 1,300? It's because we talk about Bob's and no, we talked about a lot of stuff this past 5 hours. And I was live for 90 minutes before this, and then I took a break because it was a podcast, and then I did this, and so yeah.
Okay, there you go. Wow.
Yes, Penguin Colada. I will send you a. I'll send.
I mean, that's what it says. That's what I see right now.
I'll give them
I mean, if you're watching it on YouTube, you won't see 1,300 people.
Yeah, because it's on X as well as YouTube, and I have I have the option to stream to Twitch as well, but I don't remember my Twitch account. Like I don't. So I'll fix it. I'll do it, and then I'll get that.
Honestly, you should, because the just chatting sector on Twitch, like there's a lot of people that will go on Twitch to just hang out with people that are just chatting, and you do a fantastic job of engaging your audience, which I mean is really a prerequisite, right? Like if I didn't work for the company, I would do a ton of Twitch streams. But the problem is everyone's just going to ask me questions, then they're going to get mad. Oh, well, I heard it in Foster's personal Twitch stream, and like it wasn't a company thing or whatever. So I've decided I'm not, but like I play a ton of video games, right? Like I would love to stream and hang out with the fam and be like, oh, what's up, and like play with people and whatever, but it's kind of like a weird line that I don't know that I should. I mean, no one's told me I'm not allowed to, and sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, but like, do you really want to, like, do you really want to risk it? Like, I don't know. Anyways,
so as a video game person, what do you think about GTA 6 trailer?
I haven't watched it yet.
Bro. Okay,
I know, I haven't watched it yet. So I saw that it leaked. It was technically released, I guess, earlier this week. But you know what? I'm weird about. I'll give you an example. I'm gonna go on a Randy tangent here.
Yeah.
You know when there's a TV series that you really like, right? You're like watching a TV series. You're watching it on Netflix. So you don't have to worry about commercials. You don't have to worry about anything you watch on Netflix. And then it ends, and then it's like, new season coming in 6 months, and you're like, oh my God, you pull your hair out. And then by the time the new season comes out, you need to rewatch the previous seasons to even remember, because you're scatterbrained. So like when HBO had Game of Thrones, I didn't start watching Game of Thrones until season 5. And so Game of Thrones came out, and I was like, oh, I should try that. Binge watched the whole 5 seasons with my wife. And then I was like, oh shoot, now they're releasing a new season. By the time that new season came out, I had to completely rewatch the seasons of Game of Thrones again to be reminded. And then I had to do it a second time when the next season came out. So like, I'm very much a person who will not watch TV series unless they've completed, or they're a limited series, right? Or they're movies. Like I need to, like, I'm too like, I need it all. Like, and if I don't get it all, then I can't do it. So with the GTA 6 trailer, bringing it back to the point, I'm not going to watch the trailer because I don't know that watching the trailer is what I'm actually going to get in a year when it inevitably comes out. Like I've seen like 2-second clips while I'm like watching through Twitter, but I haven't committed to watching like the 2.5 or 3 minute video of the trailer because I want to know what the game's going to be like when I'm going to play the game, right? And it's the same thing. You watch like a Battlefield trailer like a year before it comes out, and then the game comes out. You're like, this is nothing. Like you were using cinematic footage, you were doing all this stuff. It's like, It's not an actual indication of what it is. So I'm kind of the same thing. I need the completion. I need it to be there, because if I watch the trailer, I'm going to want to play the game. And then if you tell me I got to wait a year, then I'm going to shake something, and I shouldn't do that.
So yeah, now that you're, man, it's so strange. I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday about his stepkid who's like wanted to play like Dungeons and Dragons with his friends, but it was his mom's like birthday weekend, and it's just like, hey, mom's a little older and she smokes a lot and whatever, and how much longer you're gonna have on this. And I'm like, as a teen, especially one that hasn't really had like a mother figure growing, I was like, as a teen, it's like, you kind of don't really care, because I don't know, things are you're so like numb as a teen, because you are told from the time like you're super young that like everything you do matters, and good is rewarded and bad is punished. And then you get to like teenagers, like, no, I've seen like my bullies go in and have like good shit happen to them and bad shit happen. So clearly somebody's lying here. So now that you're like a dad, and I don't know if your girls will play video games yet, maybe in the future they will, but when do you think you'd let them play like a Vice City or GTA 3, or like would they have to be like, yeah, you got to wait till you're teenagers, like, you're 8, it's time?
Oh, it's such a good question. So my girls are one just turned 2, and one turns 5 next month. So basically 2 and 5. So like they're too young to have pondered those types of questions, but I feel like, at least from my experience, like growing up and living life, like kids are going to be exposed to things no matter what. So I think sheltering them, like it almost does them a disservice, right? Because like if you're, and once again, not judging anyone's parenting style, right? But like if you're like a super like overprotective helicopter parent, and you're like, you never let your kids like talk about anything or see anything or try anything, like they're just going to do it when you're not around, right? And would you rather be the person that's there to like support them and guide them, protect them, and whatever, and answer questions if it's needed, or like are just going to find out otherwise, right? So like even my 4-year-old, like she's learned words in daycare that we don't use in the house, and I'm like, where are you learning that? And she's like, oh, like it's cool, whatever. So it's like you can either try and shelter them from everything, right? Which you can't, is the reality. Or you can do the best that you can with the resources you have to support them through those processes. Now, does that mean that I'm going to let my kid play Grand Theft Auto at 6 years old? Probably not, right? Like that's, you know what I mean? But making them aware that there are video games where violence does take place, and what is violence, right? And what do we hit people? Is hitting people a thing that we do when we disagree with them, right? Like there's valuable lessons to be taught in that, right? And so like one of the things that my daughter really likes to do, my oldest daughter, she likes to watch car crash videos. Just like a very like
what type of videos?
Car crash videos.
Okay.
So she just likes, so when she was 3, she witnessed like a pretty major car crash, and my brother-in-law is a firefighter. He's a first responder. So like he had gone out, he had gone to assist. And so like that always stuck with her at a very impressionable age. So now for whatever reason, she's fascinated about car crashes. Right. And so, but we talked to her about car crashes and how safe vehicles are actually built these days, and how likely people are actually to get injured, and so on and so forth. And why does she have to sit in the back seat, and why does she have to be in a car seat? So I think there's valuable lessons to be taught from things that maybe on the outset are not the most productive things to be speaking on their face. But yeah, it's interesting, right? I don't have the answer for you. I'll probably figure it out, and it'll probably still feel too soon when we get there, because your little angels are always your little angels, right? But yeah, I want them to feel comfortable coming to me and asking questions and exploring, and to make mistakes and feel like they can tell my wife and I that it's happened, and whatever. So
you're more of when teaching them to swim, keep a hand like under their belly, and you're not like just chuck them in, see what happens.
I'm like send them to swim lessons and let someone who's better than me at swimming teach them how to swim, but watch them with bated breath, but knowing that I'm there if they needed me, but letting them explore and learn and stuff. So like I've been teaching my older daughter how to ride a bike. And like that's like a very like obviously she's got training wheels, she's wearing her helmet, she's got, you know, wrist guards, she's got elbow pads, she's got knee pads, but you know, watching them, like you're beside her and you got your hand like gently on her back, but then she takes off a little bit and it's like that's, you know, it takes a while, but you know what? You know, she's fallen, she's gotten injured before. You know, when you fall, you get back up. And I think that that's one of the lessons you try and instill, right? Is you're not protecting them always, but it's like, hey, if you're going to fall, put your hands out in front of you. Here's a safe way to. So it's just, like I said, it's just really about teaching them the best ways, and then they're going to blaze their own trail, and you're just here to kind of cheer them on and support them.
So I can ride a scooter. I'm very good at it. But
nice. Can you do a kickflip?
Or
what are they called? But they do the little. It's not a kickflip. That's a skateboard. Yeah, it's like how do you do the little 360 thing? The little.
I don't think I've tried because I have taken a scooter to the ankle, and
I was going to say you only learn that once, and then you never do it again. So,
but I don't know. I can't rollerblade. I can't paddleboard. I can't ride a bike. Like my equilibrium just doesn't let me do it.
Interesting. Okay.
So when my cousin was like learning, and I was like learning with her, and she like put her hands out to protect her, like you said, and then she broke her hand. Yeah. I was like, I'm not gonna fucking do that.
Yeah.
So, my face just got all fucked up.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. So what I hear you saying is we're doing a tandem bicycle when we're in Portugal.
I mean, yeah, like I said, it's so strange because like a lot of times, like, so the two examples, and they both kind of stuck with me. When I was like 7, and it was like a Blockbuster was still around, people that adopted me, like, hey, we're gonna rent a movie, and you're gonna rent a movie, and we're not gonna fucking see you for the rest of the night. Sounds good. So they rented whatever, and it was my cousin's brother. So my cousin as well, but he was like older, so we were, you know, he was talking about the movie It, and I was like, oh, that sounds good, and then he just said, there's like, oh, you're too young for it. I was like, no, I'm not.
I'll show you.
So I like put, where's the freaking? So I like put like my finger over like the R rating that it had, and I was like, oh yeah, it's. And my parents, they used to like John Ritter from like Cheers, like, yeah, it has this in it, like Tim Curry's in it. It's supposed to be like really funny. And I figure anyone that kind of grew up back in the day, they knew what it was. And
yeah, seriously.
And they said, okay, I'm gonna let you watch it. And I got messed up for. I still don't like clowns. And that was probably an example of it, like, I probably shouldn't have done that. But then when I was older and they're like, oh, you can't date girls, it's gonna mess up your schoolwork. Then that became the forbidden fruit, and now I'm a freaking horn dog. So it's just, I don't know, man. Yep. Parenting is impossible. Anyone that says they can do it is lying.
It's so hard, and it's so easy, like you said, similarly to social media, right? It's so easy to jump on or give an opinion on something that you're not involved in. Like you said, people are more than happy to spend other people's money, right? Like it's so simple. When you're on the outside looking in, everything is so simple, right? And so with parenting, it's the exact same thing, right? Like you'll look at a situation and you may see a kid having a freak out, and you're like, oh wow, that must be a bad parent. But like you don't understand like everything that went into that, right? And how hard that parent is probably working a lot of the times to deal with that. And yeah, so it's so funny. My wife is the X-Files theme song, like the
I just been watching it, yeah.
She like that messes her up. Like she is not, she literally like gets chills. Like she can't, like, yeah, it's and even as an adult she can. And her dad used to hide porcelain dolls behind her blinds, and then she'd roll up the blinds and there'd be a doll there. So she hates porcelain dolls, like she's so afraid of them. And for me, like I have like I don't want to call it an irrational fear, because every fear is based on something, but like of the dark. Like if I'm in dark places, my brain will just be like, oh, there's definitely a zombie there, or there's definitely a ghost. Like it's, for whatever reason, like I'll walk into a dark room and it's like, okay, like we can do this. And like I'm a grown adult. I'm like, seriously, like I'm afraid. But so I try not to pass that on to my daughter, right? Like it's okay, like you're fine or whatever. But yeah, it's I mean, there's no such thing as perfect parenting, because there's no one size fits all. Every kid has independent needs. Every kid, responds to things differently. And so, I mean, anyways, I don't want to get
Yeah,
too
they
much,
come
but
out of the box different.
yeah, I have a question for you. How long were you planning to go on this? Because I was planning to just hop on for like 15 or 20 minutes, but we've really kind of done like an hour and a bit, and I've been enjoying it, but I've also only had a bagel to eat today, so I should probably get some food at some point.
So I mean, somebody just posted a video of David as Spider-Man, so I'll be on here for a while dissecting that. But by all means, if you want to leave for an hour or two and go have dinner with the family,
yeah, I might try and come back later tonight. I don't want to make any promises, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's great that you're holding it down day in and day out, similar to Spider U holding it down, holding the metro on the tracks there. So yeah, no, it's always good catching up with you, and shout out to everyone who's been tuning in, listening, and participating in the chat, doing whatever it is that you are doing. We always appreciate your guys' support, and I know that on days like today, it's not always easy, right? There's a lot of things that get discussed, and speculations go wild, but I'm excited for the future, and I think that there'll be kind of an established foundation that VeVe is going to revert back to, and it's going to really allow them to set the stage moving forward. So thank you all for hanging out with me and putting up with Randy and I's just absolute nonsense.
I love you so much.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see you and squeeze you again. I love you so much.
All right, take care, buddy. Later, fam. Bye.
I wonder if if his family knows how lucky he is to like have him and just chill with him and be like, hey man, how's it going? How do you think 100 men could take on a gorilla? And like just get his thoughts on it. Like I want to know, like, guys, I I don't want to say I'm like a menace or anything, but every now and then I'll just message Foster like the most obscene shit, like where did all the anvils go? Like, do you eat ass? No, I don't. I don't. But every now and then I just message him some random stuff, and sometimes he gets back to me, sometimes he doesn't. Clearly today he got back to me. No, I don't. David's very busy. He did say, "With great power comes great responsibility." The job's not done. We love him for that. But yeah, let's take a look at the crypto Twitter and see what's going on, shall we? Emoji says, "Join myself and Vivi Magic as we take another journey from Toontown to Tokyo to review Mufasa, The Lion King, a fitting movie for Disney. They're going at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm guessing tomorrow. So be advised that I tried to watch Mufasa recently, and they were too British. Like they were too British for me to like. So I just didn't watch it. I was like, yeah, this is too British. I'm not into it. So anyway, let's keep going here. Mike Pease, I just had a guy come in and order a second car today. He got his wife a car like 3 weeks ago. He came in today and was like, dude, I can't live without full self-driving. After saying he was interested in it 3 weeks ago, friend who works at a delivery center. If you're bored tomorrow, you should go demo it. It's free and easy, and we all know that we don't have anything else going on. Speaking of tomorrow, we have the Grogu drop tomorrow. I'll get a little bit, and then I'm going to meet Gary V tomorrow. May or may not get him on the podcast. I'll let you know. I'll keep you posted. But Gary V, me and him will speak, and we'll have words, and I will offer my services. A lot of service, not what you're thinking. Bad. Anyway, nature is amazing. Oh my God, this bear just dominated this watermelon. Many more projects apply to get listed on Easy A than they have space for. Listings are determined based on our team's conviction and project community demand. They're like, let me come on to talk about my daCAT token comic that will be on at VeVe. And hopefully I can do that, because I've wanted Easy A and Dom Bullish Easy A to go in and come on the podcast. So we'll see. Phil Kwok says, just arrived at Royal Bank of Canada headquarters. The big meeting. They have $2 trillion in assets, but they want to know what's hot in Web3, where the builders are, and what Dom Kwok and I are seeing. We'll report back shortly, so make sure you're following. VeVe posts that just take a closer look at Din Djarin Mandalorian Resurgence and the Star Wars Mandalorian Characters Series 1. The 3D digital collectibles of Din Djarin features Mandalorian, his iconic Beskar armor, along with Star Wars The Mandalorian Character 3D digital collectibles, showcasing the heroes of the epic tale. Which character from Mandalorian speaks to you the most? Drop your answer in the comments. I'm not gonna lie, probably Mando. I'll say probably Mando. He's handsome and strong, just like Dashi. Obviously, I've been drinking for a solid 7 hours, so this is why I'm like this. Also, as an ad, The Mandalorian's first appearance on VeVe is limited to 1,019 editions. And that's for the secret rare. A collector 3D digital collectible now offers contingent upon account approval, applies to new accounts only. Very good, very good. Insiders are RFK's World at Health and Human Services. RFK Jr. just pulled back the curtain, taking everyone inside the HHS Secretary's Operations Center while cracking open a darker vault. Unleashed files tied to his father's assassination. The tour wasn't bureaucratic, it was deeply personal. RFK Jr. merged present policy with past pain, hinting the secrets long buried beneath the federal bureaucracy. And this was more than a media moment, it was a statement of intent from a man who's just as focused on transparency as he is on public health. I am going to X out of my stuff, and I'm going to tell you all to smash that like button. Smash it, smash it, smash it. Oh God, hiccups. I'm going to get to some of my, oh God. Nothing new. Nintendo reserves the right to brick your console following unauthorized use. Cool. Buddy of mine is just always hacks one of those, so he's a little bit of a thief. Oh, thank you. Get more food and drinks, Randy. Well, I have my water, and again, I've been drinking for solid 7 hours, so I don't need any more. Now, granted, if I were to get David to come on or whatever, yeah, sure, but again, I was streaming for 90 minutes before I started this 5-hour stream, so obviously, stuff happens. And amazing, daCAT is king of the world again. Shout out to daCAT for getting that top thing. And let's take a look at crypto. It's been a little bit, so let's see where people are at. Let's go to the top. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. I'm going nowhere. Came from the Bronx. Bitcoin is at 103,000. Staying steady. Ethereum is at 2350. It was 2448 before. God damn. But yeah, 2350, pretty nice, and everything else is pretty chill. Nothing crazy going on. Let's take a look at OMI and see what it's at here. OMI's up 7% on the day to 0002159. So again, maybe that's because Foster was just here and he was talking about stuff. Maybe not. We'll see. Shiro. Oh wow, Shiro Nico's got a lot of stuff here that they have going on. Tether trading. I'm into. Let's make it happen. Yep. I'll get a DEVVE tattoo at a $30 price point. Time for DEVVE to take advantage of the momentum. I agree. That's a marketing plan we are looking for. Not gonna lie, my voice really hurts really badly. That's great. Did one. Chaos on the chain. So let me go in and take a picture. Oh, sharing media isn't allowed here. Okay. Told my 1,400 viewers that chaos on the chains is the best. Can't share photo. Oh my God, I can't type anything for 10 seconds. It won't let me. But maybe next time. Maybe next time I'll win. Okay, moving on here. We've got Poet Base as Brian Armstrong, CEO of Coinbase, shares his thoughts on why decentralized social could be the next frontier, and how base and content coins can empower creators to finally take back control. Not in theory, not someday. It's already happening on chain. Never said I did. So much of the movies. I'm just saying I don't support. Why would you even say anything on? Lock them up. Lock them. Oh my God, that's a sweet car. Just love it. 2019 bounty alert. Be advised that Comics and Crypto is paying $2,019 for Grogu and 2019 Dinjarin rare collectibles on VeVe Official. Use their link to sign up for $10 free and start hunting, getting that bread. Ugh, my body. Awesome Tesla video that everyone should watch. We need to talk about Tesla stock. It's very good. Aaron Office, the Pentagon declares war on identity politics as military academies go back to basics. So there was a post the other day talking about trans in the military, and they're starting to get kicked out. How do I feel about it? If you are a mentally competent person, and you're conscientious, you could do the job, and you can physically do the job and mentally do the job and be fine. Whoever that is, it doesn't matter who you are. If you want to serve your country and you could make it in the military and you can do all those things, then you should be able to serve your country. That being said, when people get hurt or when people are no longer around, when they're deployed, they don't get a replacement. They like, we have to do the same amount of work with the same amount of people minus that person because that person's no longer around. And military already has an unaliving problem. And so do a lot of people that are transitioning. And again, I'll be real here. It's about, okay, if military is already super stressful where people are unaliving themselves more than any other profession, and you throw in somebody who's part of a group that does that to themselves already before they go into the military, it's a recipe for disaster. And that's going to make it harder on the people downrange when they're all serving together and one of them unalives themselves. You hate that in general, because obviously you're sad for the person, but also that rest of that unit, the rest of that squadron has to do that work without that person. It's a very difficult situation. It's rough. That's right. I don't, whatever they're doing. I don't really have too much control of it, so I haven't given it a ton of thought, just kind of what I'm saying here. That being said, Secretary of Defense just dropped a memo bomb ordering military academies to admit cadets based on, wait for it, actual merit instead of demographic checkboxes. Directive commands service academies to apply no consideration of race, ethnicity, or sex in their 2026 admission cycle. Apparently remembering that the military's primary job is to be lethal, not equitable, Pentagon brass now have 30 days to certify that they'll pick future officers who can win wars rather than Facebook arguments. All right, good for them. Northern Lights may stay bright for 50 years, getting ready for a glowing sky. A new study says that the Northern Lights could intensify for the next half century. Scientists suggest that the sun is entering a long turbulent phase known as the Centennial Gleisberg cycle, where solar activity ramps up across decades. This means more geomagnetic storms, more auras, more night sky spectacles, far beyond the poles. Even skeptics agree we're in for wider solar weather. Whether or not, oh my God. How is this real, bro? Oh my God. How is that? Jesus, man. That doesn't look real. That's a painting. That is the ocean. That is a, oh my God. Obviously you have solar flares which come into, the ozone layer, and they spark, and then, you have the northern lights, and it's just so incredibly beautiful. God damn, that's so cool. I don't know why. It's like we know why it happens. We know the colors, and it's just, this again, crazy times. Anywho, let me go in and X out of there, go back into there. China had 40 banks go under in 1 week. The truth is coming out. President Trump was right on his dealings with. Oh no, I'm sorry. As of 2023, China had 4,561 banks. The video claims that 40 banks collapsed in just 1 week. In fact, the 40 banks were consolidated into other banks and represents less than 1% of the total number of banks. This did happen 1 year ago and has precedence, e.g. Spain. So be advised that was not, 40 banks did not go under in a week. They had consolidated. Muhammad or Della Maddalena for UFC 314 main event. This is Ode Osborne. He is an OMI homie. He'll actually be coming on the podcast at some point. He did win his last fight. It was the same fight as Josh Emmett, so I gotta love that. What's up, Ronnie Lido? Meow meow meow. How you doing? I'm doing all right. My throat is destroyed. I don't have enough liquids to keep up with it, so I'm probably gonna end it soon unless somebody wants to come on. Give me 1 second here. Still live now. I'm still live. Send it to another buddy of mine. Oh God, where are they? Man, Hardwick. Oh, my friend Dan. I love him so much. Where the heck did I just? Okay. Still live. We'll try to get some more people here. We won't do Megs, won't do Bruno. We'll do we'll try to find another buddy of mine and see if he can take a look-see. Or she can take a look-see. We'll see. I'm still live if anyone wants to come on. We shall see. Smiles for miles, meow. Nah, fam. Let's see how he's doing. I can't, bro. I can't. What up, Randy? What up, chat? What up, Unabonger? How's it going, fam? My she doesn't have anything nice to say. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, fam. Next time. Put next Tim's image. Ooh, my friend is enjoying a vodka soda at it looks like a dog park. It's a very nice vodka soda at the dog park. They are love those. But yeah, what's up, Randy? What's up, chat? How's everyone doing? Yeah. Love the Unabonger peeps. VeVe Digital Collectibles reposted Tina Garcia and her stream on Sunday. That is going to be for moms, for mothers, for them. When stuck in full fucking traffic, I very much look forward to using full self-driving so I can enjoy tea time in my Tesla. Same. This is so fucking stupid. And Bukele says, oh my goodness. Homicides per 100,000 inhabitants in the last 25 years in Latin America. That is insane. There's a lot. Spinal tumor removed through eye in groundbreaking surgery. What? And a world first surgeons at the University of Maryland removed a deadly spinal tumor through a patient's eye socket. Carla Flores, 19, had a rare chordoma threatening her spinal cord and brainstem. Traditional surgery proposed fatal risks, so doctors did a surgical corridor behind her eye and cheekbone, navigating straight to the tumor. Procedure left no external scars and avoided critical nerves and vessels. A straight shot, said the lead neurosurgeon. Flores is now tumor-free, recovering, and preparing for beauty school. Science fiction just became surgical fact. Whoa, this team is epic. Okay, that is... Bro, that is nuts. They did it through the nose and through the... Oh, that is nuts. I could never. So somebody says Pepe, Brett, Andy, and Wolf Price discovery within the next 30 days. That's interesting. Inside of 5 years, we want people promoting this. We're gonna get Cryptocosmo. Meow, 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 meow. Let me at him. At Cryptocosmo. Yes, my day is coming on. Cryptocosmo. 1273 down the Rockefeller Street. Oh my God, I freaking love him. I freaking love this man. He's my bae. With the fridge. What up, Ronnie? Will we all be getting Social Security by the I'm not gonna lie. If you're like 40 years old, you're not gonna get Social Security. It's not gonna happen. But maybe one day. Maybe one day you might. But yeah, this is wild. People having so this is like that's not a woman. That is not a real person. That is not just a robot. That is an AI chat robot that's inside the body, a silicone body of a woman. Her name is Melody or Charming. We're all about creating customizable human-like robots designed for connection and play. Play. That's what they're calling it. Play. My guys, that is. Whew. Humanity is in such a strange way, where the type of thing. Actually, hold on. Before I get to that, let me go in and I'll quote. Be like, everyone say hello to at Cryptocosmo. Woo! View post. Sending. Oh wow, there's a lot of people on here talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm making my own decisions. Nothing they say is gonna get me down. Hey, what up? What up? On here.
Yes. Well, let me get my sound working.
Oh, you sound good.
Oh, son of
I mean, I think you sound good. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you. Let me try leaving and coming back.
Copy. Oh, wow.
Oh, you know what? I hear you now.
Oh, okay, sweet.
But yes. What's up?
So I saw this crazy video of a girl named Melanie, who's a robot built for play, and she's got
earlier.
Dude, she's got AI. Super creepy. When they can play video games, they'll be interested. But I don't know. Like, what do you think? So obviously, you be all married up. You got a family, and you got all that jazz. But like, how do you feel that some of these like teenagers now, or I guess anyone that's looking to form like some type of connection? And have you used ChatGPT?
I have, but I kind of switched over to Grok. I use Grok more than anything.
Cool. Because ChatGPT has this thing where it like tries to connect with you, and it does it, and so it like what's the opposite of gaslighting? Love bombing. It like
I hadn't heard that. But
it like love bombs women, and it's just like, yeah, you're absolutely right. No, you're 100% right to feel that way, and it gives reasons why I've noticed as women. But then also for men that like talk about like business ideas to it. There's this one guy that said like, I have this idea, obviously as a joke, but he wanted to see what AI would say, is like called shit on a stick. And it's legit, like that's what it is, what it sounds like. And he's like, it's gonna be for back in the day, people that had poop in a bag lit up on their porch, as like it's going to take them back. And then the AI is like, yeah, it's not just innovative. You have a reloadable, I think I said like a reloadable gun that you reload every time you eat, and you have unlimited like product. And it was telling him that this poop on a stick was like the greatest idea ever, and it should invest all of its money into it. And I was like, what is AI doing?
It's just like this total yes man type thing that you can create for yourself.
Yeah.
That is
they love your smile there. They love your smile.
Thank you.
So first off, how are you? How you been?
Dude, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Even in this, it's interesting. There's like the VeVe side of things where there's all this like tumultuous, panic, and I'm just not feeling it that way, honestly. I'm gonna miss Ben a lot, but then you got the crypto side where there's this boom going on, and I haven't caught your stream up to this point really, so you've probably covered all of that. But dude, I'm doing good overall.
Yeah, 5.5 hours later, we talked about a lot of stuff. We went way back.
Unbelievable. It's incredible.
I did
Yeah,
like
how you
90
doing?
minutes before this too on a podcast, and then I took a break for an hour, and then I came back.
Dude,
So,
you're a beast.
yeah, wild stuff.
Yeah, man. How
but-
you doing though? I mean,
I'm doing. My throat
apart from the
hurts, but
stream.
aside from that, I'm doing okay. It was strange because I had that video the other day of like, hey, everyone's saying that Ben Rose left, and what is the what did he actually do? And it's like, well, if he did leave, here's the ways that it could have happened. And then like 18 hours ago, they said like, okay, here's the actual reasons why he left. Both Ben and Vivv had done that. And I was like, okay, there's a reason. They still hadn't really told. They said they're turning to like a leaner version of them, which I applaud for the reasons that, okay, take the salaries of these people that are no longer with us, reallocate them elsewhere. I like that. But yeah, I love Ben. He always took the time to come on stream and say hey, and it wasn't even just on my stuff. It was on Spaces. It was everywhere, and he was awesome. So I wish that whatever happened, whatever the reasons that they decided to what seemed like amicably split, wish things would have happened in a way that he could still stay here. Unfortunately, I think that's possible. But yeah, and you might know like more than me for this type of company, what a CEO might make in this position and how much they might be saving now. Did it really? Obviously, Ben came because David and Dan were very focused on the lawsuit. They're focused on a lot of other things, but did it really matter what Ben would have done? Because we're just out of the narrative. I don't think it mattered. Like you'd have Paris Hilton, you could have like Nicki Minaj, all these people like promoting VeVe. I don't think it would have really mattered at this point because we're so out of the narrative. Do you think that even hiring him in general might have been a mistake, or is like, no, it was good, it's just not good yet, and the stuff that he built will kind of give dividends in the future?
Well, from my perspective, like I definitely think it was positive. Looking at what the team's goals were, I don't know exactly what they were, but I suspect with the timing of how it all happened, of him being getting separated from VeVe in general, I think a lot of it had to do with the lawsuit of him being public facing, whereas Dan and David maybe couldn't or didn't want to. That's my thought about it. Considering the timing, I definitely think it was positive that they hired him because that guy is a legend. Have no worries about him landing somewhere great right after this. So definitely wish him the best. Have appreciated it. What's up, MC1? Yeah, so I definitely think it was a positive. He boosted a lot of just positivity in this community, and we all love him, and we're gonna miss him for sure.
Agreed. Sparky has just messaged me. She won some type of award for something. I don't know what, but she won. So shout out to her. The Vivv and OMI. Random messages. It's so insane. As I was supposed to say, David and Dan started before all these companies. They're still here while others are gone, and they fight for the company and the token. Agreed. Fight. They did say that David would be taking kind of a more like hands-on approach, and I'm curious to see what he'll be coming on here in the next month or so. What would you like to see David do?
Yeah, honestly, like that was one of the reasons why I was glad that they did hire Ben, is because it was noticeable that David had taken a step back from being, community facing on videos and things. And we speculated why, like maybe he had spilled the beans too many times. Maybe he was trying to be protective of not breaking like NDAs. So then Ben comes on and he's super front facing to the community. He's involved in things, and that was fantastic. I would like to see David be able to do that. And from their announcement, it sounds like him and Dan are going to be doing more of that. So that's what I would like to see, honestly.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too. Is there any? I wonder how much though. Like, could you say, oh, they got to do their every day to keep their faces fresh, or is it like a couple times a week is probably fine.
Yeah, I agree. Like if they could remember they would do their AMAs or something like where they would go on screen. If they could do that and just like talk the business, talk about, updates or so once a week, that would be great.
Yeah, I think so too. Mr. MC1 he introduced me to a VC. She's an incredibly bright, incredibly great conversationalist. I had her on. That was the one I had 90 minutes on this morning. And
Yeah,
then
I need to catch up on that.
yeah, so off camera we had I really showed like, hey guys, or I was like, hey girl, like Vivv and OMI, super good. DEVVE and the DEVVE blockchain, Definity and the DEFX token, super good. And just kind of going over that. So we'll have like a meeting.
That's a good word.
I'm trying. So I have my goal. Are you in the Goal Logo group? Yeah, 100% in there. So
Yep.
I talked about an initiative today on how to get like thousands of views. So here's my plan. Right now it's starting with the daCAT community, Sharby, Chaos on the Chains, and Crappy Bird, where they all have characters in my comic, and their communities will sign up and they'll buy the comic because we'll give them Crappy Bird tokens or Chaos on the Chain tokens, whatever community they'll in. If they land a certain mint number or if they stack, we'll airdrop them tokens. And I am going to do that, I think, for Volt Inu. Do you know who they are?
No, haven't heard of that.
They're a meme token, but they have like 140,000 followers on X, like 20-something thousand followers over on their Telegram, and they have a good amount of people like in the group. And I sent a pitch deck to them. I was like, listen, here's what I can do. Even if you don't want to come in our comic, just I'll write the comic for you for a very cheap price, and we'll get this bread. And if they go sell out on VeVe Comics, they'll probably get a drop. They did that with Evermind. Evermind, the first one sold out, and VeVe's like, you know what? We're going to give you a drop, and they did. So I think that if I can help people of these communities get that, so I did it with Volt Inu. I just did it. This girl Pixie was on before for Ladies on Soul. I was like, I'll write your comic, and if that, and that Ladies on Soul has like maybe like 1,000, maybe like a couple thousand followers on X. So maybe they only get like a couple hundred people that go on and buy their comic, but that's still a couple hundred people that are going to go make new accounts on VeVe. And again, if I can do this with enough of these communities, and all I have to do is write, and my brain gives out stories like all the time. I think that we can get a couple thousand new users, maybe 5% of which are going to be active every day, but I think in general so that's my plan. What do you think of that?
Dude, I think it's cool. I think it's super cool. I tried to get, I submitted one of the meme communities that I'm in. It's just the Turbo token, the first AI token, meme coin. And so I was hoping they might be in that. I don't think they are, but I think it's a great idea, honestly. Just a way to spread to other communities.
I did send them a message.
Oh, you did? Yes.
Yeah, I'm saw the company. I have a YouTuber. I have a few friends tell me about you. I have a couple ideas I'd like to run past you. When might you have a couple minutes to talk? However, they haven't gotten back to me. So maybe I can nudge them. In their last post, they say, with creativity and belief, even a dream can spark revolution. Oh my, okay. So I have this thing, this frog that is talking to this fox. They're hiding from an oppressive government, and they're fighting through music. And that's my whole. Okay, so I'm gonna say check DM, and hopefully they don't think I'm a bot. And
yeah,
and we'll see. Yeah, 100,000 followers. So we'll see. Big party in London, Lisbon, San Diego, New York, Las Vegas, Singapore, and you're going to Lisbon, and you've been to Portugal before, right?
I haven't been there. This will be my first time. Definitely going. Me and Dr. Stuff. It's going to be a great time.
Nice.
I know you're not going, right?
I don't think so. No,
I know you said you probably weren't, but
yeah,
I held out hope.
I mean, if you have one of my tokens goes like absolutely insane, yeah, sure. But I have to go to Florida for the. Do you know of the partner statue giveaway thing?
Yeah, yep, I heard about it. Yeah, it's up like big trip or something is tied to it.
Yeah,
where's the trip to?
Orlando. It's a Disney resort over in Disney. So they get the partner statue and a week stay for like 7 to 9 people. It says it sleeps 9 people. I want to say 7, like comfortably, because feel like they always get you.
Yeah.
Oh, Chrissy has a $20 million fund. Every time she buys something, we'll have founders say, okay. Okay, I introduced her all the good stuff, so I will. So that's something I also wanted to talk about. Like, so we can go back and forth saying like, okay, based on VeVe's revenue and the run rate, you know, let's say they're doing 350,000 a month, and let's say they're spending 500, you know, a month, and they have that little bit of cash burn, but based on like we can go and figure out kind of what the token should be worth based on how things are going.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you take into consideration the market cap of a company when you have a bunch of people that hold it that legitimately think it can go to like $100 billion? And I don't even just mean for like for other tokens, that if you have some of like the top 10 or like 100 wallets that honestly believe that a token that should probably only be like 20 to 50 million dollars can be like billions of dollars. I don't know. I feel like a lot of times it goes there. How do you go and calculate that into what a market cap should be?
I know that's the tricky thing, is because these kinds of things, if the holders hold, like market caps can just skyrocket to unreasonable numbers. So at that point, you're not really calculating reality in some of these valuations that come up, right? Because the token prices can just go crazy. That's the nature of the space, honestly, is like you do see, in fairness, like you do see some tokens that should be valued a lot higher, and they're just not. They just don't end up taking off. And I know that there's a number of people in the community that are worried and have been worried all bear market long that, you know, maybe OMI is going to fall into that category. And, you know, I have no problems with the people that do get worried or do think that, and they show all the different evidences for it. I just happen to not be one of them. I'm very bullish on what they're building. I'm very bullish on the team overall, mistakes and all. I think they are doing a lot more right in this crypto space than many other teams are doing, despite what current valuations are at.
Agreed. So if we go to, and I hate to play the fodder, but if we go to, let's say, a couple arguments, and I think some of the arguments, especially for the uninitiated, are the people that are just saying like, hey, the CTO left and Ben left, like that, and they don't know what's going on, and they think, hey, that's not a good look. And to their credit, if they don't know what's going on, it's not. What can you say to that? Because I'm sure people have tired me of saying it over the last 6 hours. What can you say to them for reasons that might comfort them? Like, hey, yeah, they left, but it might not mean for necessarily a bad thing. They're leaner now. They can go in and reallocate the money elsewhere, or again, in your own word.
Yeah, I mean, I don't take it as a good thing. You know what I mean? Like, so I'll get that out of the way. I'm not like, oh, this is a really good thing. Mitch was great. He did a lot for the app to help automate things, right? Is my understanding. Everything was really done manually in the early stages of the Vivv app in terms of distributing collectibles that were purchased. So he did make the app quite a bit better. And then I heard the comment that he was really involved in helping with Vivv Comics and getting that up to speed and building that out. So did a lot of great things. And then with Ben leaving, like, again, like the timing of it, it just kind of lines up in my mind that a lot of his departure probably has something to do with the timing of the court case and him being able to be public facing in ways that David and Dan couldn't or didn't want to be at that time. And then no need to have a co-CEO if they're back in action again. We'll miss him, but yeah, I'm just not feeling like nervous about that personally. Like, they're continuing to build, and I love what they're building. And I just happen to think that there's a lot in the background we have not seen that are coming our way. Why do I think that? Is because many times they have showed projects, partnerships that they released that have been in the background for years that they kept completely quiet, that nobody knew about. They've already done it multiple times. I just think that there's a lot coming.
I do too. And my two, well, so obviously Mr. FC1 fan, like, hey, David's going to launch major IP after IP. That just might be, you know, like fanfare. But so David, obviously he has, oh God, what's the name of his company that he had? Vagabond Games in not Australia, in New Zealand. And the Vagabond Games has its own Instagram account with like 2,000 followers, and they have like Warhammer, they have Yu-Gi-Oh, they have Pokemon, they have all these different things. And David only shares the Pokemon stuff from them on his normal account. And then he had shared recently a Roblox update, and he follows Roblox. And like, I
I've been wondering about that, following Roblox. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah.
I understand him sharing Pokemon stuff because he's just a fan. Like we all are, that's fine. But Roblox came out like 11 years ago. Like there's no way David played that as a kid. Like he's not like a fan of that. He might be a fan of what they've done. So him sharing that, I don't think is him just being a fan like he is of Pokemon. I think because he follows that. Now, again, maybe I'm just kind of moonboying here. Bring me back to reality if that's the case.
I was wondering about that because like we've seen the videos back in the day where he would have the SpaceX hat. He would have like the Nintendo Lego Princess Peach, you know, in on the shelf. And we're like, oh my gosh, does that mean Nintendo, Lego? Like what is going on? SpaceX, are these all partnerships that have happened? And then that showed up in his follow. And I didn't notice it until maybe a week and a half ago. And I was like, whoa, wait, what? Roblox? Like, could he have a partnership with it? I mean, he definitely could. I don't know if he does, but it got my wheels turning for sure.
Agreed, same. And Mr. MC1, he's dropping this alpha saying the last time I was this excited before the launch of VeVe Comics, and that was I still feel like people are taking what they did with VeVe Comics and they're just undervaluing it because I know out of the 34,000 signups they have, 97% probably not doing anything with it, but even if 3% are, it's like an extra 1,000-ish people per week buying something, even if it's not NFTs. It's their, their digital read only. Like, did you pick up anything for Free Comic Day yesterday?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
So they have the free digital read only stuff, and it seems like 2 of them are kind of like for kids, like the chibi stuff, but 4 of the titles like, oh, this looks really cool, and the digital read only versions were for free, and if you wanted to get the NFT version, it normally the cheapest I've seen is like $5, but some are $7, some are like $11. But the digital read only versions for the NFTs for the free comic ones, one of 1,000, they were $3. So I got all of them, and I was like, yeah, this is great. And they were only common, so that it's not like you have these different rarities. Whatever Mr. MC1 means, where he says hasn't been this excited, it's got to be something big like that. So I don't know. What it could be.
Well, like, and here's the thing, Randy. Like, this is one of the things that I'm bullish about VeVe is they aren't just focused on like doing drops. I've heard this a lot where people are just like, all they do is do more drops, and they're just sucking liquidity out of the community. When are they going to stop? I'm like, they are doing so much more. The fact that they did the VeVe Comics like website and basically got the keys to the kingdom from Marvel online digital comics, and they were given to VeVe, and then they have their own VeVe grading system, like with be able to get VeVe Comics or VeVe physicals graded, and then they've got phygital drops. One of the first, if not the first, to do these phygital type drop systems. There's so much more than just like doing digital drops and just trying to pick quick wins on these drops. Like they are taking this well-rounded approach, and it feels like to me that they really are building like this miniature empire underneath around the collecting world. And I just don't think that we're seeing much outside of the top surface layer. I think there's a lot underneath that we just haven't seen yet. Oh man, I lost volume. I lost audio. Huh.
Oh, that was my bad. I guess I'm getting a lot of good photos of Mr. MC1 here, and I'm taking them so I can go over them next time. Do you keep up with? So obviously with investments that you have, I assume a lot of it is just how the CEO do, is the technology innovative, but do you ever keep up with like trends and be like, what are the young people talking about? What are they doing that could help me invest?
Probably not as much as I should. Like I have a son. I have 2 kids. They're getting a little older. I got a teenager, and I've been paying attention to him in gaming. And but yeah, I haven't paid enough attention on the various types of trends myself. How about you?
Yeah. So I'm good up through like Gen Z. And I can like kind of get some of like most of their lingo, and I'm pretty good with it. Bro, Gen Alpha is so wild with their lingo, and it's like I feel so old because I don't understand like any of it. And like I try, like I'll go, okay, what's this word mean? And even the Urban Dictionary that you could put the word into Urban Dictionary and see like that, you have to TikTok it. Like there's no other way to find it outside of TikTok, and it's just
Dude,
hard.
it's amazing how fast that sneaks up on you. I can't even believe it. My son started coming home from school saying these words, and I was like, wait, what? Why are you saying that word? And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, this is what it means. I was like, oh, yeah, of course that's what it means. That's what it's always meant. I'm like, what are you talking about?
My favorites are Stigma, Ohio, and Aura. Does he say those?
Yes. Yep. Well, I hadn't heard Ohio. Aura for sure. You know, when someone's sweaty at games, I was like, that was a little while ago. I heard that one, but I was like, sweaty at games. That was a new one for me.
The Ohio one is like anything that's like bad, which like so it's like Ohio's awesome, but yeah, like anything that's bad. It's like, oh, we have the Ohio version.
That is really funny. Ohio, what the heck? That one's new for me.
But one of my favorite trends recently is people debating on whether 100 men could take on a gorilla. What do you think about that?
I know. I'm still not sure how that gained as much traction as it did. As one thing we were talking about with my son a couple of days ago. I personally think 100 men could take on a gorilla. They'd have to do it the right way, not one at a time. They'd have to go at it, but I think 100 men would win.
Same. They're all dedicated to the cause. They're getting that.
That's my non-scientific take.
Robert Irwin weighed in on it the other day, and he's just like, everyone's asking how many men to take on a gorilla, but they're not asking how many men to save a gorilla. And I was like, oh, that's so deep. And of course, it's like after he did his like underwear shoot, so like all the women are just like, I can't prove this, but I think that Australia saw like a dip in like American like tourism, and they're like, Robert, you need to sex yourself up and just take these underwear photos. And then once he did that, he came out with an interview saying like, yeah, my dad married an American girl, and my sister married an American boy, and I'm just waiting for my American girl. And like immediately, all like the planes were booked to go to Australia, to the Australia Zoo, and tourism just shot up. Dude, tourism shot up crazily in Australia because of that.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
It's so strange. Like I don't want to say he's 21. He's not like a kid, but you have like these people like I think Kylie Jenner's like the youngest ones, like who even opens Snapchat anymore, and the stock dips like 20%, and she didn't even mean to do it, and it's nuts.
It is. Wow, that is nuts. Oh my gosh. So I have a question for you, Randy. What's your speculation on what might be revealed partnership wise or announced in Portugal for NFC conference?
So I asked Foster about this the other day. I was like, I don't know if he's going, but he said it's just like, we might have announcement in Lisbon. Like, I don't know. Like he's so like the lines are so blurred for him. It's like, I don't know what we're announcing. I don't know what's public. So he just never really says anything. And I was like, well, and on Lisbon, and this wouldn't be OMI wise. I was like, when the non-fungible conference posted like a video and retweeted us, and they posted a video that had like Dragon Ball Z in the background. So I'm thinking, and then Foster's like, was it VeVe's video or was it a video that happened to be from non-fungible conference? I was like, oh yeah, it was from their video, and so maybe somewhere else, somebody else had that, like NFTs, but that's one of the things that I'm really hoping, and especially when you have heckin' Mr. MC1 that was just talking about the IP over here. Maybe that's one of them. I mean, I think we get anime in general. As far as announcements for OMI stuff, there is a push to get the Akomi Secretware logo some utility. I don't know what it is. It might be maybe another airdrop. It might be maybe like 50,000 OMI, like something super small that they could like do where it's not going to hurt them. But here's my a buddy of mine messaged me the other day. Is like, hey, Randy, you do all this with your whales, and you connect them with these token founders that they don't want to sell their token on the open market because they don't want to dump on their community, and even if it's for a good reason, like for marketing or to hire someone, they go to you because you can connect them with whales, and the whales will get a discount, you know, like $130,000 worth of tokens for like 100K. And it's like David and Dan, like they kind of need the same thing, but they can't, like their liquidity is locked up. You have like 30 billion each. You're not going to be able to sell even like a tenth of that without like dumping the price. So he said, why wouldn't they, or maybe it's possible that they should go in and burn some and then put some into the business development wallet, because it's all public anyway. It's not like their stuff was locked up. Put some in the business development wallet. And I'm curious on what you think that might do for sentiment if they burn some of their stuff, maybe like 3% of what they have, and then they put another 3 or 4% into the business development wallet, and then they use that for other stuff. Do you think that's possible for them to do without people being like, oh, you're adding more to the supply?
That's a good question. Like, what do I think it would do if they burn some of their token or put it
and
into
then added their tokens to the business?
I think it would be bullish for the project. I don't expect them to do it. I don't know what their plans are with that. If they're just going to use it for personal, I mean, that's what it's there for. If they did anything different than that went towards VeVe, I think it would be nothing but bullish.
Yeah. Same. Okay, so I got a picture of that. Mr. MC1's the year of OMI, digital, VeVeVerse, and he can't say, but
MC1, you and I got to talk in Portugal, my friend. I got to know, dude. I got to know. Oh man,
it says a few more days. I mean, the video is coming out next week, so maybe on that video
true.
they announce.
Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought they were going to announce. Do you think that they're going to make announcements of new IP then on that video? I thought they were just going to kind of do the State of the Union type video and explain how things might be going forward with their schedule or public facing, abilities.
If I'm guessing, gun to my head, it'd be like, okay, yeah, probably normal, telling us what we already know type of deal, leaving more questions. But then that would be my guess, because I want to lower expectations for myself, because I don't want to like hype it up and then like, nothing happens.
Yeah.
What about you? What are you thinking?
I was thinking it was kind of going to be like business and talking about, maybe some of their plans for the future and just at least what they were going to be able to start doing and getting back into the community more.
Yeah. I feel you. Jason Pena, thanks for being a member. My 7-year-old told me she crashed out in her friend today. Yeah, I do that like all the time, especially when I have a couple daddy sodas. I don't know. Yeah, just crash out on people. I'm trying to like, I did it. Yes, I think I did it today. Because they I wish VeVe would have been more like communicative about like people were speculating for a good like 72 hours before they were like they launched a statement, and obviously they had planned to release that statement already, and it's just the people went insane with it, and before they got the chance to do it. So like I understand that, but yeah, that was my. Oh yeah, I'm meeting Gary V tomorrow. He's going to be in Ohio, and I'm going to, and a buddy of mine actually saw him today in New York, and he's just like, yeah, I go and meet him at this place, and I was like, okay, so I'll go and get that bread. What would you want me to say?
That's awesome.
Yeah. What's like the right approach to him?
To Gary V? I don't know, man. Certainly not to be like, hey, why don't you start talking VeVe? I think just like getting on his level. I know he's launched his new cards. I know he's really trying to become like a next Pokemon, as he himself has stated. So I think the right approach would be talking to him about that and be like, hey, I've been hearing good things about your card thing, and just like learning from him and seeing what you can learn from him, honestly. Yeah.
So Portugal will be an OMI drop on soccer. They are going to do that at some point. Maybe they could announce that. I'm going to take a picture and call it the MC1 Chronicles. I'm just going to make a whole video of his quotes over here and just go in. Yeah, Portugal. Oh, well, they're Ronnie Lido. They're going to Portugal in June 4th, 5th, and 6th for non-fungible conference. I can't wait. Review the loyalists, start buying OMI. I hope so. Yeah, have you spent any OMI on Stacker for any like decent like deals?
I just a little like I did a bunch of the buys early on when we were doing testing. And so I was going back and forth buying a whole bunch of stuff for really cheap amounts of OMI. And then when it went live, I've only bought a couple of things. I've been trying to buy more OMI and hodl more OMI, honestly. So yeah, I do think it will be great though for them to do an all OMI drop. And if they did it in Portugal, like for the conference, that would be awesome because it'd be a way to get, a few more eyeballs on the whole process there and just add more utility to the token.
Agreed. And that's why I really like that they didn't cave, because a lot of people were saying like, oh, why can't we just use USDC or ETH to buy these? And it's like, well, it kind of takes away the utility for the OMI if you do that. So I really like the fact that they kept it.
I will say though, if there's a hyped drop, then and it's OMI only, I mean, heck yeah, like that's what I'll pay, and I'll just buy more OMI to backfill it. So
yeah, same. Conor McGregor just spoke and said that he calls on Ireland to create a Bitcoin strategic reserve. Obviously, there was somebody up in like 5 hours ago. It was like, oh, Bitcoin is the way. Bitcoin is the only thing that you should have bought. And yeah, fair point. Short term, yeah, Bitcoin's been doing really well the last couple of years, and OMI has not. But what are your ideas on security versus ROI? Obviously, Bitcoin is the safest thing out there, super secure with it as far as crypto goes. But I think you do sacrifice a lot of the ROI when you go and get that. Just want to know your thoughts on why are you, and I think you are, I'm not 100% sure, but why might you be heavier in alts than on Bitcoin, something that's super safe, that you have governments buying and ETFs buying, and nobody's buying OMI, nobody's buying DEVVE or Definity? Just curious on your thoughts there.
Yeah, I mean, I hold Bitcoin. I mean, I do a decent amount of it, and ETH as well. So I do hold some of those just for some additional stability, but I do have a much heavier amount in altcoins as well. And really it's just because of the potential for multiples that Bitcoin just doesn't have because of the size of its market cap already. I'm not saying it's not going to have good multiples from here compared to things like stocks. I think it definitely will. I just think that, yeah, some of these altcoins like OMI, I think will have a lot higher potential multiples and do much better ROI wise.
I feel
as simple as that.
Yeah. And I tell people that, hey, digital collectibles could become cool in 2 weeks, or they might not become cool for another 7 months, depending on when the cycle is. And if you have I mean, it didn't run till last time. And now that we have a little bit more of a idea on what the cycle is going to be, because the cycle has been very weird so far. It's the first time that Bitcoin broke all-time high before the halving, and then we kind of were repressed for a while, and then we shot up to like 108 there for a couple months, and then we had this tremendous way down from the tariff war. What do you make of that? Is this the end of the 4-year cycle? Is it something that will run one last time? Is it a super cycle? Give me your thoughts on that.
I think that there's going to be another cycle after this. The reason being is because I believe that now that institutions are getting involved in Bitcoin, especially, that we will see kind of a Bitcoin buying war. This is just my belief. Like, we'll see how that plays out. But I believe that there will be a Bitcoin buying war with not just institutions, but potentially with countries going after and buying it at valuations way higher than it should be. And I think that will cause that price to be overinflated, and it will have a massive crash down and be brought back down to earth, which will cause a lot of companies to panic, institutional investors to panic, and it will bring the price far lower than it should be and give that opportunity for another cycle before it matures further.
That's a good point. I have a little PTSD from last time where I did not sell, so I'll probably unfortunately sell a little too early because I don't want the same thing that happened last time. Did you have any of that last time? You're just like, no, I was good. I sold that at a good time and I locked into profits.
Yeah, like I sold out of all my OMI last bull run about at an average price of 0.007. I did. My problem is that I put it into other projects that I felt were undervalued, that ended up going down with the rest of the bear market anyways. So there were some investments that were long-term VC investments that even to this day are still waiting to launch. So I suppose, you know, I still got those funds locked up for those projects, and we'll see how they do when they launch. But yeah, I mean, one of them was Gunzilla, actually. Gunzilla has just kind of barely kind of unlocked their mainnet for their tokens. So I think that one will do actually quite well.
And then with that, how long do the unlocks happen for that before the kind of like the sell pressure kind of dwindles down for guns?
Yeah, the lock period is quite long for the VC investors. It's like a year-long lock period. So we have a long time to be able to get those tokens, and we'll see how much bull market there is left for those. But I did buy the nodes as well, which are going to have some unlocks throughout this year, and have already started unlocking some of those tokens. So we'll see how those play out.
And the bull run, are you thinking, hey, this is going to be the same as 2021, 2022, where we'll probably run until, you know, February, March, and then we end? Or is it like, hey, we're going to go straight through 2026 with a super cycle?
I think it's going to follow a similar pattern as the last cycles. I don't anticipate it's going to go super long. That's just my take. We'll see how it plays out. Dude, you are looking tired. You've been at this for a bit, my friend. You let me know if we need to crash out. I'm using that term, but I can stay on for another 15 minutes or so myself.
All right, cool. Yeah. We'll go over another 50 minutes. I guess I'm just a little, I don't want to say like crestfallen or nothing, but like I'm still very confident because VeVe's still making money. They're, again, hundreds of thousands per month. They could raise however much money they want, and one of the issues is that even if they wanted to raise like 5 million, any VC worth their salt is like, I'm not giving you anything under 10. And that's something that so again, like I'm not concerned for the business, because again, let's say their run rate is like 5 million. That's what their cash burn is. And they're let's say like they're netting, you know, 2.5 million. And I would say that they're at that loss. $10 million gets them like another 4 years. Like they're fine. But at some point, like, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but the business will be doing X. When might you get a little nervous about the narrative not coming? Like, it's like, December's here and NFTs haven't really run yet.
Yeah. I think if December came around and VeVe hadn't moved or budged or so, I would be wondering what's going on for sure. I mean, even at the start of Q4, if we weren't seeing any sort of upticks or upward trends by the start of Q4, I would start wondering what's going on with it personally. I mean, it's not like I would bail that day or something like that, but I would start raising questions of what's going to be happening with the overall narrative around NFTs. Because like you and I were talking earlier in a chat, basically, that there's a lot of people that believe that NFTs are not going to have a second cycle. It was a one and done thing, right? And I can respect their opinion with that. I just happen to think that it's not correct. I just happen to think it's not correct. You know, people thought that about Bitcoin too. They're like, oh, there's no way that would catch on. Like, that is such a scam, internet money, like totally just made up money. You can't just make money up like that out of there. And they did not believe, well, I certainly didn't believe it was going to catch on. And NFTs, I think, are going to have a second cycle because, like Bitcoin didn't just stick around because it was a fad that happened to catch enough traction. It stuck around because it had an important use case that was relevant enough to catch enough traction. And NFTs are in a similar boat where they have a use case that is so relevant and solves several problems of efficiency that regular physical collectibles and just physical items in general can't solve. NFTs are going to be sticking around for the long term.
I think so too. And again, taking out, if anyone, the 1,500 people here are like, you know, what do you guys know? Because we're not like super famous, so we don't have like these millions of followers. But Raoul Pal, outside, I don't even know how much of like a collector he is. He's more of like a opportunist, where he's like, I love NFTs and I buy them all the time, because he buys like the real art, like NFTs. And it's very strange on how a lot of like these bigger, like kind of like major, like 1%ers, like, oh, this is like real art because you have to pay X amount for them. And if something looks cool, like I was showing people like the Northern Lights before, and it's like, oh God, it's so beautiful. If something looks cool, like I don't care who it was made by. If I like it, it speaks to me. I like it, or I'll buy it. But he's saying that the 1% will buy a ton of NFTs because it's like a tax shelter, because it's art, and they're going to be spending hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, like doing that. And we have a bunch of one-of-ones on VeVe that they sell on the app.vv.me website. We have a bunch that are super scarce, like the 1 of 7, one of 30, like not Aston Martins. What was the one that we had? Yeah, it was the Aston Martin. 1 of 7 Aston Martins for James Bond, and I'm just trying to figure out what it's going to take for them to go from like a Beeple to a secret rare Spider-Man number 41.
Yeah, I have not really looked into art trends and how things catch like they do, because some of these artists that catch on, I mean, it almost doesn't matter what they do. Like anything they paint or anything they create or digital art or NFTs just become worth a ton because they did it right. And I don't know what it takes to get to that. And for some of these artists on VeVe to catch that level of notoriety, I'm just not sure. But I do know that, like, from the people that, just fandoms in general for some of these Marvel characters, things like it's already built into that. Like they do have that level of IP that they've got that built in.
So one of the things that, and again, kids don't really have they tend to not have money. They don't have a lot of their parents' money, but there are certain things that kids just make super popular, and a lot of the times parents kind of freak out about it. Like there's this one channel on YouTube called The Fine Bros. This is like a 10-year-old video by now, but they had a channel called like React, where teens react, normal people react. But one episode they had elders react on Elvis. And every single one of them said like, oh, my parents hated Elvis. The world was going to hell in a handbasket. Everything I did wrong, they blamed on Elvis. But again, like one of the biggest names in the world because of I'm trying to think, what is that for kids now? Like Billie Eilish, Sabrina Carpenter. Like, I don't know if there's, how do we get whatever kids like on the VeVe? It's hard.
I know. Like, and honestly, I don't know how it takes mainstream like popularity, but that is one of the things I do like about VeVe, because I do feel like they are positioned to be able to capture that at some point, capture that narrative where NFTs to become popular. I think as metaverse glasses become just wearable glasses more and more, and it becomes a normal thing that people are wearing on a day-to-day basis, and we get this digital overlay of the physical world, which I think is coming, whether people agree with it as something that should happen or not. I think it is just going to happen. And as it does, this ability to have your digital things, collectibles, art, whatever it is, and be able to move them with you, show them, flex them, be able to have them on you, like where you're walking around so people can see you've got it with you. Like, I think it's going to catch on big time. I think it's going to be a very relevant part of society, honestly.
I think so too. I feel you. We have Ronnie Lido says NFTs will never be gone. They'll just become not just about collecting. As an artist in real life, NFTs take on money. All about money laundering. Maybe a little bit. I would say it's all about it. And he's been a professional artist for over 12 years. We should get him on VeVe. It'd be great. Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, crazy.
Tax havens. Oh, that'd be great. What did you have in your youth that your parents are just like, no, this is terrible. You can't be. Was it for me? It was Eminem.
What was it?
Yeah.
Honestly, probably like I was watching Dragon Ball Z like when I was growing up, and my parents were probably like, they never vocalized that this was like ridiculous thing that I watched or anything, but it could have been something like that. Yeah, probably some just things like that. Comic cards, like collecting comic cards, Marvel cards when I was growing up. I was big into that.
Yeah, because
what about you? You said it was Eminem.
Yeah, I guess when I was young. So, and this is what, like, I distinctly remember this. I don't know how old I was. It was when Captain Planet was on, and like, so I love guns like now, but obviously when you're like 5 and like, guns can be like, everything on TV is like guns are bad. They always put guns in like the worst light, whether it's like Family Matters or Captain Planet. And then in the moral of this episode of Captain Planet was like guns are bad. And I remember my mom saying like, oh, this has guns on it. No, you can't watch this. I was like, and I didn't verbalize it, but I was like, I thought in my mind, like, but the message is guns are bad. Isn't that like what you want me to like learn? Like, there's this one freaking, you ever watch Land Before Time?
Yeah. Yep.
So there's this one, I forget which one it was, like I think the third one. Yeah, they had the epic fight at the end. And they had this like fire, and it was about the little like dinosaur kids had like these bullies, and then the adults finally got wind of like the bullying and said like, you should be nice. And it showed that like the bully was mean because his dad was mean to him. And the Triceratops is like, you should be nicer to your son. If you only express your feelings in anger, that's all he'll be able to express to others, or something like that. I'm messing up the quote. And I was just like, and like clearly that stuck with me. I haven't seen that movie in like 30 years. And I was like, oh man, yeah. I forget how we got on the subject, but good writing. Like, I don't know, it takes, I love it. And that's why
those movies, that first one was legendary, man. I don't even know how many of those they ended up making. I think I made it to the third or fourth one, but I can only really remember the storyline of the first one. But yeah, dude, that was a legendary show.
I made it to like the 8th one, I think. Because
Is that how many they made? Did they make more than 8?
I mean, they went super hard on it. I remember watching up to like the 8th.
Sure. Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
like so the second one, they have this there's this little, like a little baby sharp tooth, and they call him Chomper. And then the other sharp teeth they're like looking for their baby, and then they, like that was the whole thing. The third one was these sharp teeth with like these razor claws on their feet, and there's a fire that came, and then the water comes in, washes away. Like the fourth one, I think, was the big freeze, where everything was like super cold and they couldn't find the star leaves. Forget the other ones. But each one of them had these like epic battle scenes. Like, oh, so good.
That's awesome. That's so good. Dude, I love it, man. Well, I got to bounce. Thanks for having me on, dude. And
I love you. Thank you so much for coming on, giving my throat a break.
Oh, man. Yeah, thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was Cryptocosmo. We love him. We love his hair. I think, yes, Wes also loves his hair. Thanks for being a member. 2019 bounty alert, new paid promotion, try to get new users. Okay, very good. Who is that weirdo? Oh my God. Give me one sec. This is not including VeVe comics. Oh my God, people are crazy. They don't like look at things. Look at things, man. It's nuts. James Payne says everything has cycles. Real estate is 15 years. Bitcoin 4. NFTs, too soon to say. And maybe annually, we'll see. Maybe within NFTs, you have the art, you have the digital collectibles. Yeah, again, even when the VeVe stuff ran in 2022, like they didn't all run at once. It was like the first season, then it was like Powerpuff Girls. It was, I think, Tokidoki, and then it was like then it was Disney Golden Moments. Technology is looked at as collecting mostly. People don't know that this could be your medical records, banking, IDs, voting, etc. Dude, blockchain voting is something that a buddy of mine's been trying to incorporate for a while. It's just really hard for them to do it. So yeah, NFTs will never be gone. Just will become not just about collecting. It'll be more than that. An artist in real life and a decent take on money surrounding it for hundreds of years. Money laundering. And once again, this is coming from a professional artist of over a dozen years now. Yes, the artists get paid, but the people that exchange hands with said art are the real winners. I think so as well. Tax havens, exactly. Preach, girl, preach. Yeah. Ronnie, my good friend, is a framer and owns a gallery. She busy, I bet. Let me see if I get. So I imagine when you create the art, you are drawing it. A buddy of mine is a photographer, and he just makes these like he takes these epic photos. This is a brown wolf in Yellowstone chewing on a little pork chop, and there's another coyote over there looking at him, and there's birds. It's just so cool, man. Just so freaking cool. Let me share a photo with my homies, and I'll just say, okay. Be like, I'm tired because I've been streaming for so long. Lyle says framers are the epitome of the art. Preach. But seriously. Custom framing costs like 4 to 5 price for artwork. Wait, really? Really? Oh, Cryptocosmo giving me my flowers. Thanks, fam. I'll give you a couple of smiley faces there because he deserves it. He's a good lad. Welcome, Cryptocosmo. Don't know if others share the same. Oh, lordy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to David Yu and seeing what he's bringing to the table. Obviously, we know he's got the best licenses out there in the world. He's a heck of a salesman. But yeah, what is he going to do? What actually? Let me give my boy. Let's get another person on here. Copy URL, and I will paste. I'll say, come hang, come shill your channel because he deserves it. So I always love that Randy references TV movies in real life situations. I don't know how much of that is because there was this one girl that I dated, 2017. Dated a lot of girls, 2017, but she was like so curious on just like, how do you do that? Like, it must be, and she was like so fascinated. She's like, you must be of higher intelligence. And I was like, bro, that's just how I talk. Like Yoda doesn't talk in the wrong way, or it's just different. And I looked, it's not a sign of ultra intelligence. That's just the way I talk. It's just like an accent. So that was great. Why, thank you. What do you think, Ronnie? Now get someone else and get some more. That's how my brain throws examples like, oh yeah, I haven't met anyone else that does this. Like I thought it was like a touch of the tism for a second, and then I was like, but nobody else with the tism has this. So I was like, this is strange. It's also strange is I've gone 6 hours with no freaking super chats. Anyway, well, I'll just get a shout out Coyote and bro. Okay, let me show you some of the stuff that he has over on his Instagram. Oh, my friend. Oh, she looks so good. Oh, I'm so happy for her. All right, I'm sorry. Oh my. Okay, let's do what am I thinking? Okay, Steve Cannon. He's got bro like he got like this isn't even the best one. That is not even the best one. There's another. All right, Steve Cannon photography. Yeah, there's a couple of these bad boys over here. My guy, he gets so freaking like the one with Coyote was far away. This dude, and he even says that like 20% of the time he'll stay in a position for like weeks. He will stay in there for a lot. He'll pissing on himself, trying to get like an animal to like come to him, and like 2 seconds before he takes the photo, it turns. The way I would unalive that would be my 13th reason. If I'm waiting in my piss and poop for days for an animal to come that close, and before I take the photo, it just turns. Again, that would be my 13th reason. I would. Yeah, unless looking to sell a painting for thousands. Well, his stuff goes for like tens of thousands of dollars. So he did something really special for me where. So his stuff is generally like one of 11. He'll like make like 11 photos of it or 11 copies of it, and he'll sell those. And again, he does like 2 of these things a year, and he goes out and he spends this money and he goes on all these retreats. So he works for his money. He typically has 11 of them, and he does like 2 of them per year. But he did one, like the one that I showed you in Yellowstone. So that one's mine. He did that one instead of for like $30,000. He's like, and having 11 of them, he's like 15,000, and there's only 3 of them. And I got one, and a buddy of mine has one, and the other one is still actually it's available. He did say that you could actually get a discount, $12,000 if you pay an OMI. So I thought that was really cool. And you get a free NFT with it. There's only 3 of the NFTs, so you get one with that as well. And it's signed. But a lot of says most artists sell stuff in the $200 range until they become popular enough to summon the money launderers. Crazy. My brain is like a bed's. I'm not sure what a bed's is. Can you eat it? Pass on move. Yeah, that's so stupid. Oh, love this. Make sure. Oh, that is sad. A good problem to have. Make sure you do this. Okay, Mr. MC. Okay, so New York Comic Con says myth. New York Comic Con tickets are impossible to buy. Truth. If you have fan verification profile up to date in 2025, you can buy tickets on the FanVer pre-sale before the general on sale. Mr. MC wants to make sure you search this email and get that task done for New York Comic Con 2025. I'm not gonna lie, I go for most of the after parties. Rain understands live through movies and TV. Wow, are we the same? Probably similar. I can dig it. Ronnie Lau says, "Oh, it's Asperger's you have, bro." Yeah, that's probably the appropriate medical term for the touch of the tism. Yeah, that's fair. Or I could paint that one quite realistic. Really? Good for you. I do not have any artistic capabilities. I am. Yeah, that is beyond me. Although, have you seen the dude that's like from the future? Okay, so he painted these weird paintings with like PS2 graphics, but they were like eons ago. Hold on. Let me find this here. Let me X out of there. Oh my gosh, I have so many tabs open. I'll say painter from the future. No. Okay, where is it? Should I say paintings from the future? Or is it this guy? Okay, hold on. Paintings. PS2 graphics. PS2 painting? Is that what I have to freaking search here? Oh, okay. I swear I'm not crazy. You know what? I'm going to go into my TikTok because I know I liked this video. And I'm going to find 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, oh my god, where's this freaking thing? 7, 8, stay up real late. 9, 10, and never sleep again. Okay, I swear this was a thing. All right, hold on. Painter paints PS2 graphics. Like this has got to be. I don't know how much. Yeah. Okay. This freaking dude. Like, if I didn't know better, I would say this is like Red Dead Redemption if it were made on like PS2, right? Like right? Like this straight up looks like PS2 graphics, and it's like, how do you paint this? It's like freaking Thomas Jefferson. How do you think about electricity when there is no electricity? How do you paint in PS2 graphics when there's no PS2? So this dude, his paintings were mostly made from the 50s and some of which through the 80s. You can't tell me that shit ain't Slender Man right there. Like that just I don't know, man. I don't know. Like it just it's giving me Uncanny Valley. I don't even want to show that one. I literally just got chill. Nope. That is not it's not what I want to look at. I've been streaming for so long, Jesus. Okay, let me okay, where was I? True photographer, like those BBC documentaries. Yeah. Yeah, bro, it's insane. I don't know how they do it. I would not be able to. A bed front, is that the Indian dude from Community? That dude is hilarious. I freaking love him. My favorite episodes is just like, yeah, I noticed that, you guys were just mean to me on certain times, and by the time I was tracking what days you were mean to me, what helped me, make you not mean to me, like giving you chocolate, give me food, alcohol, whatever. And like by the time I realized what he was doing, tracking the cycles of their period, is like I achieved some positive results. The morale of everyone was up. If that's him, I love that dude. Yeah, the character. No MCP. Hope I can score Grogu. Should be fine. I don't think you're gonna need to really give MCP for Grogu. It should be fine. Haven't seen the art. Okay, I gave them that. Send me the direction. Should attach the MCP. I don't think you're going to need to. If you want to be super. Oh, my back. Dude, I don't know what it was. I woke up this morning and I was sleeping on my left lateral. And my hip was just, I couldn't get up. Like if there was a fire, I wouldn't have made it, fam. It took me like an hour and a half. It was over an hour, might not have been an hour and a half, but it took me like an hour 15 to get out of bed. And I was giving Vivi Fam Bam a call. I was telling her about a couple of things, and I'm like moaning on the phone. I was like, and she's like, "What is going on over there?" I was like, "My hip is gone. It's destroyed." And eventually, I make it to the toilet, and I was like, "Oh!" But then I'm trying to put my pants on after I shower, and I straight up collapse onto the bathroom floor, made a thud, and I was like, "Okay, I'm dead. I survived, but I'm dead." Name that. It's from The Incredibles. Or should I be fine? You should be fine getting one. Steve Cannon is not paint. He takes it. The dude from the 1950s. Edison stole those ideas, bro. Maybe. See, 6 hours straight. Yeah. I've been 6.5 hours, and I streamed an hour and a half before then with a lovely lady named Chrissy Leota. Very nice. I love her. Out with the woman. Out with the woman. I don't even know what that means. This is. Sorry. Who's there? Steve Cannon was the photo taker of the ones I showed you. The ones from the 1950s, I have no idea. Oh, I found him. Alex Colville. Meow. That's him. See, range. Meow. Don't have much MCP left. Yeah, not most of us don't. Only 40,000. Oh, I have like 1 million MCP. Let's see what do I got here. Guess it is now. 6.5 hours later. How many MCP do I have? Profile. I have 1.7 million MCP. So I'm level 72, getting that bread. Almost everything is pumping right now. Is it? Let's see. I mean, I know it's been pumping the last day, but is it currently pumping? OMI's up 4.5%. Very nice. Bitcoin's still at 103. Ethereum's at 23.45. And we got, DEVVE's up today, and Definity's up. daCAT is up. Shiro is up to like, Shiro's very nicely. A lot of stuff's going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move. Yes, you did. The email, as it stands, give me 1 second here. I'm going to go in and read it out loud to everybody. I'm going to exclude a little. Oh my gosh, I'm going to exclude one of these things. I'd love for you to join me for a special evening with fellow VeVe collectors here in London. On Saturday, May 24th, we'll gather at a local favorite known for its authentic flavors and warm atmosphere. We've reserved a private suite so that we can share some great food, drinks, and conversation together. Here's what's waiting for you. A selection of traditional Chinese appetizers, 2 complimentary drinks, and a relaxed, welcoming space to connect with myself and the VeVe community. Let me get a good photo here. All right, guys, that's going to be it for me today because my voice is dying and I need to die. Everyone, please comment, like, and subscribe. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Everyone say bye-bye to Letchi, bye-bye, Letchi. I love you.